Chapter 91. If you want to support to continue with the chapters and improve the quality of the language, or read some advanced chapters, please follow me on patreon.com/jayjayempi. Nate opened his eyes slowly, blinking against the light that slipped through a gap in the curtains. It was already late in the afternoon, and the brightness bothered him only slightly as his vision adjusted. He glanced down and found Alice sitting beside him on the bed, distracted, playing with a strand of her hair between her pale fingers. A ray of sunlight occasionally reached her face, making her glow with an almost ethereal tint. Nate let out a small, hoarse laugh, rubbing his eyes before looking at her. "That's the first time I've seen you do that," he commented with a still sleepy smile. Alice blinked before letting go of the strand, pulling her hand back with a hint of embarrassment on her face. "Sorry," she murmured with an apologetic smile. "I meant to close the curtains properly, but you looked so peaceful sleeping that I didn't want to wake you." Nate sat up with a lazy yawn, stretching as he felt each muscle slowly awaken after the rest. He turned to look at her, noticing how Alice was watching him intently, her head tilted slightly. "What is it?" he asked, raising an eyebrow as he pushed his hair back. Alice smiled, amused. "It's strange to watch people sleep," she admitted, resting her chin on her hand. "I've seen you sleep before, but only for short periods. Besides, you talk a little in your sleep." Nate chuckled softly, letting his head fall back before looking at her again. "Must run in the family," he commented warmly. "My dad did the same, and I caught my grandma mumbling when she fell asleep in our living room back in Forks." Alice smiled, her golden eyes softening as the silence settled into a comfortable quiet. "I liked watching her fall asleep," Nate continued, his voice tinged with gentle nostalgia. "Even when she snored a little." Alice let out a light laugh, lowering her gaze before straightening up with quiet determination. "Well, it's time to decide what we're doing next," she said as she stood up from the bed with graceful ease. Nate nodded, running a hand through his hair. "What do you suggest?" "I have experience acquiring properties," Alice explained naturally. "I can handle the inheritance paperwork and processing. You'll just need to sign and accompany me, but the rest of the time you can spend deciphering the journal." Nate looked at her, surprised, before giving a genuine smile. "Thanks, Alice," he said sincerely. "That will help us move faster. Besides, we shouldn't go near the house for a few days, in case that vampire is connected to the break-in." Alice nodded, her face serious. "You're right. It's better to stay away for now." Nate got up to take a quick shower, carrying his clothes in his hands as he listened to Alice moving around the room, organizing documents and getting her things ready with her usual quiet efficiency. When he came out of the shower, wearing pants and holding his shirt while drying his hair with a towel, he noticed Alice glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. She quickly looked away when their gazes met. "Something wrong?" Nate asked as he finished getting dressed. Alice shook her head softly but stepped closer with a small smile. "I was just thinking," she said, leaning against the wall, "if you've had any interesting dreams lately." Nate raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Alice shrugged one shoulder. "I don't know, you seemed really deep in your dreams last night." Nate shook his head with a tired smile, but suddenly an idea he had been ignoring crossed his mind. "Dreams," he murmured to himself. Then he looked up. "Have you seen anything in your visions since we got to DC?" Alice let out a soft sigh, lowering her gaze for a moment. "You know that with you, visions change constantly," she said with a slight grimace. "At first, I saw us spending several days at the house, then going back to Forks, and I've seen us talking to people I don't recognize in different places in this city. But as always, visions with you shift so quickly that they become unreliable." Nate sat on the bed, glancing at the journal before looking back at her. "And about the vampire who sensed us last night? Have you seen anything?" Alice calmly shook her head. "I haven't had any visions of us interacting with another vampire," she admitted. "But when I try to look further ahead, weeks into the future, there's nothing. It's like a black smudge blocking what's beyond." Nate frowned. "Has that happened before?" Alice fell silent, playing with a fold of her blouse. "Not this intensely," she explained. "I once lost track of Bella when she went with you to La Push. It was similar, but not as strong." Carlyle explained it might have been because of the Quileute, though I can't say for sure since I wasn't part of the coven until years after the treaty. Also, with Billy or Jacob, I never had that problem." Nate tilted his head, thoughtful. "Maybe it's related to those spiritual warriors they talk about," he commented, crossing his arms. "Maybe they have some way of blocking your visions." Alice nodded, a curious glint in her golden eyes. Carlyle explained that the Quileute transform into huge wolves. She murmured, but I've never witnessed one, so I don't know the true extent of their abilities. Maybe among their powers is the ability to block me. They both fell silent for a moment, feeling the thick calm before making decisions. Do you think there's something like that here? Nate asked. Alice looked at him, thoughtful. I'm not sure, but this blockage is much stronger than when you went to La Push. I don't think it's the same. Also, among vampires, there are some we call shields, who can block certain things. There might be someone here with the ability to block my visions. Nate stayed quiet, processing the information while looking at the journal. Whatever it is, it looks like it won't happen for weeks, he finally said. We'll stick to the plan, but we'll shorten our stay. We'll leave in 2 weeks, whether we find something or not. I don't like that there's something out there capable of blocking you. We can't take too many risks while we're alone, and even staying here without asking your family for help is already a big risk. Alice watched him seriously before nodding slowly, stepping closer to gently place her cold hand on his arm. All right, she murmured firmly. I think that's the least risky option. The air in the room filled with a quiet determination as they looked at each other, ready to continue with their plan, together. They decided it would be best to rent a vehicle while staying in DC, making it easier to get around without relying on taxis. The afternoon was clear, with a pale sky and a sun that climbed steadily as they prepared to leave the hotel. Alice chose her outfit carefully, mindful of the time. She wore a long, dark gray coat with a tailored fit, the hood up to cover her short hair, dark sunglasses, and leather gloves that protected every inch of exposed skin as she moved with her usual precision. Her handbag was secured over her shoulder, all the necessary documents neatly organized in folders, ready for processing. Nate offered to handle the payment as they entered the rental agency, pulling out his wallet naturally. But before he could approach the counter, Alice raised her hand, handing her card to the clerk with a brief smile. Let me pay for this, she said calmly, adjusting her glove as she waited. Nate glanced at her sideways with a crooked smile as he put his wallet back in his pocket. You know I can afford this, right? He replied with a hint of amusement. Under the shadow of her hood, Alice gave a barely perceptible smile. With my skill and in the Cullen family, believe me, money is something I'll never run out of, she commented with dry humor, quickly signing the receipt. Nate let out a short laugh, shaking his head as he held the door for her on their way out to the parking lot. I guess I can't argue with that. Correct, Alice replied softly, adjusting the bag on her arm as they walked in sync toward the dark sedan assigned to them. Cool air drifted between the buildings as Nate settled into the driver's seat, adjusting mirrors and his seatbelt with calm movements. He knew the streets of DC well and preferred to keep control as they headed toward the notary. Alice settled quietly beside him, crossing one leg over the other as she pulled out her phone and began replying to messages quickly, the screen's glow reflecting off her sunglasses. The car moved smoothly as Nate took routes he knew by heart, avoiding traffic by using side streets. He enjoyed driving, and although they didn't speak much, Alice's presence filled the space with a comfortable quiet. At a red light, Alice stopped typing, her expression softening before she slipped her phone back into her bag. News? Nate asked as he returned to the main avenue. Emmett, let me know he and Jasper have arrived with the Denali clan, Alice explained calmly, settling more comfortably in her seat. And how did it go with Laurent? Nate asked curiously. Alice turned slightly toward him, the hood covering most of her forehead. Emmett says Laurent was quite cooperative. He told them about some of Victoria's habits, though he doesn't think they'll catch her easily. But he promised to let them know if he learns anything. Nate raised an eyebrow, allowing a small smile as he drove. That's more than I expected from him. Also, Alice continued, it seems Laurent and Irina have started a relationship. He's settling in with the Denali clan. Nate let out a short, amused snort. Anything else? Alice hesitated for a second before adjusting the bag on her lap. According to Emmett, Laurent seemed interested in you and me becoming a couple. He assumes I'll turn you eventually and says he hopes to get along with you when that happens. Nate tilted his head, keeping his eyes on the road while raising an eyebrow in disbelief. How considerate of him, he commented with contained irony. Alice let out a slight sigh, a faint smile lingering. It's curious that Laurent seemed so eager to ingratiate himself with me since the moment he met me, Nate remarked, turning smoothly onto the next street. Alice gave a small shrug under her coat. It's always good to have more allies, she replied naturally, though her tone had a dry undertone that made Nate smile. The rest of the drive passed in comfortable silence, with the soft hum of the engine and the streets of DC sliding past as the afternoon continued to move. Occasionally, Nate would glance over to see Alice maintaining her unshakable calm while looking out the window, the reflections of the city flickering in her lenses. They finally arrived at the notary, a light brick building with wide windows that let in the daylight. Nate parked carefully, turning off the engine before looking at Alice. Ready. Alice adjusted her hood to cover any trace of skin before taking the bag with the documents. I'll handle this, she replied firmly, getting out of the car with him. They walked toward the entrance in synchronized steps, the distant murmur of the city surrounding them as each step brought them closer to the answers they sought in a city that offered as much danger as it did promises. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Jayjayempi creators' thoughts. 4 comments 0 vote. Chapter 92. If you want to support to continue with the chapters and improve the quality of the language, or read some advanced chapters, please follow me on patreon.com/jjmp. A few days passed in DC, settling into a routine that became a strange refuge amid the exhaustion. Nate spent hours in front of his father's logbook, filling the pages of a notebook already fraying at the corners while the coffee beside him grew cold. Alice, for her part, handled every step of the inheritance process with that quiet efficiency so natural to her, moving calmly between calls and documents, her phone always within reach. Fortunately, they both finished around the same time. With the house now in his name, Nate felt the airflow a bit more easily into his lungs. Among other things, he had received the property that once belonged to his maternal grandparents, along with access to accounts that had previously been blocked. It had been a heavy process, full of offices, signatures, and long waits, but Alice managed every detail with that unshakable calm that surrounded her at every step. That afternoon, warm light filtered through the curtains of the hotel room, casting a soft glow over the folders stacked in a corner. Nate was seated in the chair beside the desk, the logbook open in front of him, reviewing the last pages before carefully closing it. He kept his hand on the cover, allowing his thoughts to settle as he stared at it intently. Alice, sitting cross-legged on the bed, set her phone aside and watched him silently. Were you able to decipher it? She asked calmly, her golden eyes fixed on him. Nate sighed, resting his elbows on his knees as he rubbed the back of his neck, as if dragging the exhaustion across his shoulders. I managed to decipher almost all of it, he replied, his voice carrying a mix of relief and fatigue. It was complicated. My father was really smart, but I understood almost every entry except the last one. Alice tilted her head slightly, curiosity shining in her gaze. The last one, what's different about it? Nate narrowed his eyes, searching for the words as he stared at the carpet. It's written in a different system. A more complex cipher. I still haven't managed to break it. Alice was quiet for a few seconds before leaning forward. And what do the other entries say? Nate took a breath, preparing himself before speaking. Each entry corresponds to a person, he explained calmly. There aren't many, maybe 15 or 20, but each one takes up several pages. It details addresses, schedules, physical traits, personality, family history, and above all, many of my father's hypotheses. Alice furrowed her brow slightly. What kind of hypotheses? Nate looked at her, a flicker of concern in his gray eyes. They aren't clear. My father wasn't sure about what he was writing, but, in simple terms, he thought that some people might have abilities. Alice's eyes widened in surprise. Abilities like gifts. Like my visions. Nate shook his head gently. Not exactly. They were more subtle things. Like what you told me about Edward, how even as a human, he had an unusual ability to read people, and when he was turned, that ability was amplified. Alice absorbed the information, dropping her gaze for a moment as she fiddled with the seam of her pants. Nate continued, leaning back against the chair. This feels like the prelude to that. My father didn't know if these traits were abilities, but he was investigating people who, according to him, had the potential to develop a gift. The room fell silent, the distant hum of traffic filling the space. Alice lifted her gaze again, focused. What was he investigating them for? She asked softly, her voice carrying a calm seriousness. Nate fell silent, drumming his fingers lightly on the logbook. That's what worries me, he admitted. He doesn't explain it anywhere, not clearly. But it's obvious it was an exhausting job. He leaned forward, eyes fixed on the carpet. The level of detail is overwhelming, Alice. My father had a full-time job, a family, and still dedicated himself to this as if it were his most important mission. Following these people, documenting every step, every interaction, even finding them among hundreds of thousands in a city like this. It's practically impossible. His hands closed into fists before relaxing. And yet, he did it. I don't know how, or why, but he did. The level of skill he had to gather all of this, honestly, it amazes me. Alice looked at him, her expression softening as the sunset reflected a golden glow across her hair. He must have felt a lot of pressure to do all that research, she said quietly, with a note of compassion. But why? Nate flipped through the pages gently, with the care of someone handling something fragile. That's what's so frustrating, he murmured. Everything is meticulously detailed, almost obsessively, but he never explains why. He ran a hand over his face before continuing. Even in the entry he made about me, which is the only incomplete one, he barely wrote down a few traits before crossing them out. Words like intuition, understanding, observation, and then nothing. He left it unfinished. Alice leaned back, crossing her legs as she studied him carefully. That basically describes how you define your own mind, she noted calmly, remembering the times Nate had told her about how easily he connected patterns and read people. Nate let out a tired smile. Yeah, he conceded, but what bothers me most is that this doesn't seem to have anything to do with vampires or the knife. It's as if all of this is pushing us in a completely different direction. Alice glanced at the window, where the sky was turning a deep blue. I'm worried about the knife, she said, a flash of seriousness in her eyes. It's strange in many ways. Realistically, a human couldn't use it effectively against a vampire. A vampire could disarm them in a blink. Nate nodded, placing the logbook carefully on the table. I agree, he said thoughtfully. I only managed to use it through trickery and with the help of other vampires to subdue James. My father, he wasn't strong or skilled in fighting. He paused for a moment, letting a small, nostalgic smile form. He was more of an indoors type, he continued, warmth in his voice. My mom used to say that while we looked alike, I got the physical build from her side of the family. Alice smiled softly, her gaze gentle. She was right, she said warmly. I saw the old photos you keep. And it's true, you looked like him, but your father was thin, a bit slight, though with that sharp intelligence in his eyes. You could tell he had a quick mind. Nate lowered his gaze, feeling a pang of pride in his chest. Yeah, and even so, I can't imagine where he got that knife, or why he thought he would need it. Alice held his gaze before exhaling softly. I don't think we can solve this just by thinking about it, she concluded serenely, but firmly. Nate took a deep breath, the scent of coffee mixing with the heavy air of the room. He closed the logbook with a soft thud, keeping his hand on the cover. You're right, he admitted, his voice steady with resolve. The best thing we can do is to approach the people mentioned in this logbook. Find out who they are, what connects them, and why my father was so determined to investigate them. They're our best lead for now. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Jayjayempi Creators Thoughts. 11 comments 0 vote. Chapter 93. If you want to support to continue with the chapters and improve the quality of the language, or read some advanced chapters, please follow me on patreon.com/jjmp. Forks, Washington. Forks lay beneath a dull sky, the air thick with that constant scent of damp earth and pine. The cold slipped softly through the streets, rustling the tree branches as a young man walked steadily down the sidewalk. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with an athlete's build, and blonde hair barely peeking out from under the hood of his sweatshirt. Dark sunglasses hid his eyes, though his sharp features didn't go unnoticed. Every now and then, a few female glances would flicker his way, stifled giggles following as they walked off with their friends, but he didn't seem to pay them any mind. His gait was cautious, almost feline, yet confident. From time to time, he paused to scan his surroundings, taking in each entrance, each exit, every person walking down Forks' damp streets. Finally, he arrived at a small cafe with fogged-up windows. He gently pushed the door open, the bell announcing his entrance as the smell of fresh coffee filled his senses. His eyes swept the place precisely before he took a seat on a stool by the counter, leaving his sunglasses on. The waitress, an older woman with weathered hands and a kind air, approached with a tired smile. What can I get you, honey? She asked. Coffee's fine, he replied, his calm voice vibrating in a low tone as he settled into the seat. She poured him a steaming cup before stepping away to tend to other customers scattered around the tables. The young man held the cup in one hand but didn't drink, gently swirling the liquid while his eyes, hidden behind the glasses, followed every movement in the cafe. When the waitress came back to leave some napkins, he tried to spark casual conversation with a simple question about the town, but though she was polite, she only offered brief replies before moving on to take another order. He suppressed a hint of annoyance, his lips tightening as he set the cup back on its saucer without tasting it, about to stand and leave. At that moment, the bell over the door chimed again. A group of teenagers walked in, laughter and playful elbow nudges following them as the cold air from outside trailed behind. There were 4 of them, 2 girls and 2 boys. One, a young man with Asian features and a calm expression, walked beside a girl with a warm smile and her hair tied back in a ponytail. The other 2 were the perfect image of typical high school teens. The boy, athletic and wearing a local team's t-shirt. The girl, in a colorful jacket with perfectly styled hair, looked like a cheerleader straight out of a yearbook. The cheerleader and the athlete were quietly arguing as they approached an empty table. "I don't get why you never want it to be just the 2 of us, Mike," the girl whispered, her voice barely audible to anyone in the cafe. "Anyone except him." The young man at the counter lifted an eyebrow slightly at the words, his sharpened hearing catching every nuance of the whisper as his eyes followed the scene without moving. Mike, the athlete, let out a sigh heavy with frustration before trying to strike up a conversation with the Asian boy, who greeted him with a peaceful smile as they all settled around the table. The girl, visibly annoyed, crossed her arms as her gaze drifted around the cafe with feigned disinterest until it landed on the figure of the young man sitting at the counter. The eye contact was instant. He offered her a subtle smile, just a faint pull at the corners of his lips, loaded with a calculated calm that felt almost like an invitation. The girl blinked, surprised, glancing away as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She pretended to listen to her friends for a moment before saying, in a casual, forced tone, "I'm going to get something at the counter." She stood, ignoring Mike's curious glance, and walked over to where the blonde young man sat, her steps a mix of hesitation and curiosity. When she reached the counter, she placed both forearms on the surface, pretending to scan the menu hanging on the wall while waiting for the waitress to be free. Every so often, though, she would sneak a glance at the blonde young man sitting a few seats away, trying to mask her interest with a curious blink. It didn't take him long to notice, and he wasn't about to let the opportunity slip by. "It's busier than usual in here today, don't you think?" he commented in a calm voice, pitched just low enough that only she could hear him over the cafe's gentle hum. The girl jumped slightly before looking at him with a quick smile, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Oh, yeah, it happens sometimes, even in small towns like Forks," she replied lightly, though the spark in her eyes made it clear she enjoyed the attention. He tilted his head slightly, letting a soft smile form on his lips. His dark glasses hid his gaze, but the way he kept watching her was obvious. She hesitated before dropping a casual remark. "You're not from around here, are you? You don't look familiar." The young man shrugged naturally, his smile widening just a bit. "No, I'm from another city. I came to visit some relatives, but I stopped for coffee first." "Relatives in Forks?" she asked, genuinely intrigued. She took a quick glance back at her table, making sure her friends weren't looking, before leaning a bit closer over the counter. "Who? Maybe I know them." He paused for a moment, watching her calmly before answering simply. "The Cullens." The girl's eyes lit up immediately, a smile slipping out before she could stop it. "I knew you had an Edward vibe," she exclaimed with excitement, blushing quickly as she looked down with a shy smile. "Well, I mean, it doesn't really make sense because, you know, they're adopted." His smile remained in place, not bothering to correct her as he leaned in closer. "You have a pretty smile," he remarked softly. Her blush deepened, her gaze dropping further as she played with the edge of the counter, clearly pleased by the compliment. She didn't notice the flash of impatience on the young man's face before his expression relaxed again, regaining its charm. "So, are you friends with my cousins?" he continued, his tone sounding like simple curiosity. "Not really," she answered, looking up while twisting a strand of hair around her fingers. "But I'm really good friends with Bella, Edward's girlfriend." He nodded with apparent interest. "Bella, dark hair, pale skin?" he asked, pretending to think for a moment. "Yes. That's her, Bella Swan," she replied with enthusiasm, then frowned slightly. "You know her?" "Recently, my family sent me some photos, and she was in one of them, with a tall guy, brown hair, light eyes," the young man said naturally, holding her gaze. "Oh, that's Nate Winter," she said, nodding eagerly. She lowered her voice, her tone conspiratorial. He's Alice's boyfriend, in case you didn't know, though, well, they're not here right now. They went on a trip a few weeks ago, and it was a pretty big deal at school. Her tone turned playful, like she was sharing gossip she'd been waiting to spill. A trip, he repeated, raising an eyebrow. You don't know when they'll be back, do you? The girl shook her head, a touch of disappointment crossing her expression. No, but he said it would only be a few weeks, so they should be back any day now, she added, trying to sound optimistic. He tilted his head, keeping his smile, though inside he felt a flicker of frustration. That's a shame, it would have been nice to meet him, he said, glancing out the window with feigned nonchalance before his eyes lit up as if struck by a great idea. By any chance, do you know where Bella lives? If I stopped by, I could surprise my cousin. The girl bit her lip lightly as she weighed the idea in her mind, glancing back at her table before looking at him again with a flirtatious spark. I'm not sure it's a good idea to give my friend's address to a stranger, she murmured, lowering her voice. The young man let out a low chuckle, leaning a bit closer over the counter, closing the distance as his voice dropped to a murmur. You're right, I guess you should at least know my name. She looked at him, curiosity bright in her eyes, a smile creeping back onto her lips. My name's Riley, he said softly, letting the smile settle on his face. I guess I'm not a stranger anymore, right? The girl laughed softly, reaching out to him, her painted nails brushing lightly against Riley's skin as they shook hands. Nice to meet you, Riley, she said, pausing for a moment before adding with a playful smile, my name's Jessica, do you have something to write with? Creation is hard, cheer me up. Chapter 94. If you want to support to continue with the chapters and improve the quality of the language, or read some advanced chapters, please follow me on patreon.com/jayjayempi. The hotel room. The hotel room was silent, interrupted only by the hum of the air conditioner. Alice sat cross-legged on the bed, her short hair falling to the side as she watched him attentively. Nate took a deep breath before opening the notebook. There are several names, he said, carefully flipping through the first pages. They're not organized in any particular way, but some have notes scribbled in the margins. What kind of notes? Alice asked, leaning forward. Nate read aloud as he skimmed through the names. Lonely, reserved, quick-tempered, sociable, distrustful, kind, aggressive. Alice frowned slightly. We can rule out the aggressive ones for now. No point in taking unnecessary risks without information. Agreed, Nate replied, flipping the pages carefully. Let's look for someone approachable. Someone easy to talk to. His eyes stopped on a page with cleaner handwriting, without crossouts or warning marks. Here, he said, pointing with his finger. Alice moved closer, her golden eyes scanning the lines. Clare Evans, she read quietly. Nate read the note aloud. Clare Evans, 26 years old. Waitress at a cafe in Georgetown. Kind, charismatic, empathetic. Very persuasive. People open up to her easily. Alice raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on the paper. Very persuasive, huh? She commented with a hint of a smile. Better that than someone with violent tendencies, Nate replied with a sigh. Besides, she's nearby. Georgetown is only 15 minutes away. Alice leaned back on her hands, thoughtful. Then we start with her. The sun lit up the streets of DC, reflecting off the shop windows as Nate drove toward Georgetown. The car's air was cool, and the hum of traffic filled the silences between them. Alice was going through the notebook again, flipping the pages carefully as she tilted her head, reading Nate's margin notes to understand them better. It says here she usually works breakfast and lunch shifts, she noted, pointing to the entry. Nate nodded, switching lanes. Then we're right on time. At one point, Alice leaned over to show him the address clearly, bringing the notebook so close that Nate's arm brushed against hers. Alice's fresh scent, a mix of something cold and clean, filled the small space between them. A flash of that night's memory cut through him sharply. Her lips, the warmth of her hands, the closeness of their bodies, and how quickly it had all stopped after it had started. Since then, they had continued sharing a bed while Nate slept, but nothing beyond a few kisses had happened again. The tension lingered whenever they brushed against each other, leaving them in that uncertain space neither of them spoke about. Alice looked up in that moment, and their eyes met for a moment too long. She quickly looked away, closing the notebook and resting it on her lap, her lips parting as if to say something before she fell silent. Nate felt heat rising to his neck, clearing his throat as he focused on the road. Thanks for pointing out the address, he said, in a tone that tried to sound casual. Alice tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, though it didn't need adjusting, and looked out the window. You're welcome. The silence that followed wasn't uncomfortable, but they could both feel the tension, like a quiet reminder of what had happened between them and what hadn't been mentioned since. Thankfully, the drive was shorter than expected, and before they knew it, the residential streets gave way to the brick facades and cafe-lined sidewalks of Georgetown. Nate parked in front of a small restaurant with a blue awning that read Millie's Diner. He turned off the engine, letting out a sigh as he looked at the entrance. Let's see what we can find out. Alice nodded, adjusting her sweater before opening the door. They both stepped out, with the notebook tucked into Nate's backpack, breathing in the fresh morning air as they approached the diner's entrance. The place was warm and simple, with polished wooden tables and the smell of fresh coffee mixing with the scent of bacon and toast. Nate and Alice entered like any other couple, not seeking attention, shrugging off their coats before sitting at a table by the window. They settled across from each other, the notebook safely in Nate's bag, while they chatted lightly, letting out soft laughter between phrases as if they were just sharing an ordinary morning. However, both kept their eyes sharp, calmly scanning every corner. What if she doesn't work here anymore? Alice murmured quietly, leaning toward him as she pretended to look at the menu. She might have switched jobs, Nate. We don't know when this entry was made. Nate shrugged naturally. I had to eat anyway, so it's not a waste of time, he replied with a half smile. Besides, if she's here, it'll be worth it. Alice let out a soft laugh, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed around the cafe while people chatted around them. A few minutes passed before a slender woman with her hair tied up in a messy bun, warm eyes, and a smile that seemed to light up each table she approached, emerged from the kitchen. They recognized her immediately, sharing a brief glance. Clare Evans. They watched as she moved from table to table, greeting customers with familiarity, leaning in to listen intently as people seemed to open up to her with surprising ease, sharing details of their day, their kids, small problems, all with a flow that seemed almost inevitable. Laughter followed her from table to table, and a genuine appreciation sparkled in the eyes of those who looked at her. Definitely charismatic, Alice whispered, not taking her eyes off her. Nate narrowed his eyes slightly, tuning his ears as he picked up fragments of conversations. I don't know how to explain it, Claire, I just felt so lost, and now, thank you for listening. Tell your daughter it'll be okay, and remind her she can always come talk to me if she needs. It was as if people couldn't help but trust her with everything, and she responded with genuine warmth, tilting her head, touching their arms in a reassuring way, leaving words of encouragement that seemed more effective than any professional advice. Finally, Claire approached their table, notebook in hand, with that easy smile that felt familiar, even though it was the first time they had seen her. Good morning, you two. She exclaimed with a cheerful glint in her eyes. Wow, you make a cute couple. How long have you been dating? The comment caught them off guard, but Alice answered naturally, her lips curving into a light smile. We just started seeing each other. Claire raised her eyebrows with a wider smile, letting out a soft laugh as she leaned on the table slightly. Well, it shows you have chemistry, she said in a tone that was both playful and kind. You have that glow, you know, when everything's still new and exciting. Alice looked down, playing with her sweater sleeve while Nate gave her a brief look before turning back to Claire. Thank you, he said sincerely, shifting in his seat. What would you recommend for breakfast? Oh, that's my favorite part. Claire said, pulling out a pen as she glanced at the menu. Today we've got blueberry pancakes, spinach and feta omelets, or if you're in a hurry, our freshly baked apple muffins. Nate ordered an omelet with coffee, while Alice simply said in a soft voice. Just coffee for me, thank you. Claire pursed her lips slightly, tilting her head with a playful smile. Just coffee. Come on, you need something in your stomach with it. We've got avocado toast, something light, or a muffin. Do you like apple muffins? They're small, I promise it won't be too much. Alice blinked, hesitating, glancing at Nate for a moment before looking back at Claire. Well, I guess a muffin would be okay. Claire clicked her tongue, jotting it down. I knew you'd say yes. I'll be right back with it. With a quick wink, she walked away with the same energy she had arrived with. Alice watched her walk away before slowly turning her gaze back to Nate, raising an eyebrow slightly with a look of mild astonishment. She's definitely charismatic, seems easy to talk to, but I don't feel like it's anything extraordinary, Alice commented as she watched Claire move away. Nate frowned slightly before speaking. I don't think those abilities are that strong, but my father must have believed they had the potential to grow. Alice nodded. So you think he wanted something from the people in the notebook? Nate grew thoughtful, following Claire with his eyes as she handed a coffee pot to another table. Let's see how much Claire knows. After a few minutes, Claire returned with their order, setting down the plates with a quick smile before turning to attend to another table. She didn't linger, and every time it seemed she would return to theirs, another customer would wave her over, calling her with a gesture or a casual question that she answered warmly. Nate watched her with growing frustration as he cut a piece of his omelet with his fork. Without Claire noticing, he ended up eating Alice's portion of the muffin as well. In the end, only their coffee cups remained, steam mixing with the diner's hum. Nate turned the cup in his hands, watching Claire as she moved from table to table, leaning in to listen to an elderly man laughing with her or smiling as she helped a group of students take a photo. We'll have to find a way to ask without sounding too direct, Alice whispered as she leaned toward Nate, her golden eyes following Claire's movements. Nate took a sip of coffee before nodding. I have an idea, he said, setting down the cup and raising his hand naturally to get Claire's attention. She saw him immediately and approached with a smile, pulling out her small notebook and quickly flipping it open with her pen ready. Would you like anything else, you too, or should I bring you the check? She asked with a bright glint in her eyes. Nate rested his elbows on the table, smiling as he replied. The check would be great, please. He turned his head toward Alice with a cheerful gesture. I told you it was worth coming. My dad was right, this place has incredible food. The comment made Claire, who was jotting something down, pause mid-motion before looking up with curiosity. She slowly lowered the notebook, looking at him closely, her smile now mixed with genuine interest. I knew you looked familiar, she said, her tone filled with quiet excitement as she leaned slightly toward the table. Tell me, what's your father's name? If he were a regular, I'm sure I'd remember. Alice lowered her gaze slightly, hiding the spark of interest in her eyes as she let Nate speak. Nate kept his calm smile as he held Claire's gaze. Richard, he replied softly. The name seemed to hang in the air for a second as Claire blinked, searching her memory. Claire mouthed the name a few times, moving her lips as if testing the sound. Richard, she murmured until her eyes lit up with recognition. Oh, of course, I remember him. He used to come in quite a lot, about a few months ago. Her expression changed as she looked at Nate with curiosity. Why hasn't he been around lately? Nate lowered his gaze slightly, turning the empty cup between his fingers. He passed away a few months ago, he said softly. Claire's smile immediately faded, replaced by a sad expression as she let out a small sigh. Without thinking, she sat down next to Nate, placing a hand gently on his arm and giving it a soft squeeze in a sincere gesture. I'm so sorry, she said in a low voice. Your father was a good man. Alice tilted her head, a mix of curiosity and caution in her eyes as she watched the gesture before calmly commenting. I'm surprised you remember him, with all the people you must see here every day. Claire let out a small laugh, though her eyes still looked nostalgic as she gently pulled her hand away. I remember Richard because, well, he was particularly handsome, she confessed with a small smile, biting her lip, and because he was one of the few customers who actually cared about my personal life. She leaned back, crossing her arms thoughtfully. Usually, everyone who comes in here just wants to talk about themselves. They tell me their problems, their frustrations, and I like listening, I really do, but with Richard, it was different. He wanted to know how I was doing. Nate's brow furrowed slightly, sadness flickering in his eyes. How much did you talk to him? He asked carefully. Claire smiled with a nostalgic air, staring at a point in the distance before refocusing on them. He basically asked me if I was happy with my life, she explained softly. It might sound strange, but he was direct. He said he noticed I liked helping people, but he wanted to know if I was happy doing it. She passed a hand over her apron, adjusting it as she spoke. I told him I started working as a waitress when I was 16 to help out at home. For a while, I felt frustrated, like I'd never get out of this job. And Richard, he seemed insistent on offering me something more. Alice and Nate exchanged a quick glance, their attention fixed on every word. Did he offer you a job? Alice asked calmly. Claire nodded. Something like that. He didn't give me many details, but he said I'd have to leave town and maybe not come back for a long time, that it would involve a lot of responsibility, but I'd have everything I wanted. She paused, letting out a small, dry laugh. Honestly, it sounded like a scam, you know. A complete stranger telling me I could have everything I wanted if I went with him. But Richard, he had a seriousness about him, he didn't feel like someone trying to take advantage. Nate swallowed, his hands tightening around the cup as Claire continued. I told him no. I was happy with my life now. I love my job. I love being able to listen to people, to help them, to give them a bit of hope on their hard days. That's what motivates me to get up every morning. She sighed softly, lowering her gaze with a hint of sadness. Richard didn't take it badly. He just nodded, a little disappointed, and never brought it up again. After that, he just stopped coming. A brief silence settled over the table as the diner's hum continued in the background, letting Claire's words linger in the air. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Jayjayempi creators' thoughts. 9 comments 0 vote. Chapter 95. If you want to support to continue with the chapters and improve the quality of the language, or read some advanced chapters, please follow me on patreon.com/jjmp. Before they could add anything else, a voice from another table called out to Claire. She turned toward the sound, raising a hand to signal she was coming, then gave them a warm smile. I'm glad you came today. Hope to see you again, guys. With a light touch on Nate's arm and a smile at Alice, she walked away with a quick step. Nate and Alice remained in silence for a few seconds, staring at the empty cup in front of them, before standing up. They paid at the counter, saying a final goodbye with one last glance at Claire, who was already leaning over another table, listening intently to a customer speaking to her with enthusiasm. They left the diner at a calm pace as they walked back to the car. Once inside, they remained silent, watching through the windshield as people came and went from the place. Alice broke the silence, turning slightly toward Nate. Seemed like your dad was trying to recruit her. Nate rested his hands on the steering wheel, eyes fixed forward, before nodding slowly. Yeah, and the job description was really vague. Everything he said sounded too general, like he was avoiding giving her details. He ran a hand through his hair before exhaling, turning his gaze to her. We should talk to someone else from the logbook. We need to make sure this wasn't an isolated case. Alice pulled the notebook from Nate's backpack, opening it on her lap as she flipped through the pages carefully, her golden eyes scanning each page quickly. Let's see, here are a couple of options. A suspicious nurse in Arlington, and a cautious cashier working at a 24-hour store. Nate reached out, flipping through the pages with her until his fingers stopped on a specific entry. He tapped the name lightly with 2 fingers, a soft thud sounding against the paper. No, he said, a determined glint in his eyes. I want to try someone more direct. Alice tilted her head slightly, reading the name aloud softly. Sergey Ivanov. Nate nodded, his gaze fixed on the notes in the margin. Aggressive. Direct. With an incredible fighting instinct, he read softly, almost to himself. Works at a gym about 20 minutes from here. Alice closed the notebook gently, keeping it on her lap as she looked at him calmly. Are you sure you want the next person to be someone with aggressive tendencies? Nate started the engine, his expression calm but with a firmness that Alice was finding increasingly familiar. Yes. I want to see another side of this story, Alice. If my father was really looking for something with these people, I need to understand what he saw in each of them. He turned the wheel, merging into traffic while Alice leaned back in her seat, the notebook resting in her lap. All right, she murmured as she looked out the window. Let's see how direct Sergey Ivanov really is. The hum of the engine filled the air as the car rolled through the streets of DC, the scent of coffee still clinging to their clothes, and the notebook, now heavier than ever, resting in Alice's hands. According to the logbook, Sergey started work later, so they killed some time walking around the streets of DC. They went into a couple of stores hand in hand, enjoying those quiet moments before talking to Sergey. When the time came, they headed to the gym. Nate glanced at Alice as he parked. If you'd rather wait in the car, that's fine. Alice turned her head, her short hair brushing her cheek as she raised an eyebrow. No. I'm coming with you. Nate gave a small smile before stepping out of the car. As they entered, the first things they noticed were the smells of sweat, metal, and rubber flooring. The place felt old school. Free weights, hanging heavy bags, a ring in the center, and large windows that let anyone passing by see people training inside, as if the place fed off that attention. Several people were working out, lifting weights or hitting the bags with sharp punches that echoed through the air. An old radio in the corner played low music, while heavy breathing and the constant thudding filled the room. Nate kept his focus, walking directly toward the reception desk, where a burly man in a sweat-stained tank top was flipping through a notebook while chewing gum. What do you need? He asked without looking up. I'm looking for Sergey Ivanov. The man raised his head with a frown, looking Nate up and down, then glanced at Alice, who stood calmly behind him. You here to collect a debt or something? He asked, annoyed. Nate shook his head, keeping his tone calm. No. I just want to talk to him. The man clicked his tongue before letting out a short, humorless laugh. Today's not the best day, kid. Sergey's in a bad mood, and trust me, you don't want to deal with him when he's like that. Nate held his ground, not stepping back. I still need to talk to him. The man huffed, raising a hand in mock surrender. Your call, kid. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder, pointing toward the ring in the middle of the gym. Nate and Alice followed the direction of his hand, finding a tall, muscular man with short blonde hair, his torso covered in tattoos that stretched as he threw punch after punch. He was beating another man in the ring, each strike landing with a dull thud that cut through the air. The guy in the ring could barely defend himself while Sergey moved with surprising speed for his size, his breathing controlled, his pale eyes locked onto his opponent with an almost animalistic intensity. Alice leaned slightly toward Nate, whispering softly, a spark of caution in her golden eyes. Well, he definitely looks like someone with a fighting instinct. Nate swallowed, his blue eyes locked on Sergey as he analyzed every movement, every punch, every breath. Yeah, he replied, his voice firm as his hands tightened into fists with determination. Now let's see how we get him to talk to us. Sergey ended the fight with a brutal right hook that cracked through the air. The man he was facing collapsed heavily onto the mat, unconscious, as a couple of assistants climbed into the ring to drag him out. Sergey didn't even look at them, breathing calmly as he wiped sweat from his forehead with his forearm, his pale, cold eyes scanning the gym like a satisfied predator. Nate seized the moment and approached the edge of the ring, speaking in a firm tone that rose above the murmurs of punches and the shouts of encouragement from others training. I want to talk to you. Sergey turned his head slowly, his gaze locking onto Nate with a flash of disdain in his eyes. He looked him up and down before spitting to the side. Get lost, kid. I don't waste my time with punks. Nate's jaw tightened, feeling frustration rising in his throat. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm before saying. Did you talk to my father, Richard Winter? For a moment, something seemed to flicker in Sergey's gaze. He looked Nate over again, more carefully this time, before tilting his head with a crooked smile. That pushy idiot who looks like you. He said a bunch of crap before I kicked him out of here. Nate felt anger burning in his chest, but forced himself to keep his composure as he analyzed Sergey. How he stood, how his shoulders remained relaxed yet ready, how his eyes evaluated him with the calm of a lion sizing up a rival before striking. With a sigh, Nate tried to calm himself before insisting. What exactly did my father say to you? Sergey let out a short laugh before spitting to the side again. I got nothing to say to a loser, unless you've got the guts to step into the ring with me. Nate narrowed his eyes, holding Sergey's gaze as he replied. I don't see why that's necessary. Sergey's laughter boomed in the ring, dripping with mockery. Doesn't surprise me, coming from the son of a scrawny loser like your old man. The insult cut through Nate like a whip. He clenched his fists, feeling the heat of anger rising in his face before letting out a snort. Fine, he muttered in a low voice, glancing to the side as he grabbed a pair of gloves resting near the ring. You asked for it. As he put on the gloves, Alice quickly stepped closer, her gaze fixed on him with a worried glint in her golden eyes. Are you sure? I know you're good at fighting, but that guy looks strong, even the logbook says he's got a brutal fighting instinct. Nate gave her a small smile, a spark of excitement mixed with determination in his eyes. I know, he said, tightening the straps on the gloves as he lifted his gaze toward Sergey, who was watching him with that predatory half-smile. But he won't talk until I entertain him a bit. Alice frowned before letting out a resigned sigh, crossing her arms as she stepped back, her eyes never leaving him. Nate stepped into the ring with a single thought in his mind. Let's see what my father was looking for here. He felt the slight creak of the mat under his boots as he adjusted his gloves. One of the assistants raised a hand, giving the signal, and the match began. Nate took his time, raising his guard calmly as he watched Sergey, trying to sense exactly what his father had seen in him. Sergey didn't wait. He lunged forward with fury, almost like an animal, letting out a guttural roar as he unleashed a flurry of punches that sliced through the air with violence. Nate responded with precise dodges and blocks, stepping back slightly, measuring every move as he analyzed his opponent's rhythm. The fight continued with Sergey throwing heavy, brute force punches. Nate, however, didn't throw a single punch, staying on defense as he tried to read him, to decipher the essence of his fighting style. It didn't take long for Nate to realize Sergey was physically stronger than he was. Every blocked punch rattled his arms, and every step Sergey took echoed with crushing weight. At one point, Sergey paused, a mocking smile on his split lips. "What's wrong, kid?" he spat, cracking his neck. "Too scared to throw a punch? Even your girlfriend's bored of watching you act like a coward." Nate frowned and, unable to help himself, glanced at Alice. She was about to storm out the door, but froze when she heard Sergey's words. She let out an exasperated sigh before crossing her arms, looking around with frustration before locking her eyes on the ring. Confused, Nate looked away for a moment, scanning around. That was when, through one of the gym's large windows, he spotted the silhouette of a man dressed in black, standing on a nearby rooftop, silently watching. He squinted, trying to get a better look, but that second of distraction was all it took. Crack! Sergey's fist crashed into his ribs with the precision of a hammer, knocking the air from Nate's lungs. He doubled over slightly, a burning pain clouding his vision, instantly reminding him of the blow he'd taken in the same spot during his encounter with James. The pain forced him back, and in that instant of clarity, he realized something that made his jaw tighten. Sergey knew exactly where to hit. He remembered how, throughout the fight, Sergey seemed to attack the exact spots where Nate's guard was weakest or the sensitive areas he'd neglected in previous fights. His ability wasn't just brute force but an almost animal instinct to find weak points and exploit them without mercy. Critical hits. That was his skill. Nate took a deep breath, straightening up as he pressed a hand against his aching ribs. His pulse pounded in his ears as he lifted his gaze toward Sergey, who was smiling with a twisted grin, his breathing steady. "Ready to give up, little boy?" Sergey taunted. Nate exhaled, letting calm return to his mind as he lowered his guard slightly, letting Sergey think he was weakened. But this time, Nate began analyzing Sergey's breathing, every weight shift, every instant his shoulders tensed before throwing a punch. The Russian lunged again with fury, but Nate had seen the pattern. When Sergey raised his right fist for a hook, Nate slipped to his left, deflecting the punch with his forearm before landing a quick jab to Sergey's jaw, making him stumble back a step. Another attempt, another dodge. This time, Nate ducked, throwing a short hook to Sergey's side, a measured, precise punch aimed at a point that opened for just a second. Punch after punch, Nate began to control the fight's rhythm. Every strike landed at the exact moment Sergey dropped his guard, each impact sounding with a dull thud that echoed through the gym, where some people had stopped to watch. Sergey, surprised, began to lose his composure. His breathing grew heavier, his movements less precise as he tried to respond with the same aggression as before, but Nate had already read his fight. Finally, after a quick exchange, Nate dodged a punch from Sergey and saw his opening. The Russian's guard lifted as he tried to protect his torso, leaving his chin exposed. Nate rotated his hips and launched a clean right hook, straight to the chin. Crack! The punch echoed in the ring as Sergey's head snapped violently to the side. His eyes went blank for a moment before his entire body collapsed backward, hitting the mat with a heavy thud. Sergey lay there, gasping, dazed, his eyes unfocused as he tried and failed to get up. Nate, his chest rising and falling with exertion, looked at him with a mix of exhaustion and determination as he slowly removed his gloves. Now Sergey would have to talk. Nate gave Sergey a few minutes to catch his breath. From the mat, he watched as some of the gym members, still shocked by the fight's outcome, climbed into the ring to help Sergey sit up. Nate calmly removed his gloves, looking at Alice, who had stepped a bit closer to the ring with her arms crossed, her gaze sharp. "What is it?" Nate asked from above. Alice, her expression serious and a slight glint of irritation in her golden eyes, replied quietly. "I smelled something. I'll tell you when we leave." Nate nodded, understanding, turning back to Sergey. The Russian, now leaning against a corner of the ring, chest heaving as he caught his breath, kept his head lowered, letting sweat drip to the floor. The men who had helped him up stepped back, exchanging glances with Nate before leaving the ring, giving them space. Sergey slowly lifted his gaze, his pale eyes meeting Nate's. Instead of anger, a fierce smile appeared on his face, revealing a broken tooth as he wiped his jaw. "No one's ever beaten me like that," he said with a ragged laugh, a mix of respect and adrenaline in his voice. "And with such ease, too. You should join the gym, kid." No one here can fight like that. Nate lowered his guard, breathing steadily as he shook out the tension in his knuckles. I'm just passing through, he replied honestly. But I need to know what my father told you. Sergey sighed, letting his broad shoulders relax, his expression now much calmer, almost reflective. Your dad, Richard, right. Sergey adjusted himself, tilting his head a bit as he searched for the words. I remember him well. His scrawny frame stuck out around here, in the middle of all this muscle. He came by many times, too persistent, if you ask me. He scratched at the stubble on his chin thoughtfully. At first, every time he approached me, I'd tell him to get lost. I didn't have time to listen to a guy like him. But one day, I don't know, I got tired of him coming back and decided to hear him out. Sergey's eyes drifted for a moment, as if seeing a distant memory. He was a smart guy, I'll give him that. He told me he'd seen me fight, said it was clear I didn't have a real challenge. If I wanted to feel a real fight, one that would make my heart race like never before, he could show me real opponents. The only condition was that I had to leave the city and abandon everything here. His voice dropped, tinged with nostalgia. He said it would all be worth it for someone like me, who lived to fight. He paused before giving a bitter smile. And you know what, kid, I was tempted. I haven't felt a good fight in years. I live for this. But. His gaze softened as he looked down at the floor. A few years ago, I met a woman. Now I've got a daughter. I love fighting, but I love them more. Sergey let out a short laugh. I told your old man that. I appreciated the offer, but I couldn't leave my family behind for a fight. He just stood there, looking frustrated, and he never came back. Nate stayed quiet, taking in every word, piecing together everything he had learned. Finally, he took a deep breath and extended a hand to Sergey. Thanks for telling me this. Sergey looked at him before letting out another rough laugh, shaking Nate's hand firmly. Before you leave this city, come fight me again, Winter. I want to see if I can return that punch. Nate gave a small smile. I'll think about it. With that, he stepped down from the ring, feeling the firm floor beneath his boots as he walked over to Alice, who watched him with her arms crossed and a flicker of restrained frustration in her eyes. Have some idea about my story? Comment it and let me know. Jayjayempi Creators Thoughts. 12 comments 0 vote. Chapter 96. If you want to support to continue with the chapters and improve the quality of the language, or read some advanced chapters, please follow me on patreon.com/jjmp. Alice grabbed his arm as soon as he stepped down from the ring, her grip strong enough for Nate to feel it through the sleeve. Let's go, she said quietly, in a tone that allowed no argument. She pulled him out of the gym without looking back, weaving past a few onlookers who still stared at them in astonishment. As they stepped into the cool evening air, the sun already sinking, they quickly made their way to the car, getting in and shutting the doors with a dull thud. Alice barely waited for Nate to start the engine before turning toward him, her golden eyes bright with alertness. I smelled another vampire, she said firmly. Nate, as he started driving, kept his eyes on the road for a moment before replying. I saw him, he said calmly, though a knot of tension was forming in his stomach. On the rooftop next door while I was fighting Sergey. Alice frowned, crossing her arms as she leaned back against the seat. I was going to find out who it was, she muttered, a trace of frustration in her voice, but Sergey forced me to stop when they noticed I was about to leave. Can you describe him? Alice asked quickly, turning her head toward him. Nate kept one hand steady on the wheel as they pulled out of the parking lot. I didn't get a good look. I was focused on the fight, he replied, squinting as he tried to recall. But he was wearing black, and he was blonde. That stood out because his hair clashed with everything else. Alice lowered her gaze, clicking her tongue before letting out a sigh, her shoulders tensing with frustration. It could be anyone, she muttered through clenched teeth. Nate glanced at her, his jaw tight. Do you think it's the same vampire who broke into my house, or the one that's been lurking around at night? Alice looked at him, a flash of anger in her eyes, though it wasn't directed at him, but at the situation. No, she answered firmly, before turning her head to look out the window, watching the passing streetlights. It's not either of those two. This one's new. She ran a hand through her short hair, closing her eyes for a moment before reopening them. But he smells very similar to the one that's been lurking around. The scent isn't identical, but almost. Nate kept his hands on the wheel as they drove, the traffic lights guiding their pace. After a few moments of silence, he spoke. What do you think about all of this? Alice continued staring out the window, the reflections of lights passing through her golden eyes, before she sighed and turned toward him. As for the people in the journal, it's obvious your father was trying to find a specific talent, she said firmly. It's too suspicious that he focused on people who might develop abilities, and the fact that he warned them they'd have to leave their lives behind, it makes me think he planned to turn them. Nate remained silent, chewing over her words while his fingers drummed lightly on the steering wheel. The engine purred beneath them as they turned onto a quieter street. To be honest, he finally said in a low voice, ever since I learned about the knife, I've had my suspicions about a few things. He paused before turning his head to look at her. I just hope I'm wrong. But I need you to be honest with me. He cleared his throat before saying it. Do you think the Volturi are connected to this? Alice tensed, her gaze locking onto his, the reflection of a street lamp illuminating the conflict in her golden eyes. A moment passed before she spoke. The truth is, I've had my own theories, she admitted quietly. The way your parents died, it fits the Volturi's textbook procedures. Nate's eyes narrowed. But what we've discovered in the journal makes me think your father was working for someone, Alice continued. Maybe the Volturi were using him to find talents. It's well known that Arrow always extends invitations to gifted individuals for his guard. Maybe now, instead of waiting for a newborn vampire to show a gift, he's started creating his own. The car fell into silence, the only sound the ticking of the indicator as they turned onto a wider avenue. Nate stared at her, the streetlights casting shadows across his sharp cheekbones. But I thought humans weren't supposed to know about vampires, he said gravely. Why would they ask my father to scout for talents? Alice took a deep breath, glancing away for a moment. The Volturi sometimes use humans for certain things, she explained, a hint of discomfort in her voice. Offering them the bite in return. But, it's hard for me to believe they'd use a human as a talent scout. I can't understand what would have led him to that situation. Nate tightened his grip on the wheel before shaking his head. I don't think that's it, he said firmly. Honestly, after talking with Clare and Sergey, I've seen new sides of my father, but I'm certain he wouldn't have left my mother and me just for the bite. He loved us too much. He sighed, looking out at the road ahead. There must be another explanation. Alice watched him silently before reaching out and placing her hand gently over his, a warm gesture of support. We still have time, she said calmly. We can talk to more people from the journal, see if they know anything. Nate shook his head, dropping his gaze for a moment. I doubt we'll get anything more from the journal, at least not until I figure out the last entry. He looked up, his expression hardening. Now we need to focus on those vampires who've been watching us. Alice frowned slightly, pulling her hand back as she looked out the window, tension in her posture. I don't understand why they haven't approached, she said, her voice low but tinged with irritation. If they intended to attack, they would have done it by now. They should know I can't fight properly while protecting you. Nate reflected in silence, letting the engine's hum fill the air between them as the city slid past outside the windows. Maybe, he finally said, his voice serious, they're waiting for us to make a move. They both fell silent, the night's lights casting dancing shadows across the windshield, while thoughts began to take shape in Nate's mind. Nate kept his eyes on the road as the car moved forward, the dashboard lights softly illuminating his face. He exhaled slowly before breaking the silence. Do you think these watchers are with the Volturi? Alice turned her gaze from the window to him, her golden eyes glowing under the soft light. At least they aren't part of any guard I know, she replied honestly, though her brow remained slightly furrowed. But, I'm not ruling it out yet. Nate gripped the wheel before letting out a tired sigh. Can't you see them in the future? He asked, a mix of curiosity and concern in his tone. Alice shook her head, her lips pressed tightly together. No, she said, frustration lacing her voice. My visions go dark about a week and a few days into the future. After that, I can't see anything. She looked out the windshield, the glow of a headlight reflecting in her eyes. But before that, it's like they haven't decided to approach yet. As if, just watching is enough for them. Nate stayed silent, processing her words as the engine purred beneath them. After a few seconds, he spoke. The safest option would be to contact Carlisle, he said firmly. To send someone to support us. Alice tilted her head slightly, waiting for him to continue. But with Jasper and Emmett out hunting Victoria, Nate continued, it would be risky for them to have fewer people in Forks in case something happens. Alice nodded slowly, her fingers playing with the edge of her sweater. Maybe, Nate murmured, the vampires will decide to approach. I don't think they intend to hurt us. And if it turns out to be the Volturi, we'll follow the plan we discussed with Carlyle. We'll have to admit we're a couple and that, you plan to turn me. Alice fell silent, processing his words, before speaking softly. If it's the Volturi, Nate, we'd only be buying time, she said gently but with firm eyes. If it's them, those two vampires are scouts. They'll report back to Arrow, and Arrow will want to read our minds. She paused, looking down. And he'll see through the lie. Nate gently turned the car down a quieter alley, turned off the engine, and turned to her, taking her hand warmly. If it's them, he said calmly, looking into her eyes, then, I'll take the bite. Alice looked at him, surprised, her lips parting before she whispered. And what about your grandmother? Your human friends? Nate looked at her calmly, his clear eyes full of quiet resolve. Since I decided I wanted to be with you, he said softly, I had already accepted that it would have to happen eventually. His lips curved into a sad smile. I just hoped I could delay it for a few years. I didn't want to leave my grandmother alone so soon. Alice's gaze softened as she leaned in and kissed him slowly, her hand resting on his cheek. I'm sorry, she murmured against his lips. Being a vampire is the only thing I've ever known. Sometimes I forget how hard it must be for a human to leave all that behind. Nate smiled softly, resting his forehead against hers. We're getting ahead of ourselves, he said with a hint of humor. You said it yourself, they haven't decided to approach yet. Maybe they're just passing vampires, worried about seeing you with a human you haven't eaten. Alice let out a soft laugh, though her concern didn't completely fade. Maybe. Nate leaned back in his seat, looking at the streetlights. I think it's time we go back to my parents' house, he said calmly. We can fix it up while I sort out the last journal entry. If the vampires decide to approach, we'll talk to them. Whether they're Volturi or just nomads, we'll handle it. He turned to her again, taking her hand once more. For now, focus on trying to see them in a vision. Alice looked at him, squeezing his hand softly, before nodding with determination as the engine roared back to life, carrying them back to the winter home, to a house that still held the ghosts of the past, where the future, uncertain and sharp, waited for them with every breath they took. 7 comments 0 vote. Chapter 97. If you want to support to continue with the chapters and improve the quality of the language, or read some advanced chapters, please follow me on patreon.com/jayjayempi. They arrived back at the winter house the following day, along with the first rays of light. Alice paused at the entrance before turning the doorknob, taking a deep breath. Her golden eyes focused on nothing for a moment before she nodded softly. It doesn't look like anyone came back inside, she said quietly. Nate let out a sigh of relief, dropping his backpack to the floor as he scanned the foyer, the walls still lined with old family photographs. It confirmed something important. The vampires lurking around them weren't the same ones who had broken into the house. Without wasting time, they got to work. They cleaned the dust from every corner, fixed squeaky doors, removed old sheets, and began putting everything back in its place. Sometimes they worked in silence, other times, they exchanged jokes while carrying boxes, finding a quiet rhythm that filled each room with warmth. Days began to pass with that slow routine. The air in the house started to feel alive again, as if every bucket of clean water and every piece of furniture set in place brought back fragments of what had once been a home full of laughter. But as the days grew longer, Nate started to notice something else. Alice's eyes were darkening more and more, the gold shifting into a deep honey tone, almost black, a silent reminder that her thirst was growing stronger. He saw it in the way her breath would catch sometimes when he walked by, or in the way her eyes would focus on his neck before she blinked and looked away. When they finally finished organizing, the house looked different, yet familiar. They bought some new furniture and changed the curtains, but the place still held the essence of how it was when Nate lived there with his parents. The photos remained in place, the rooms still smelled of wood, and every corner was filled with memories that blended with a fragile but warm present. Nate walked over to Alice, who was sitting on the living room couch with her elbows resting on her knees, staring out the window. She looked distracted, her dark pupils glinting with a shade only Nate could recognize. Is something wrong? He asked gently, sitting beside her. Alice blinked before looking at him, a faint shimmer of doubt in her eyes. In my latest visions, she began quietly, I see them. 2 vampires, always lurking around the nearby streets, on the rooftops, outside, her lips pressed together in discomfort. But they never, in any vision did they decide to approach, at least not in the last few days before my visions suddenly go dark. Nate frowned, processing every word as he placed his hand over hers in support. Do you think they'll decide to stay away? He asked, his voice calm but laced with caution. Alice looked away before nodding, a flash of worry crossing her face. I'm scared that they're waiting for me to go hunting, she admitted honestly. We haven't been apart for a minute since we arrived in DC. Maybe, if I do, they'll try to approach while I'm gone, when I can't protect you. Nate fell silent for a moment, watching as the sunset light streamed through the freshly cleaned windows, bathing the wooden floor in warmth. He wrapped an arm around her, gently pulling her closer before letting out a sigh. I'm sorry, he said softly. These past few days, I've been thinking that, maybe we should go back to Forks. We can be together there with less danger. Emmett and Jasper will take care of Victoria, and we could go back and just enjoy a quieter life. His fingers slid along Alice's arm as he kept his eyes on her. I felt like I needed to resolve this part of my past, but the more I find out, the more complicated everything feels. And, my parents wouldn't have wanted me to cling to the past like this. Alice smiled tenderly before standing up from the couch. She moved carefully, sitting on his lap, wrapping her arms around him while resting her forehead against his. I'd like to go back to Forks too, she confessed in a whisper. A few hours ago, I got another message from Emmett. He said they're already in Seattle, and they believe Victoria is still there since several people have gone missing. It seems she's overfeeding for some reason. If I go back to Forks, Carlisle and Rosalie could go help them. Once I'm there, I can focus solely on her, and she wouldn't catch us off guard. Nate nodded slowly, gently caressing her waist. Maybe it's for the best, he murmured. After all, the only lead we have here is those vampires who won't approach us, and the last entry in the journal, his voice trailed off as he lowered his gaze. It's too incoherent. It only talks about random bars and other things that don't make sense. I feel like my dad was agitated when he wrote it, mixing in various things about Quileute legends. Alice tilted her head, curiosity in her dark eyes. What kind of things? You never told me you deciphered the last entry. Nate raised an eyebrow as a faint smile crossed his face. It mentioned something about wolves, he explained with a tone that mixed doubt and resignation. I think he was talking about the Quileute. Alice fell silent for a few seconds before gently shaking her head, as if dismissing any theory that had come to mind. Nate smiled, resting his forehead against hers while his hands slid up her back. Before we leave, we should at least try kissing a bit, he joked, a spark of mischief in his eyes. That seems to attract them. Alice let out a soft, amused laugh, looking at him with complicity. Nate leaned in to kiss her, a gesture she returned, letting their lips meet in a warm, deep touch filled with affection and relief. But after a few seconds, Alice placed both hands on his chest, gently pulling away as her eyes darkened with a glint of frustration. I really want to keep going now, but I can't, she admitted, lowering her gaze with a slight tremor in her voice. The thirst is too strong, and your scent is becoming more and more tempting. They stayed in silence for a few moments, breathing in the tension-filled air as their eyes met again. Alice's eyes suddenly seemed to unfocus, drifting off to a distant point. Alice? Nate asked, a thread of alert in his voice. Alice's lips parted, an expression of disbelief crossing her face as her pupils refocused on him. It almost feels like a joke, she murmured, her whisper filled with astonishment. It looks like they decided to approach tonight. Nate stayed silent for a moment, surprised, processing her words. Tonight? He asked in disbelief. Alice nodded slowly, her brow furrowed. Yes. They just decided, she explained, her gaze fixed on an invisible point. It seems the days they spent watching us in this house made them impatient. Silence settled between them as Nate reflected, letting each beat of his heart set the pace of his thoughts. Finally, he sighed, lifting his gaze toward her. What do you want to do? He asked calmly, though tension laced his voice. I'll leave the decision to you. Alice looked away, her pupils scanning the room as she weighed each possibility. I think they're just nomads, she murmured after a moment. I don't recognize them, and they're not wearing Volturi guard clothes in my visions. If they were from the guard, they would have approached by now. She seemed to consider it more carefully, intertwining her fingers over her knees before looking at him again. I think we should talk to them, she said firmly. They've been too focused on our movements, they must know something. At worst, they're just curious nomads. Nate raised an eyebrow, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Not all vampires are like James, Alice continued softly, reading his thoughts. Not all attack other vampires without reason. A conversation will be enough, and maybe we can find out more. Nate gave a slight nod, accepting the logic in her words. All right, he murmured. We'll talk to them. Alice took a deep breath, even if she didn't need it, before adding seriously. But if it turns out they aren't a lead, I think it'll be better if we leave, she said, her eyes fixed on his. We're pushing our luck too far here, Nate. In Forks, we can help capture Victoria. With that thought in mind, all they could do was wait until nightfall. Nate and Alice stayed in the living room, sitting so close their knees nearly touched. The air was thick with a heavy silence, the kind that roars in your ears until it becomes unbearable. Nate played with his knife, spinning it between his fingers with precise movements, the metal casting faint glints under the soft light coming through the window. His gaze was fixed on the glass, but he wasn't really seeing anything, caught in thoughts swinging like a pendulum as the hours stretched on. Beside him, Alice sat with her eyes closed, so still she seemed like a statue. Her hands, clasped over her knees, didn't move, and sometimes her brows would twitch with a slight tremor, as if tracking something on the edge of her visions. Every so often, her throat would tense, swallowing air she didn't need, containing the thirst and tension accumulating in the room. They stayed like that for hours, as daylight faded, painting the walls with golden flashes that turned into long shadows. Outside, the last murmurs of the city faded, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling the branches against the windows and the heavy tick of a distant clock marking each second. When twilight filled every corner of the house, Nate stood up calmly and walked to the switch, turning on a single lamp in the living room. The light was warm, flickering, casting a faint circle around them like an island in the middle of the darkness. A silent invitation. Nate returned to the couch, letting the knife slip between his fingers one last time before tucking it into the inner pocket of his jacket, making sure it was hidden but ready. His eyes met Alice's, which had opened abruptly, glinting with a spark of alert that only he had learned to read. Time seemed to slow. Minutes stretched with a tension that tightened their shoulders, each creak of the houses wood sounding like a blow. Nate held his breath as he heard a faint gust of wind slip through the chimney. His pulse grew heavy, steady, pounding in his throat. Suddenly, Alice stood with a speed that made the air vibrate. They're close, she murmured, her low voice barely audible in the silence. Nate felt a jolt in his stomach as his hand slid inside his jacket, brushing against the knife handle to ensure it was within reach. He didn't take his eyes off the door, though the silence was so thick he could hear his own breathing. A dull thud echoed from the upper floor. Nate raised an eyebrow, letting out a slow exhale, his voice tinged with dry irony. Of course, they wouldn't knock. Alice moved with restrained speed, stepping in front of him in a reflexive act of protection. Her stance was firm, every muscle tensed, her eyes glinting with a light that seemed to ignite like an internal fire. Without looking at each other, they both stood on guard as a heavy silence claimed the room. The sound of footsteps began to descend from Nate's room, each creak of the floorboards echoing deeply through the house. The steps were slow, deliberate, confident, each one falling with a rhythm that exuded assurance and an unsettling boldness, like a predator who knew it didn't need to hurry. Nate felt his breathing slow, his senses sharpening as he kept his eyes on the stair railing. He could sense Alice's presence beside him like a magnetic field, ready to stand between him and any threat if necessary. Finally, the figures emerged from the shadows on the stairs. They were two men. The first was blond, so pale his skin looked like wax lit by the faint light, with an almost translucent glow that gave him a ghostly aura. His movements were precise, with a cold elegance that resembled a mannequin brought to life. His red eyes glowed like burning coals as he stepped down each stair, first observing Alice with a spark of recognition before turning his gaze to Nate. The second man had short, neatly styled black hair, with a barely there, almost mocking smile on his lips. His gaze radiated confidence, with a touch of amusement, as if he was enjoying every step he took through the house. He walked with his hands in his pockets, inspecting every detail with an unsettling calm. Both wore old-fashioned black clothing, thick wool jackets, buttoned-up shirts, dark pants that looked like they belonged to another era, yet with a naturalness that made it clear these outfits were part of them, not a costume. The only thing breaking the stillness of their figures was their glowing red eyes, devouring the room with their gaze. With each step, Nate noticed how they looked at the photographs on the walls, the new curtains, the wooden details on the frames and shelves. They did so with genuine interest, tilting their heads occasionally as if assessing each fragment of the life that had once existed there. If they're pretending they've never been here, they're doing it too well, Nate thought, feeling the pounding of his pulse in his temples, his hand always near the knife, every fiber of his body ready to react. The blonde one stopped a few steps from Alice, tilting his head as if he could see something in her that the rest of the world couldn't. Then, he turned his face to Nate, pausing with a calculated glint in his eyes. With a faint smile, his lips parted, and he spoke, his deep accent wrapping each word in a calm mockery. It seems the apple didn't fall far from the tree, Stefan. The silence that followed was so dense it could be cut with a knife. The air filled with electricity, charged with something yet undefined, as Nate kept his gaze fixed on those unblinking red eyes, with the certainty that, in a single second, everything could change. 18 comments 0 vote. Chapter 98. If you want to support to continue with the chapters and improve the quality of the language, or read some advanced chapters, please follow me on patreon.com/jayjayempi. Nate kept his gaze fixed on the blonde-haired vampire, his fingers discreetly brushing against the handle of the knife hidden in his pocket. The silence between them felt like a taut wire. Stefan raised an eyebrow before letting out a low, dry laugh, like the rustle of dead leaves. So I see, Vladimir. Apparently, Richard lied to us. The name hit Nate in the gut with brutal force, making him take an involuntary step forward, his lips parting slightly, disbelief etched across his face. Alice, who remained in front of him in a protective stance, turned her head slightly, her dark eyes blinking with recognition as she murmured. Vladimir and Stefan, are you the survivors of the Romanian coven? Vladimir rolled his eyes, letting out a sigh heavy with weariness as he crossed his arms with almost theatrical flair. Survivor isn't exactly a word I care for. Stefan chuckled softly, that sharp-edged amusement marking his tone as he cast a mocking glance at his companion. At least we're still relevant among our kind, Vladimir. Then his eyes shifted with feline agility toward Alice, scanning her from head to toe before he tilted his head, his voice tinged with rough curiosity. And what coven do you come from, girl? Alice pressed her lips together, her shoulders tensing with distrust, but she took a breath before answering firmly. From the Cullen coven. For a moment, silence was filled with a spark of recognition before Vladimir's eyes widened with a mixture of surprise and enthusiasm. Ah, of course. Carlyle, he said, as if savoring the name on his tongue. It's been centuries since I last heard of him, not since he walked away from that Italian filth. He spat out the last word with such disdain that venom laced his voice, waving a hand dismissively. Nate, his breathing steady and his mind racing, quietly slipped the knife from inside his jacket, keeping it hidden but ready, before asking in a low, hard voice. How do you know my father? Stefan tilted his head, almost curious, his amused smile returning as his red eyes flickered to Nate's hand. Your father and we were partners, he said, testing the word lightly. For some years now, isn't that right, Vladimir? Vladimir shrugged indifferently, his scarlet eyes glinting as he inspected a family portrait on the wall. I'm not entirely sure how much time has passed, to be honest. Time is a flexible concept for us. Alice turned slightly toward Nate, her hand calmly reaching out to touch his arm, giving him a look urging him to lower his guard, if only a little. Her eyes carried a warning, but also calm. Nate, she said softly, loud enough for the Romanians to hear, they're Vladimir and Stefan, the former leaders of the Romanian coven. One of the oldest covens before the Volturi destroyed them. Her gaze moved from Vladimir to Stefan, carefully assessing them before returning to Nate. If they haven't attacked us, it's because that's not why they're here. Alice kept her hand on Nate's arm, her black eyes, darkened by thirst, fixed on the Romanians cautiously. She took a breath, though she didn't need it, before speaking calmly. The Romanian coven, it was one of the largest, Nate. Centuries ago, before the Volturi rose. Stefan smiled, and it was a cold sort of nostalgia, like the taste of ash on the tongue. We were kings, he said softly, his voice almost trembling with the memory. Vladimir turned his eyes toward his companion, raising an eyebrow with dry irony as he corrected. Gods, Stefan. We ruled over all for a millennium. The gleam in his red eyes sharpened, a flicker of wounded pride mixed with ancient rage as he crossed his legs elegantly. Alice nodded, though cautiously, finishing in a barely audible voice. Until the Volturi overthrew them. Since then, only they remain. The atmosphere tightened. A dark pulse ran through the room as the two Romanian vampires exchanged a look, their faces hardening at those words. Stefan's lips tightened with distaste while Vladimir tilted his head, his eyes fixed on Alice with an unsettling gleam. Without invitation, both sat down on the sofa across from Nate and Alice, as if they still had the right to occupy any space they entered. Stefan propped an elbow on the back of the sofa with casual air while Vladimir leaned forward, hands clasped, gaze intense. Now that you know who we are, Vladimir began in an authoritative tone, letting the tension settle between each word, I believe it's a good time for you to introduce yourself. Richard never told us your name, Stefan added immediately, with the same cadence, his tone loaded with curiosity as he tilted his head slightly, assessing Nate with predatory eyes. Nate took a deep breath, his fingers tightening around the hidden knife as he forced himself to remain calm. His jaw tightened before he answered firmly. Nathaniel Winter. His eyes moved between the two of them before locking in with wary distrust, his voice making it clear he wouldn't yield so easily. Now, I want to know how you knew my father. The Romanians exchanged a look, sharing a smile that was both complicit and mocking. Vladimir leaned back into the sofa while Stefan toyed with a loose thread on his jacket, and in unison, they began to speak with that unsettling cadence that completed each other unnaturally. Before we start telling stories, Stefan began, in a tone almost kind. It would be polite to put that knife somewhere it can't do harm, Vladimir finished, leaning toward Nate as his smile widened. Nate's heart jumped in his chest, his eyes widening slightly as his fingers clenched around the knife's handle. The air seemed to grow colder as a spark of alarm passed between him and Alice. How do you know about the knife? Nate asked, his voice tinged with disbelief, unable to maintain the calm facade for a moment. Stefan let out a low, dry laugh, looking up at the ceiling with an almost theatrical gesture. We recognize the scent, he said, his smile twisting into a naramused smirk. After all, Vladimir continued, leaning closer toward Nate, his eyes glinting with dark amusement, it smells a bit like the vampire we used to create it. The silence that followed was absolute. A heavy, dense heartbeat filled the room as the air seemed to drain away. Nate felt the world stop for an instant, unable to fully process what they had just said. Alice, beside him, had gone utterly still, her eyes so dark they looked like bottomless pits, fixed on the two vampires before them, her lips parting with a gasp laden with repulsion and fear. The ticking of the clock on the wall thundered like a drum amid that moment, marking the pulse of a tension that threatened to snap with a single movement. Nate exhaled, feeling the weight of the tension that had formed in the room as his hand, with visible reluctance, released the knife. He walked over to the nearby dresser, placing it on top, out of reach, the metal catching a final glint before lying still. I suppose what they say is true, he murmured, bitterness in his voice as he looked back at the Romanians. No other vampire knew about this knife until now. The Romanians looked at each other before letting out a low laugh, a dry humor reverberating against the walls of the house. He's a clever boy, this Nathaniel, Vladimir remarked with a crooked smile, the deliberate use of the full name marking each syllable with a hint of mocking respect. Very clever, Stefan added, crossing one leg over the other with satisfied air. Nate held their gaze boldly before walking back, taking a seat across from them. The sofa creaked slightly under his weight, but he didn't flinch. Alice positioned herself beside him, almost like a protective shadow, though her dark eyes never left the Romanians. There was a moment of stillness, like a held breath before a storm, before the Romanians settled into the sofa as if they were the hosts of a house that wasn't theirs. Vladimir began, each word heavy with the weight of ancient history. Throughout the centuries, Nathaniel, we have sought ways to destroy our enemies. The Volturi, Stefan continued immediately, his voice dripping with disdain, the name itself seeming to taint the air. Arrow, Keys, and Marcus, names that will haunt us for the rest of eternity, until we finally destroy them. Their red eyes seemed to burn with the echo of that ancient hatred, a hatred so deep that even time had failed to dull it. We tried everything to eliminate them, Vladimir explained, waving a hand with a graceful gesture devoid of hope. Traps, ambushes, even entire armies. Stefan let out a humorless laugh as he added. All of it failed. Silence fell for a second before Vladimir resumed, his gaze fixed on a distant point, as if seeing scenes drenched in fire and ash. Perhaps our most notable attempt was when we created an army of newborns. We thought we'd have the advantage, with the strength and hunger of hundreds of young vampires on our side. But we hadn't counted on the Volturi having prepared their own hand, Stefan added, his voice lower now, almost a growl. They had acquired their champions, Vladimir said, his gaze reflecting bitterness. They're monsters, Stefan corrected with disgust, his lips curling with distaste. Those repulsive twins. Nate leaned forward, his pulse drumming in his ears as he absorbed every word. With just those two, and a handful of others, they shredded our army, Vladimir explained, each word landing like a hammer in the tension-laden air. Stefan nodded slowly, his hands clasped over his knee as the past reflected in his red eyes. In the end, only the two of us survived, he said firmly, watching, learning. Vladimir continued immediately, without pause. And slowly, the Volturi began to acquire more champions. First, the twins. Then Felix, Stefan added, frowning, who they say is unbeatable in combat. Vladimir let out a low, humorless laugh, his fangs barely visible. And then that disgusting bloodhound they send after us every few years. Alice couldn't help but interrupt, her voice slicing through the air as the name slipped from her lips, laden with anxiety. Dmitri. The name triggered an immediate reaction in the two Romanians. Vladimir tilted his head with disdain while Stefan let out a low growl, as if the word left a bitter taste on his tongue. Ah, yes, Dmitri, Vladimir said with contempt. Arrow's tracker, his loyal pet. A hound that never tires of chasing us, Stefan completed, a glint of restrained fury in his eyes. Even now, every decade or two, they send him to check if we're still alive. Nate leaned forward, frustration creeping into his voice. And what does any of this have to do with my father? The silence broke with a deep, dry laugh from Vladimir, who threw his head back before looking at Nate with amusement in his red eyes. Patience, Nathaniel, he said mockingly, like a teacher reprimanding an impatient student. Every story deserves to be told in its proper order. Stefan settled back into the sofa, letting the back creak heavily before continuing, picking up where they had left off. We learned from the Volturi that among our kind, sometimes these gifts manifest, he explained, raising a hand and turning it in a vague gesture. Unique abilities, perceptions, tracking, among others. But finding a vampire with a useful gift is almost impossible, Vladimir added, resentment in every word. The Volturi have had extreme luck with that, collecting talents like children collect toys. Stefan's eyes darkened with a shadow of frustration as he spoke. We tried it ourselves. We sought out useful individuals, turned random humans, hoping to awaken a gift in one of them. We even tried with ourselves, Vladimir continued, his voice dripping with bitter sarcasm. We tried, to force it, to find a spark that would make us different. But nothing. Stefan shook his head, resignation etched into his marble features. It was all in vain. For a moment, the two fell silent, as if feeling the weight of centuries of failed attempts and forgotten massacres. After a millennium of failing in everything we tried, Vladimir resumed, his voice heavy, we decided it was best to wait. To wait for someone, someday, to rise against the Volturi, Stefan finished with a crooked smile. And to be there to see it happen, and to ensure they fall. Nate swallowed, his breathing ragged as he tried to understand what any of this had to do with his father in this millennia-old story of hatred and revenge. So we continued our existence, Vladimir said with a sweeping gesture of his hands, traveling, feeding, staying under the radar. Until, a few years ago, Stefan continued, a spark of dark humor in his eyes, we were feeding in a nearby city. Some people died, of course, Vladimir added indifferently. These things happen. Stefan shrugged with an almost theatrical sigh. Much later we learned that a client of Richard's had been accused of killing one of those humans we had consumed. But to us, it didn't matter, Vladimir continued with a sneer. Humans always find someone to blame. However, Stefan added, his smile fading as his gaze turned serious, Richard didn't leave it at that. Vladimir clicked his tongue, recalling the detail with amusement. He started investigating us. Stefan raised an eyebrow, a mixture of respect and disbelief crossing his expression. And we didn't even notice. Vladimir let out a low laugh. We have a habit of not staying in one place for long, Nathaniel. It's the only way to avoid the Volturi's hound. But Richard, Stefan leaned forward, his voice filled with an odd respect. He didn't give up. Somehow, he managed to find us, Vladimir continued, almost impressed. In another city, months later. Stefan narrowed his eyes, a small smile at the corners of his lips. He managed to ambush us, Nathaniel. With a group of armed humans. Vladimir let out a dry chuckle, as if remembering a private joke. We killed them all easily, of course. But Richard, Stefan continued, now with a glint of genuine admiration in his red eyes. Richard was different. Vladimir nodded slowly, almost solemnly. He was the only one who knew exactly what we were, although he called us, cold ones. Nate blinked, a shiver running down his spine as the puzzle pieces about his father began falling into place. He must have discovered it like I did, through the Quileute stories, he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. He impressed us, Vladimir confessed, resting an elbow on the back of the sofa as he spun a ring between his fingers, lost in thought. Your father, Nathaniel, was different. A human who thought, Stefan finished with a crooked smile. So instead of killing him, we invited him to join us. Vladimir raised an eyebrow, gauging Nate's reaction. The young man tensed, the muscles in his jaw tightening as he held his breath. But Richard refused. Stefan continued, a note of disappointment in his voice. We insisted, of course. We couldn't turn too many without drawing attention, but finding someone with his potential, it was a treasure. We were elated. Vladimir let out a soft laugh, remembering an ancient triumph. But he kept saying he didn't want to leave his family behind, that he didn't want to lose his humanity, though he admitted he was afraid. Nate's eyes burned, his hands curling into fists, knuckles white, a dull beat pounding at his temples. So we gave him two choices, Nathaniel, Stefan said, his tone so casual it made the skin crawl. Join us. Or die right then and there, Vladimir finished coldly, letting the words drop like stones into the room. Bastards, Nate muttered through gritted teeth, trembling with fury. Vladimir noticed his red eyes sliding to Nate's clenched fists, but he ignored them with cruel indifference as he continued. But your father, always a resourceful man, proposed a third option. Stefan smiled with a touch of respect. He offered to find someone else for us, someone useful. Nate looked up, his breathing ragged. And you accepted? He asked incredulously. Of course, we didn't fully believe him, Vladimir replied, rolling his eyes in annoyance. But his logic was sound, and the idea of a human hunting talents for us amused us. So we gave him a year, Stefan added, leaning forward with his hands clasped. A year to find someone worthy. Why didn't you just turn him by force? Nate spat bitterly. Why didn't you just take him? Vladimir looked at him, the red gleam in his pupil flickering, as if speaking to a child who didn't grasp the obvious. What use is a forcibly turned fledgling to us? He said with disdain. Allies are chosen, Nathaniel, not manufactured. A convert turned against their will is a potential enemy. Stefan nodded slowly, an echo of truth in his eyes. We needed a partner, not a problem. Silence settled in the room for a moment, broken only by the hum of the lamp and Nate's quickening heartbeat. And your father kept his word, Vladimir resumed, a wolfish smile appearing on his face. In that year, he tracked down several humans with potential, with these gifts we've spoken of. But, Stefan raised a finger, waving it theatrically, none of them agreed. All with their excuses, Vladimir made a mocking gesture with his hand. Family, fear, morality, human nonsense. Richard didn't press further, Stefan continued, with a grimace of annoyance. Even though we pressured him. And when the deadline came, Vladimir continued, a dangerous glint in his eyes, we confronted him. Nate leaned forward, holding his breath, ready to hear how they had killed his father. But, Stefan smiled, a spark of respect in his gaze. What he had accomplished in that year was impressive. His research, the names he found, the trails. He was too good to kill, Vladimir concluded with a shrug. So we gave him a final challenge. The air seemed to crackle with tension, Nate's eyes fixed on them. In this very city, Stefan said, his voice heavy enough to chill the bones, we heard there was a child of the moon. A being like us, immortal, Vladimir added, but under the full moon, stronger, faster, immune to vampire gifts. Nate sat up abruptly, comprehension flashing in his eyes. That was in the last entry of his journal, he murmured. I thought he meant the Quileute. Alice, who had remained silent until then, whispered in disbelief, her dark eyes wide. Children of the moon are extinct, Keys hunted them for centuries. Vladimir chuckled, a low, dark sound. Ah, Keys, he said with disdain, that fanatic has spent centuries trying to wipe them out. Stefan tilted his head, a mocking glint in his eyes. But as always, the Volturi are too busy playing kings, to see the cracks in their own world. Since we couldn't stay long in the city, Stefan continued, his gaze fixed on the dim room, we offered Richard a deal. He would find the child of the moon for us, Vladimir went on, crossing his arms as a half-smile appeared on his face, and with that, we'd be even. Nate swallowed, eyes locked on them, a chill running down his spine. Richard accepted, Stefan said with a slight shrug, albeit reluctantly. We understood, Vladimir added, a mocking glint in his eyes. After all, it isn't easy to hunt something that can kill you with its bare hands. Why? Nate forced himself to speak, his voice low but firm. Why didn't you go after this, child of the moon yourselves? The Romanians exchanged a quick glance before letting out soft laughter, a low sound that filled the room with tension. Because we already tried, Nathaniel, Stefan explained patiently. We heard rumors that one of them was in this city. But every time we got close, Vladimir gestured with his hand as if vanishing into thin air. It disappeared. Stefan leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a rough whisper. Children of the moon have a keener sense of smell than we do. They detect our presence from miles away. The moment it sensed us, it hid. So we needed someone invisible to him, Vladimir concluded, a cold glint in his gaze. A human, who could get close with a blade. Nate frowned, his fingers drumming on his knee as he processed every word. The blade, he murmured. Stefan nodded slowly, his wolfish smile barely visible in the shadows. Curious, isn't it? Children of the moon, even in human form, have skin nearly as tough as ours. And they are much stronger than an average human, Vladimir added, a note of respect in his voice. But not invulnerable. That's why we gave Richard the blade, Stefan explained, crossing one leg over the other with casual ease. Not to kill him. But to present himself in our name, Vladimir finished, letting the words sink in. A symbol that he came with our word. After all, Stefan tilted his head. The Volturi nearly exterminated their kind. So, Nathaniel, Vladimir raised an eyebrow. We had a common enemy. Nate ran a hand through his hair, breathing heavily, his mind spinning as each piece clicked into place. The Romanians watched him silently, letting the ticking of the room's clock punctuate the charged air. And, what happened next? Nate asked, his voice barely a whisper. Stefan shrugged. We gave Richard the task, and we left. We agreed to meet him in another city, Vladimir added, frowning slightly. He was to report his progress. Stefan inhaled, though he didn't need to. But the appointed day came. And Richard never showed up. Nate felt something cold twist in his stomach, the echo of his father's loneliness in his final days hitting him hard. Later, we learned he had died, Vladimir continued, his tone suddenly somber. So we kept moving, Stefan said, a spark of weariness in his voice. We roamed this country for months, leaving no traces, evading the Volturi's hound. But eventually, Vladimir looked him in the eyes, an unyielding gleam in his red gaze. We decided to return. Stefan leaned forward, a faint glint of anticipation in his eyes. We wanted to find out what happened to our partner. And we found, Vladimir continued, a smile that did little to ease the tension in the room, his son. Stefan narrowed his eyes, studying Nate intently. With a vampire, in his own house. The silence stretched until it broke as suddenly as it came. You know, Stefan said, letting the words hang as he leaned back on the couch, a faint smile on his lips, your father shared an interesting theory with us, Nathaniel. Vladimir adjusted the collar of his black coat, tilting his head slightly as he added. He discovered it while researching the family trees of people he found interesting. The red eyes of both gleamed with intrigue as they spoke, like two ravens sharing an ancient secret. The abilities, Stefan continued, drumming his fingers on the arm of the couch, those oddities that manifest in some humans. They are incredibly rare, Vladimir finished calmly, appearing as traits that often go unnoticed. Stefan smiled, a single fang glinting coldly. But there is an even rarer phenomenon. A phenomenon that, Vladimir squinted in amusement, caught our attention. Sometimes, Nathaniel, Stefan said, emphasizing each word, only sometimes. Those traits are inherited. Vladimir let the words sink into Nate's mind, heavy in the charged darkness of the room. Nate felt his breathing quicken, his hands clenching on his knees as he processed every word. If a person with a marked trait has a child, Stefan continued, moving his hands as he spoke, there is a small chance. A very small chance, truly, Vladimir added with a smirk, that the child inherits the trait. Stefan lowered his voice to a near whisper. But when it happens, the trait is stronger than in the parent, Vladimir said it with a satisfied smile, as if savoring the weight of that truth. The clock gave a sharp tick in the room. That is why, Stefan continued, leaning forward, when we found out Richard had a son. We asked if you were special too, Vladimir concluded, his red eyes fixed on Nate's. Alice tensed behind him, placing a protective hand on his shoulder. And, what did he tell you? Nate asked, his voice low, tense. Stefan and Vladimir exchanged a look, sharing a flicker of amusement. Richard didn't hesitate, Stefan said with a hint of mockery. To tell us no, Vladimir continued, rolling his eyes, that you were just an ordinary boy. Stefan let out a dry laugh. But, he drew out the word, that doubt lingered. Vladimir nodded slowly. And then, when we returned to this city, and saw you, with the vampire, Stefan finished, his eyes on Alice, a curious gleam in them. You raised our alarms, Nathaniel. The silence grew heavy in the room, the air nearly vibrating as Nate felt his pulse pounding in his temples. Then we saw you, Vladimir went on with a cold smile, decipher your father's journal. Stefan leaned forward, a shadow of respect in his red eyes. That notebook, he said, his voice tinged with frustration, we held it ourselves when Richard shared his findings. And we couldn't decipher it. Vladimir gestured with his hand, almost resigned. And we've had millennia of existence. Stefan tilted his head. But you did. Nate felt a shiver run down his spine as Alice gripped his shoulder more firmly. Your father was brilliant, like you, Stefan said, his tone strangely solemn. But in other ways, Vladimir added, lowering his voice as he crossed his arms, he was average. Their eyes gleamed in unison as Stefan concluded. We saw you, Nathaniel. Vladimir let out a soft laugh. You easily defeated that other human. Stefan raised an eyebrow, amused. A bigger one. Vladimir clicked his tongue. Stronger. Stefan smiled, bearing a fang. And with a talent specifically for fighting. Vladimir tilted his head, wearing that half-mocking smile. That was when we realized. Stefan let the air fill with anticipation before concluding. That Richard had deceived us. The Romanians settled comfortably back on the couch, like predators who had already caught the scent of their prey, watching Nate closely as their red eyes glowed under the dim light. Stefan leaned forward, his tone almost inviting. We understand you may have your reservations about us, Nathaniel. Vladimir tilted his head, a half-smile on his lips. After all, it was us who brought your father into this world. The air grew denser as Nate clenched his fists, his eyes locked on them. But, Stefan continued calmly, you must admit, it was all a consequence of his actions. Vladimir waved a hand as if brushing the air aside. He hunted us, cornered us, even tried to destroy us. Stefan showed a thin, dangerous smile. We showed him mercy. Vladimir nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. We even came to appreciate him. Stefan settled back, his tone laced with venomous softness. We gave him a fair amount of time, for someone of his skill. And we only tasked him with finding the child of the moon when he no longer wanted anything to do with us. Vladimir let out an almost theatrical sigh. Stefan raised a hand, emphasizing each word. We offered him everything, Nathaniel. Vladimir finished, a glint in his eyes. Power. Immortality. Or any earthly thing he could desire. Stefan narrowed his eyes, a predatory gleam within. He refused us. Vladimir leaned forward, a smile of expectation on his lips. But we have seen you. Stefan tilted his head, eyes fixed on Nate. You are, even better. Nate swallowed, holding their gaze, feeling the pulse in his throat as tension beat in his temples. That is why, Vladimir continued softly, we want to offer you a deal. Stefan nodded slowly. Join our coven. Vladimir moved his hands, opening the offer with elegance. We already have our suspicions about who killed your father. Stefan continued, his voice dripping with cold venom. And your innocent mother. Vladimir showed his fangs in a smile. We only need to find the wolf, to confirm it. Nate tensed, the name thundering in his mind. Even if it turns out the wolf was involved, Stefan continued with icy calm, we will help you kill him yourself. The only thing certain, Vladimir added softly, is that this wolf is somehow tied to their deaths. Stefan leaned back. What do you think, Nathaniel? A good deal, isn't it? Vladimir smiled, baring his fangs. When we finish with the Volturi, you can take the place they hold, alongside us. Stefan closed his eyes for a moment. Perhaps we have no powers. But we have centuries upon centuries of combat experience. There is no one we cannot face, Vladimir concluded with a hint of pride. Nate closed his eyes briefly, taking a deep breath while Alice watched him with concern, unable to speak. Then, Nate looked at them coldly, his voice firm. First, I want to discover the truth. The Romanians raised an eyebrow, surprised. I will find the wolf, Nate continued, a determined gleam in his eyes, and when I know what happened, I will make my decision. The silence was sharp as a blade. For a moment, Stefan and Vladimir exchanged a disappointed look, until, almost in unison, they began to smile. Definitely, Stefan said, a respectful glint in his eyes. You're smarter than your father, Vladimir finished with an amused tone. Stefan nodded. You don't reject us outright. You leave the door open. Vladimir smiled. Stefan stood up calmly. So be it. Find the wolf, Vladimir said as he adjusted his coat, and when you locate him. Stefan smiled, a dark glint in his eyes. We will meet again. And we will ambush him together. Then you will know. Stefan lowered his voice gravely. What happened to your family? Alice, in a low but firm tone, intervened. Aren't you going to stay? Vladimir shook his head with graceful motion. We have already spent several days in this city. Stefan rolled his eyes. We need to leave before we leave a trail. Nate nodded, cold and resolute. I will find him, in less than a week. The Romanians paused, surprised, exchanging a look of astonishment. In a week, Stefan repeated, letting out a dry laugh. Vladimir showed a fang-filled smile. Then we will return in a week. Without another word, they moved with the speed of a heartbeat, vanishing from the house like a breath of air, leaving behind emptiness and a faint metallic scent. Alice, standing beside Nate, looked at him with eyes full of questions, her unnecessary breath stopping as she searched for words. Finally, in a whisper, she spoke the most important one. How do you know you'll find him in a week? Nate didn't answer immediately, his gaze fixed on the door through which the Romanians had vanished, the blade glinting faintly atop the dresser. His blue eyes seemed to harden as he murmured. That's the reason. Alice frowned. The reason, for what? Nate turned his face toward her, a half smile heavy with shadows. The reason you couldn't see further into the future, Alice. The silence grew heavy between them as Nate concluded, a cold certainty glinting in his eyes. Because within that time, we will meet the child of the moon. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Jayjayempi Creators Thoughts. 28 comments 0 vote. Chapter 99. If you want to support to continue with the chapters and improve the quality of the language, or read some advanced chapters, please follow me on patreon.com/jjmp. After Stefan and Vladimir vanished like a wisp of air, the house was left steeped in a thick, almost unreal silence. It was as if each wall still held a distant echo of their voices, vibrating in the corners. Nate remained standing, staring at the closed door, feeling his thoughts swirl over each other like leaves in a storm. Behind him, Alice didn't take long to approach. Her steps barely made the polished floor creak, but her breathing, which was usually an imperceptible whisper, was tense, restrained. Nate turned just in time to meet her eyes. They weren't their usual warm gold. They were black as coal, so dark they seemed to swallow the light in the room. Alice stopped just a step away, so close he could almost feel the vibrating energy of her contained thirst. Her gaze moved from one of Nate's eyes to the other, as if searching for a crack in his resolve. Do you trust them? She finally asked, her voice soft but trembling with a note of barely disguised anxiety. Nate let out a brief, humorless laugh. He ran a hand over the back of his neck, dropping his gaze for a moment before meeting hers again, unblinking. No, he answered honestly, letting his shoulders drop. For all I know, they themselves could have killed my parents. Alice tilted her head slightly, a strand of hair falling across her cheek as her brow furrowed in concern. She took a step toward him, crossing her arms slowly. Then, why play along with them, Nate? He took a deep breath, walking over to the window and pulling the curtain aside a bit to look out at the street, where everything was calm under the DC night. His reflection stared back at him, tired but resolute. The fact that they knew about the knife, and the journal, Nate closed the curtain with a firm gesture, turning back to Alice with narrowed eyes. That's reason enough to think that, at least for now, they're telling the truth. Silence settled between them for a moment as Alice lowered her gaze, looking particularly uncertain, a rarity for her. So, you're going to join their coven? She blurted out, and although she tried to sound neutral, the question came out wrapped in a tense breath, almost like a plea. Nate watched her in silence for a few seconds. He took in all of her eyes darkened by thirst, the faint shimmer on her skin, the tension in her shoulders betraying that she was ready to argue if needed. Finally, he sighed, a crooked smile tugging at his lips. No, Alice, he said calmly, taking her face in his hands, feeling her cold skin burning against his palms. First, if I ever wanted to turn, it would be better to do it with you and the Cullens. You all know how to handle it, you have ideals similar to mine, you wouldn't let me lose my mind, not like those two. Alice swallowed, even though she didn't need to. She closed her eyes for a moment under his touch, as if she wanted to absorb every word and believe them. Nate continued, lowering his hands to her shoulders to hold her firmly. Second, if I join the Romanians, I put a giant target on my back. What does that mean? It means the entire Volturi guard would come straight for me, and I have no interest in spending every night hiding from a monarchy that's been hunting people like them for centuries. Alice opened her eyes, and for a second, they seemed to shine with something beyond hunger, fear. She clenched her jaw, her fingers gripping the fabric of Nate's shirt. The Volturi, she murmured, her voice almost trembling. Yes, Nate replied, not looking away. If I wanted to be part of a power, I'd rather turn and approach the Volturi directly. At least there I'd have the chance to do something from the inside, build influence with time, patience, but that's not my life, Alice. His words fell heavy between them, as if the name, Volturi, floated in the room, leaving a cold trail. Alice took in a breath, a slight tremor running through her shoulders as she searched his gaze. So, you don't want to leave, she said in a very low voice, almost as if she needed to hear it again. Nate shook his head, pulling her closer until their foreheads touched. I don't want to leave, he repeated, his voice almost a whisper. I like the life I have now, with you, with my grandma, with Bella and Jacob. I have good things back in Forks. Things worth not being a pawn in someone else's war. Alice let out a sigh that broke halfway through, as if releasing weeks of pent-up tension. Her black eyes shone with a fierce glint of relief, mixed with the thirst still pulsing in her veins. Without another word, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him, a touch that started soft but tightened as her fingers hooked behind his neck. Nate felt the edge of her desire mixed with the thirst burning inside her. It was he who, gently, pulled away first, holding her firmly to calm her. You should go hunt, he said in a rough whisper, noticing how her breathing stopped every time she got too close to his neck. Take advantage now that we know those two aren't enemies. Go, come back with a clear head. Alice nodded, though her pupils stayed locked on his pulse for a second longer before blinking to refocus. Her lips curved into a thin, determined line. I'll be back in a few hours, she promised, her voice filled with a calm that was more for him than for herself. Nate nodded, lowering his hands from her shoulders to intertwine his fingers with hers for a moment longer. I'll wait for you, he said, almost like a vow. I'm not leaving the house. In the meantime, I'm going to read the last journal entry one more time. I'll map out the plan. Alice let out a soft, humorless laugh and stood on tiptoe to brush his lips once more before stepping back with a slight shiver of restraint. Her eyes, black as the night, held his for the last time before she turned toward the door. And then she was gone, blending into the dimness like a whisper of cold wind. When the door closed, Nate stood staring at the empty space, letting the silence wrap around him. Then he walked over to the table, where his father's journal was waiting. Nate stayed in the living room after Alice left, the distant murmur of traffic blending with the ticking of the clock. He held the journal in his hands, going over names of dark bars and dusty streets, looking for clues between the lines of old ink. But exhaustion dragged at him, heavy as lead in his veins, and finally, he got up, walking with tired steps toward the bedroom. He placed the journal on the nightstand before letting himself fall onto the bed, the mattress giving a soft sigh under his weight. When he closed his eyes, the darkness swallowed him quickly. The dream began with the crunch of gravel under tires, illuminated by headlights cutting through the darkness of the deserted road. His parents' car pulled over to the side, smoke rising, the pale moon hanging in the sky like a dead eye. Nate was there, but he wasn't part of them, an observer trapped behind an invisible glass, unable to scream, unable to move. He saw his father open the door, stepping out cautiously as he closed it softly. He looked at the engine, murmuring something to his wife, who also stepped out of the vehicle, hugging herself as her dark hair moved with the cold breeze. From the shadows, two yellow eyes lit up like lanterns, glowing with an ancient hunger. The wolf stepped out from between the trees, enormous, dark-furred, moving with an impossible stealth for its size, muscles rippling under its skin like taut ropes. Richard saw it. For a moment, he seemed to try to speak to it, raising a trembling hand in a hesitant gesture. Wait, I. But the words died as the wolf leapt. The impact was brutal, a dull thud as Richard's body fell backward onto the asphalt. The wolf pounced on him, claws digging into his shoulders as its jaws closed around his throat. Richard's scream broke into a wet gurgle, his hands pushing against the beast, his legs kicking against the ground as blood stained his lips. The wolf tore his throat out with a savage jerk, splattering red across the asphalt, the car's lights reflecting the dark shine of the blood as it mixed with the dust. Richard's eyes opened with a final spasm, searching for something, searching for someone, as his mouth moved without sound before going empty, lifeless. His mother saw it all. She staggered back, hands trembling, letting out a scream that choked in her own throat. She stepped back once, then again, before her knees buckled and she fell onto the asphalt with a dull thud. A strangled cry escaped her throat as her body began to convulse, her hands hitting the ground, clawing at the pavement as her back arched violently. Her eyes rolled back, foam mixed with blood escaping her lips as each convulsion bent her like a broken doll. Her cry turned into a short whimper. And then, nothing. She went still, a final spasm running through her legs before they lay limp, her eyes open to the sky, seeing nothing. From the trees, hooded figures in red robes began to emerge, forming a circle around the bloodied bodies, their soft laughter breaking the silence. One of them raised a hand, pointing with a thin, pale finger toward where Nate stood, even though he knew they couldn't see him. The wolf lifted its head from Richard's remains, blood dripping from its muzzle. It shook its head, like a dog shaking off water, sending a trail of dark droplets that splattered onto the boots of the hooded figures. Then, its yellow eyes focused on Nate, piercing him with that gaze that seemed to see straight into the depths of him. Nate felt the world stop, the air freezing in his lungs, unable to blink as that beast stared at him, his chest pounding with a primal terror. And then he felt it. Two hands landed on his shoulders, pulling him backward. One was small, with delicate fingers that trembled just slightly, leaving a comforting warmth that spread across his back like a whisper. The other was large, with rough skin, its grip firm and heavy, holding him with a strength that allowed no resistance. Before he could turn, before he could tear his gaze away from the wolf's yellow eyes, he was dragged backward into a darkness so dense it felt like it was closing in on his chest. The last sound before everything went black was the echo of the hooded figure's laughter, mixed with the frantic beating of his own heart. And he woke up. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Jayjayempi creators thoughts. 13 comments 0 vote. Chapter 100 R18. If you want to support to continue with the chapters and improve the quality of the language, or read some advanced chapters, please follow me on patreon.com/jjmp. Nate woke up slowly, not moving, feeling the roughness of the sheets against his skin while the darkness wrapped around him. Everything was silent, with a stillness so deep it rang in his ears. He didn't move a muscle, didn't even turn his head, but something in the air, in the way the darkness felt lighter, told him it must already be dawn. Outside, nothing could be heard. Not a distant car, not a whisper of wind, only the beating of his own heart, constant and persistent, reminding him he was alive. For a moment, he stared at the ceiling, remembering in vivid detail the dream he had just had. The wolf, the hooded figures, the blood on the asphalt, his father's empty gaze, his mother's body convulsing before falling still. A flicker of discomfort crossed his eyes, as quick as a blink, before he let out a long, heavy sigh. Finally, he turned his head. Golden eyes were staring at him just inches from his face, shining with a soft intensity in the darkness. Nate remained still, stunned, holding his breath while his pupils focused on the golden irises that did not blink. His mind took a moment to process what was in front of him, until a soft, melodic voice broke his stiffness. "Are you okay?" Nate breathed more calmly, realizing that Alice was lying next to him, as had become their custom since arriving in DC. "Yeah," he replied in a hoarse voice, clearing his throat slightly. "Just had a bad dream." For a second, he looked at her, noticing how the faint light from the street lamps outside came through the window, highlighting the glow of her golden eyes. He tilted his head with a hint of a smile. "I see you fed well, your eyes are golden again." Alice smiled, that small curve of her lips that illuminated more than any lamp. "I had to go a bit further to hunt properly," she said lightly. "But I stocked up enough for several days. You won't have to worry." Nate nodded, a faint smile forming, though his gaze remained distant, fixed on a point between them, as if he was still seeing something that wasn't there. Alice lifted a hand and placed it on his face, caressing his cheek with the back of her cold but soft fingers. He closed his eyes for a moment, leaning his head slightly into her hand. "You were talking in your sleep," Alice murmured, her voice barely breaking the silence. "I must have sounded scared," Nate said with a hint of bitterness. Alice shook her head slightly, not moving her hand from his face. "No, Nate. You sounded mostly angry." He opened his eyes, meeting hers, so close he could see each eyelash framing the gold of her irises. He remained silent, thoughtful, while their breathing mixed in the narrow space between their faces. Finally, he broke the silence, his voice heavy with exhaustion and determination. I dreamed about my parents. Only this time it was more vivid than ever. Alice lowered her hand to his neck, delicately brushing his collarbone while still watching him. It's normal. We're living in the house that used to be theirs. The environment, the smells, everything must be bringing back memories. And after the talk with the Romanians, it was impossible for you to get what happened to them out of your mind so soon. Nate swallowed, his jaw tensing before relaxing. I want to end this situation soon. Find that wolf, discover the truth, and go back to Forks. I have a bad feeling, nothing good will come from staying here in DC. Alice smiled softly, moving closer until her forehead touched his, her cold breath brushing against his skin. I don't need to see the future to know you're right. There are things better left behind, but now that we know so much, you wouldn't want to leave without knowing the whole truth. Nate let out a small laugh, barely a whisper. You know me well. Alice returned the smile, closing her eyes slightly as she snuggled against his chest. Even though we haven't been dating for long, I'm still your girlfriend, Nathaniel. Nate raised an eyebrow, a smile softening his face as he wrapped his arms around Alice's waist, feeling how her coldness became something comforting. Yes, you are. Alice moved closer to Nate's body, settling naturally into the crook of his arm, as if every inch of space between them was unnecessary. Her dark hair brushed against Nate's neck as she lifted one leg over his with soft boldness, seeking his warmth. For a moment, they stayed like that, sharing calm breaths and the persistent beating of Nate's heart marking a steady pulse in the stillness of dawn. Alice lifted her face slightly, her golden eyes shining with a hint of mischief as she studied him, brushing her nose against his before speaking in a voice that felt like a breeze's whisper. By the way, why did you look so confused when you woke up and saw me? Nate blinked, swallowing as he smiled with a hint of embarrassment. I was still a bit dazed. I couldn't identify you immediately. Alice raised an eyebrow, the smile on her lips turning playful as she tilted her head. So you can only recognize me by sight, she said, letting out a small melodic laugh. I could find you by your scent alone, even with my eyes closed. She added, closing her eyes playfully and taking a deep breath. Nate let out a short, amused laugh, shaking his head as his eyes narrowed with a mischievous sparkle. That's unfair. But, I admit, I can too. Oh, really? Alice asked, tilting her head with playful curiosity. Nate took a deep breath, taking in the scent of her hair, the coldness of her skin, and the softness of her closeness before confessing honestly. Since we started sharing a bed, a guilty pleasure of mine is that when I wake up, the first thing I do is breathe in your scent. His eyes softened as he lowered his voice. Because it's when we're closest, when you lie down while I sleep. It's the moment I can feel you the most. Alice laughed, that crystalline laugh that filled the room with warmth, before moving up slightly and resting her hand on his chest, feeling the steady beat under her palm. If you want us to be closer, all you have to do is ask, Nate. Her eyes shone with complicity as she smiled. My mate has the right to anything he wants from me. Nate raised an eyebrow with irony, a smile lighting up his face. A moment ago you were my girlfriend, and now you're my mate. Alice lowered her gaze, a hint of shyness coloring her smile as she snuggled closer against him, resting her forehead on his chest to hide her expression. Don't be like that with me, she murmured, a slight pout noticeable in her soft voice. You know, for vampires it's different. By human standards, I must seem like an intense girl. Nate laughed lightly, the warmth returning to his gaze as he lifted a hand to caress her hair, intertwining his fingers softly. I like seeing that side of you, he said in a low tone, leaning toward her, bringing his lips close to her ear. So, mates, huh? Are you sure I can ask for anything? Alice lifted her face, her golden eyes flickering with a mix of tenderness and desire as she moved closer, leaving barely a breath of distance between them. It's the least I can do so you don't end the night with a bad dream. And with that, Alice leaned in, kissing him slowly, her cold lips brushing against his first like a caress before melting into a deep, soft kiss, full of the warmth their bodies did not have but found in the moment they had each other. R18 warning if you do not want to read until the next chapter. Yeah, I am skipping this. Author's notes. If you didn't like this content, don't worry, it won't happen every 3 chapters. Also, here's a spoiler that has nothing to do with the R18, we're less than 10 chapters away. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Jayjayempi creators' thoughts. 25 comments 0 vote. Chapter 101. If you want to support to continue with the chapters and improve the quality of the language, or read some advanced chapters, please follow me on patreon.com/jjmp. Nate woke up with the golden afternoon light slipping through the curtains and caressing his face. He blinked, letting his eyes adjust to the brightness while the steady beat of his pulse thumped in his ears like a soft drum that kept him anchored to the present. He lowered his gaze slightly, without moving his head, and felt the softness of the sheet covering his naked skin, still warm from hours of sleep. The faint scent of wood, sweat, and a sweet aroma mixed in the air, giving the room a unique atmosphere. A weight on his left arm and a cold sensation on his chest reminded him he was not alone. He carefully turned, feeling a slight pull in his hip, and there she was. Alice was lying next to him, also covered by the sheet that outlined her figure, her messy hair falling over the pillow. Her golden eyes watched him warmly, and a calm smile lit up her pale face as she gently moved her fingers over his chest, tracing a slow rhythm that sent a tingling sensation up to his neck. Nate allowed himself to smile back, breathing calmly before murmuring in a slightly hoarse voice. "What time is it?" Alice lowered her gaze for a moment, her fingers pausing on Nate's sternum before moving back up toward his collarbone. "A little past 4, she said softly, with that melodic voice that sounded like a breeze's whisper. Nate opened his eyes a bit wider, surprised, before letting out a small laugh. "I slept all day." He tried to sit up, but a dull pain ran through his back, arms, and hip, forcing him to let out a sigh of discomfort as he lay back down. Alice immediately noticed his grimace of pain, and her smile turned into a worried expression as she leaned slightly toward him. "Nate, I'm sorry," she whispered with guilt, lowering her gaze. "I didn't think it would be that intense. I thought I could control myself, but I've never felt anything like that before. I got carried away. I didn't want to hurt you." Nate turned his head slightly to look at her with a soft smile, breathing calmly as he watched her, letting the beat of his heart settle. "I got carried away, too," he said honestly. "And I won't lie, I'd been thinking about this for a long time." Alice lifted her gaze, a glint of relief and a hint of shyness in her golden eyes before smiling softly. "It was incredible," she admitted, letting her fingers begin to move in slow patterns on his skin again, as if making sure he was still there. Nate let out a soft laugh and looked at her with a shared understanding. "Now I know I'll have to become a vampire soon," he joked, raising an eyebrow playfully. "It's the only way I'll be able to keep up with you." Alice laughed softly, leaning toward him to give him a small nudge with her shoulder, though her touch was so controlled it barely moved him. "You're an idiot," she replied affectionately. For a moment, they both fell silent, looking at each other with that new calm that had settled between them. There was no tension or urgency, only a warm connection that felt stable, a bond that no longer needed to prove itself with words. Alice raised a hand and brushed a strand of Nate's hair off his forehead, letting her fingers linger on his skin for a moment. Nate's gaze, unintentionally, grew more intense, with a spark that Alice recognized immediately. She tilted her head slightly, a resigned smile on her lips, before sighing. "For me, we'd stay like this all day," she said softly. Then she lowered her gaze slightly before returning her eyes to his with seriousness. "But you know we can't." Nate took a deep breath, letting his fingers intertwine with Alice's as he nodded. "I know," he said calmly. "We have to find the son of the moon. We can't just stay here waiting." Alice held his gaze, her eyes shining with determination as the warmth of her grip brought him reassurance. "I'm sure we will, and we'll be able to go home," she assured him confidently, leaning in to gently touch her forehead to his. Together. The moment stretched out in a silence full of meaning, with both of them breathing in sync as the sun continued to set behind the curtains, tinting the room with a soft orange glow. Finally, Alice sat up with agile movements, with that lightness so characteristic of her nature, before smiling at him sweetly. "Go on, take a shower," she said as she stood up, picking up her clothes with precise gestures. "I'll find you something to eat while you get cleaned up. That way, we can talk calmly, and you can tell me the next step." Nate smiled gratefully, letting his body move slowly, though the pain in his hip and back still reminded him of what they had shared. He stood up with steady steps while Alice dressed with her back to him, each of them finding a quiet comfort in the other's presence. When he was about to enter the bathroom, Nate turned around with a mischievous smile. "Don't want to join me?" Alice turned her head, rolling her eyes with amusement before tossing him a towel that landed softly on his chest. "If I did, Nate, we'd never leave DC." Nate caught the towel, holding his smile as he watched her for a moment longer before closing the door behind him, letting the shower steam begin to fill the bathroom as he listened to the soft sound of Alice humming on the other side, creating a happy atmosphere for them both. Dot 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 dot. After a long, pleasant shower, Nate dressed in comfortable clothes, drying his hair with the towel as he stepped out of the bathroom. With each step, he felt a slight pain in his hip and back, a persistent reminder of the previous night, though it didn't bother him as much now. He moved calmly, rolling his shoulders to loosen them before heading down to the dining area. There, Alice was waiting, sitting cross-legged, her hair falling over one shoulder as she watched him with her golden eyes reflecting the warm light of the sunset. On the table rested an abundant meal: pasta with tomato and basil sauce, freshly baked garlic bread, fresh salad, and a cup of coffee that filled the air with a deep, comforting aroma. Nate paused for a moment at the entrance, a genuine smile lighting up his face. "You outdid yourself," he commented as he approached, still drying his hair with one hand. Alice raised an eyebrow with amusement, letting out a soft laugh. "I ordered it over the phone, it's no big deal," she replied lightly, though there was a hint of pride in her smile that she didn't bother to hide. Nate sat down carefully, feeling a slight pull in his hip before adjusting himself. He began to eat with appetite, aware of the hunger that had built up after so many hours of restful sleep. Alice, as always, didn't touch any of the food. She simply watched him in silence, her chin resting on her hand and a serene expression radiating warmth. "Slow down, it's not going anywhere," she commented softly, in a tone that made Nate smile. Nate looked at her while chewing, feeling the peace her presence brought him. After a few bites, he wiped his mouth with the napkin and took a sip of coffee, setting the cup down with a soft clink. "We need to talk about the plan to catch the werewolf," he said, in a more serious tone as he leaned slightly toward her. "The problem is that in my father's journal, it only mentions he's a man around 30. There aren't many details, just that at night he frequents several bars." Alice frowned slightly, her attentive gaze fixed on him. "That's not much help," she admitted, with a hint of frustration. Nate nodded, slowly turning the coffee cup in his hands. "My father's last entry is a mess," he explained. "I think he was in a hurry, or maybe he ran into him by chance and didn't have time to write down more." Alice tilted her head, observing him with interest. "How do you think he could have identified him, without having a vampire's sense of smell?" she asked. Nate took a deep breath before answering. "There must be something that gives him away. Some physical trait, an attitude, something that connects him to the supernatural. Just like you all, with your skin or your eyes. Something that, even if subtle, sets him apart." Alice straightened up, her posture filled with resolve. "We could go together to those bars. I could identify him by his scent if he gets close enough." Nate shook his head slowly, lifting his gaze to her, softness in his eyes. "If you go with me, he'll be on alert. The moment he senses your scent, he'll back off. Not even the Romanians have been able to catch him, and they have centuries of hunting experience. I need to be the one to identify him first." Alice looked away, a small line of worry tightening her lips. Her fingers drummed softly on the table as if trying to organize her thoughts. "I don't like it," she murmured, her voice heavy with sincerity. "I don't like you going alone." Nate reached out and covered her hand with his, feeling the familiar coldness of her skin, a kind of calm that only she could give him. "I know," he said calmly, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. "But it's the best way. I'll go to the bars, observe, and when I'm sure who he is, I'll let you know. Then, you and I, with the Romanians' help, can corner him." Alice closed her eyes for a moment before opening them again, searching for his gaze as she intertwined her fingers with his. "All right," she agreed with a sigh, though her hand gripped his more firmly. "But I'll stay close, keeping my phone on." Nate smiled at her warmly, leaning slightly toward her. "Don't worry, as soon as I know who he is, I'll let you all take care of it," he said softly. They stayed silent for a moment, sharing that space that seemed to pulse between them, full of calm and complicity. The sunset light illuminated their faces as the light breeze moved the curtains, filling the room with a quiet glow. Alice smiled, though her gaze remained firm as she stroked the back of his hand with her thumb. 9. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Jayjayempi Creators Thoughts. 17 comments 0 vote. Chapter 102. If you want to support to continue with the chapters and improve the quality of the language, or read some advanced chapters, please follow me on patreon.com/jjmp. Forks, Washington. Jessica twirled the pen Riley had handed her, feeling the slight tremor in her fingers as a playful smile curved on her lips, that mix of nerves and teenage flirting she so enjoyed experiencing. She leaned over the counter, letting a strand of hair fall over her shoulder as she carefully wrote Bella's address on the napkin, marking each letter with a firm stroke so it wouldn't smudge with the coffee's moisture. When she finished, she paused for a moment, biting her lip softly as a small smile formed. Without overthinking, she lowered her hand again and, at the bottom of the napkin, wrote her phone number, adding a small heart at the end. With a glint of excitement in her eyes, she handed the napkin to Riley, brushing her fingers against his in a brief contact that left a tingling on her skin, while a nervous giggle escaped her lips. In case, after seeing Bella, you have time to, do something, she murmured, her voice breaking into a laugh as she lowered her gaze, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Riley took the napkin calmly, pausing for a second to look at it before folding it precisely and slipping it into the pocket of his hoodie. His lips curved into a cryptic, barely perceptible smile, as if he was holding a secret she wouldn't understand. When I finish my business with the Cullens, I'll come back to you, he said softly, letting the words hang in the air with an ambiguous echo. Jessica laughed, feeling the blush rise from her neck to her cheeks, like a wave of heat that made her turn around, trying to hide the rapid beat of her heart. Jessica. Mike called from the table, his tone heavy with jealousy and insecurity. Jessica rolled her eyes, shooting him an annoyed look before turning back to Riley, opening her mouth to say something else. But the stool where he had been sitting was empty. She blinked, confused, searching the cafe with her gaze, scanning each table and every corner with an anxious thump in her ears. But Riley was already gone. Only the echo of her breathing and the lingering aroma of coffee mixing with the drizzle tapping against the fogged-up windows remained. The drizzle fell steadily over forks, forming streams of water that slid down the eaves of the houses and puddles that reflected a heavy, gray sky. Riley walked slowly through the damp streets, hands in the pockets of his hoodie, the hood partially covering his face, while his eyes, hidden behind dark glasses, scanned each house number, each rusty mailbox, each empty porch. He didn't need to look at the napkin. The address was etched into his mind. When he arrived in front of the Swan house, he stopped under the rain, letting the water soak his shoulders as he observed every detail. The white paint peeling from the moisture, the empty chair on the porch, the unkempt yard, and the vacant driveway. The street was silent, except for the patter of raindrops and the distant creak of branches swayed by the wind. With fluid movements, Riley circled the house, ensuring there were no curious eyes. When he reached beneath the second-floor window, he bent his knees and propelled himself with a precise jump, placing a hand on the windowsill as the window yielded with a slight creak. He slipped inside like a shadow, landing in a crouch on the carpet. The scent enveloped him immediately, warm, human, sweet, saturating every corner with an intensity that made his throat burn. He advanced silently, observing the messy desk with scattered notebooks and pencils, the small details of a human life woven with routines. His gaze stopped on the wall where several photos taped up showed Bella in different moments. In one of them, Bella was smiling with her dark hair falling in waves over her shoulders, while a pale arm circled her in protective closeness. Next to her, a young man with coppery hair and intense eyes smiled with the calm of someone who feels untouchable. Edward Cullen. Riley felt his jaw tighten as a pulse of cold irritation rose to his temples, his hands clenching at his sides. He stared at that image of happiness with a latent fury, that brazen tranquility of those who could smile while Victoria was being hunted, while she was forced to run because of those faces that looked so satisfied. How could they smile like that, so calmly, while they were planning to kill her? A flash of fury crossed his eyes as he felt the impulse to rip that photo down and tear it apart. His hands lifted, trembling, but he stopped, breathing slowly as the air, heavy with Bella's perfume and Edward's icy trace, filled his lungs. He turned, giving his back to the photo, feeling a lash of unease in his chest. He was far from her, and although he had promised to fulfill his part of the plan, for a moment, the distance felt like a fracture. Just a few days, he reminded himself firmly, clenching his fists as determination anchored in his mind. A few more days and he would return to Victoria. Only he could keep her safe, she herself had told him so. All those newborns were expendable. He was not. With that certainty burning in his chest, he left Bella's room with quick but silent steps, closing the door carefully so as not to leave any trace. He advanced down the hallway, brushing against the walls adorned with photos of Bella at different ages, with friends, at birthdays, in parks, and finally with a man with a mustache, a kind smile, both looking happy in front of a patrol car. He gently pushed open the next door and entered a different room. The air here was different, filled with the scents of gunpowder, beer, and damp earth. On a chair rested a perfectly folded jacket, with some areas worn from use. Next to it, on the nightstand, there was a small plaque of recognition and a photograph of the man with the mustache, with a plate on the bottom that read, Charlie Swan. Riley paused, letting the name imprint in his mind before picking up the jacket carefully, bringing it close to his face to inhale slowly, absorbing the scent that would serve as his trail. He folded the jacket precisely and held it under his arm as he observed the photos and the details of a human life that meant nothing to him. He stayed just a few minutes more before turning around and continuing with his purpose. With a silent leap, he slipped out the window, landing on the wet grass. The scent of Charlie clinging to the jacket mixed with the Forks mist as he walked through the quiet streets, where even the birds seemed to hold their breath at his passing. The trail led him to the small Forks police station, with white lights illuminating the weathered wooden sign. He entered with a steady step, the rain dripping from his hood and the dark glasses reflecting the cold interior lights. The murmur of a radio blended with the slow typing as a gray-haired receptionist looked up, her smile freezing when she didn't recognize him. Her gaze settled on the jacket Riley held draped over his arm, on the serene bearing of the young man, and on the glasses covering his eyes. Can I help you, young man? She asked with forced kindness. Riley tilted his head slightly, letting a polite smile form on his lips. I'm looking for Charlie Swan, he said in a low, firm voice, filling the small space with an imperceptible tension. The woman blinked, shuffling some papers as she tried to remember if she knew the young man standing before her. Charlie finished his shift a little while ago, she finally replied, almost without realizing, adding in a murmur, he left early because he wanted to visit a friend. Riley nodded calmly, his smile remaining as his gaze, behind the glasses, analyzed every door, every hallway, every exit, letting Charlie's scent etch itself into the humid air of the place. Would you like me to leave him a message when he returns? The receptionist offered cautiously. That won't be necessary, Riley replied. He turned calmly and headed for the door, the light from the station reflecting in the puddles as the rain continued to patter against his hood. Once outside, he inhaled deeply, letting Charlie's scent fix itself in his mind like a taut hunting thread, ready to guide him. His lips curved slightly as he murmured in a voice lost beneath the drumming rain. Let them suffer, as much as she did. He adjusted the hood over his head and, with the gray sky as his only witness, began to follow the trail that would lead him to his target, his red eyes glowing behind the dark glasses as determination pulsed, dark and silent, beneath the drizzle. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Jayjayempi Creators Thoughts. 14 comments 0 vote. Chapter 103. If you want to support to continue with the chapters and improve the quality of the language, or read some advanced chapters, please follow me on patreon.com/jjmp. Washington, D.C. The night had fallen, wrapping the house in an almost supernatural stillness. Alice paced back and forth across the living room with short, anxious steps, unable to hide the restlessness that consumed her. Nate came down the stairs, slipping an old jacket over a faded t-shirt. His jeans were slightly torn at the knees, and his boots were dusty. Alice glanced at him sideways, then stopped and crossed her arms. It's almost criminal to let my partner go out dressed like that. Nate chuckled softly, shaking out his still damp hair. The bars listed in the log have a bad reputation. If I want to talk to the people there, I need to blend in. They won't trust someone who looks out of place. Alice frowned slightly. There was something about all of it that unsettled her. She sat on the armrest of the couch, eyes fixed on some invisible point. I can't see beyond the next few days, she murmured. And even though my visions keep shifting because of your presence, in most of them, it's the same. You and I here, in this house, doing nothing significant. After that, it's just the black void. Nate looked up at her and nodded calmly, as if that information, rather than worrying him, confirmed something he needed to hear. That's reassuring, he said. It means nothing has changed yet. That we're still on the path that leads to meeting him in a few days. Alice stared at him in silence, understanding what his words implied. If her visions remained blocked after a few days, then Nate's actions were indeed steering them toward the wolf. That's why I want to go out now, he continued, adjusting the jacket. Not to look for him directly, but to start mapping the terrain. There are several bars mentioned, and we can't know for sure which one he'll show up at soon. If any of the regulars recognize my father's name or saw him talking to someone, it could be the lead that gets us closer to the wolf. Alice sighed. It made sense. Still, something inside her twisted with quiet anxiety. I'll be nearby, she said, as if that could ease her discomfort. And don't drink. Or if you must, only a little. Remember how important it is to keep your mind clear. And be careful around humans, too. Not just vampires or wolves can hurt you, Nate. Nate smiled softly, a gentle expression that clashed with his rough appearance. Relax, I know how to get along with anyone. I'll just scout around, chat with a few people, and head out. Besides, if it helps, focus on the days you can still see. Even if they keep shifting, if I'm in them, then everything's fine. If the vision suddenly cuts out or I disappear, it means something's going to happen, and you'll need to come find me immediately. It's almost like cheating. Alice considered it for a moment, then slowly nodded. She didn't like it, but it was the most logical thing they could do. Nate stood, grabbed his phone, and kissed her lightly on the forehead before heading for the door. He stepped outside confidently, hands in his pockets, just as the rain began to intensify. A taxi was waiting for him under flashing hazard lights. Alice watched him leave through the window, arms crossed, her eyes fixed on the darkness. The taxi pulled away with a muffled roar, leaving Nate in front of the building. The bar looked more like an old, worn-out dive, the kind that didn't need decor to make it obvious what kind of crowd it attracted. The sign was off, but reddish light glowed from the dirty windows. Outside, several large, well-kept motorcycles were lined up like part of the furniture. The air reeked of gasoline and cigarettes. A burly man stood near the entrance, apparently distracted by something on his phone. He wore a sleeveless gray shirt that showed off his thick, tattooed arms, and his solid presence made it clear he wasn't there by chance. Nate approached at an easy pace, letting his hair fall slightly over his face. He hadn't tried to tidy up or mask his tired expression, which only made him look more disheveled. As he reached the door, the man stopped him with a hand on his chest and a firm stare. ID. Nate blinked, mildly surprised, not by the stop itself, but by the formality in a place like this. Still, he didn't let it throw him. Without a word, he slipped a $100 bill from the inner pocket of his jacket and offered it with a quick motion, like a handshake. The bouncer glanced down, felt the bill between his fingers, and said nothing. But he didn't move either. He stood in place, blocking the entrance. Nate raised an eyebrow slightly, remaining composed. The man smirked, like he was testing him. This isn't a place for kids, he said, clearly enunciating each word. Nate studied him in silence for a second longer than necessary. He assessed him carefully, noting that the man was sizing him up, too. Nate had a slight height advantage, but the man's bulky frame evened it out. A textbook bouncer, hardened by years of intimidating people with nothing but his presence. With a half smile, Nate stepped in just a bit closer and spoke in a low voice. You want the kid to knock your teeth out before you let him in. The bouncer frowned, caught off guard for a moment. He looked Nate up and down again, and this time, Nate felt the shift in his gaze. Now he wasn't just looking, he was seeing him. Finally, the man let out a low chuckle and stepped aside with a mutter under his breath. Hope you know your place in there. Nate walked in without a flinch, a relaxed grin on his lips. The thick smell of cheap beer, old sweat, and poorly used disinfectant greeted him like a warm slap to the face. The lighting was dim, more out of habit than intent, and a barely audible tune trickled from an old jukebox in the corner. He walked in slowly, as if just curious, his expression casual and unassuming, but his eyes scanned everything. Half-empty glasses on the tables, indifferent glances, a couple of guys nodding off at the bar, a girl dressed like she didn't plan on going home talking to the bartender, and, most notably, the group at the back. By the pool table, 5 or 6 men laughed loudly, taking turns between pool shots and dart throws. They wore leather jackets, sleeveless shirts, and one even had sunglasses on indoors. That familiar mix of rowdy and playful reminded Nate, uncomfortably, of the men from Port Angeles who had tried to take advantage of Bella. The memory bothered him, though it didn't show on his face. He made his way to the bar and sat like he'd been doing it for years. Leaning on his elbows, he waited until the bartender, who was still chatting with the girl, noticed him. After a few seconds, the man approached with a tired expression. What'll it be? He asked in a dry tone. Nate smiled, tilting his head slightly. Your finest. It sounded like a private joke. The bartender didn't reply. He raised an eyebrow and poured him a glass of something dark from an unmarked bottle. Nate glanced at it subtly, cheap brandy. He wasn't an expert, but he could tell when someone was trying to screw him over. Still, he sniffed the drink with exaggerated curiosity, like an amateur connoisseur, then downed it in one gulp. Strong. The bartender gave a dismissive chuckle and walked off. Nate stayed, ordered another, then a third. He held the third in his hand, swirling it without drinking, his gaze still calmly scanning the room. Eventually, he stood and made his way toward the back, where the laughter was loudest. He staggered just a bit, like the drinks were starting to hit, a wide, almost foolish smile on his lips. At the pool table, he stopped and raised his glass. So, do you play for fun, or are there actual bets? The laughter paused. A few men looked at him with curiosity, others with amusement. One bald man with a deep voice leaned his cue on the table. You know how to play, kid. Nate shrugged, keeping the grin. Just enough to try and win some money. The bald man grinned crookedly and pointed his cue. But if you lose, you won't leave without paying up. Nate laughed dumbly, tilting his head. Then I guess none of you gets to leave if you lose either. A brief silence, and then roaring laughter. The tone shifted. He was no longer an annoyance, but an unexpected joke that had caught their favor. The game began with light-hearted energy. Nate played only against the bald man, while the others watched with beer in hand, cracking jokes. Nate wasn't showing off, he missed shots on purpose, keeping the game close, just a lucky kid, playing by chance. In the end, with a clean shot, he sank the 8-ball and won. The bald man frowned, visibly annoyed. Nate pretended not to notice. Before the tension could build, he threw an arm around one of the other guys and laughed loudly. Richard was right. This place is great. His tone was relaxed and joyful, but his eyes studied the faces around him, one by one, waiting for a flicker of recognition. But nothing. Just more drunken laughter. No one reacted to the name. He hid his frustration well, though he felt his interest waning. The bald man turned toward him, still annoyed. Who the hell is Richard? Nate raised both hands like he had no idea why it mattered. Just a guy. Said I should check this place out. He said it casually, glancing back toward the bar, hoping the bartender, or the woman with him, would react. But nothing there either. Just idle talk and laughter. Nate sighed inwardly, though his face remained animated. He no longer expected much from the night but couldn't leave too soon. When the bald man stepped forward, perhaps looking to pick a fight, Nate raised his voice just in time with a laugh. That was too easy. How about double or nothing? The bald man paused, tilted his head, and smirked. All right. But with darts. Perfect, Nate said without hesitation, as if he didn't even know what was at stake. They began. Darts whistled through the air. Nate was precise at first, just enough to keep the tension alive. The bald man clenched his jaw, annoyed at his own poor aim. Nate let the tension build, then deliberately missed the final shot. The dart hit the edge, outside the zone. He lost. The group burst into laughter. The bald man grinned victoriously. Told you. A punk like you can't beat me. Nate shrugged, feigning disappointment as he pulled cash from his pocket. Guess I got cocky, he said, handing over the money with a smile. It landed well. The mood relaxed again, and soon Nate was back among them, laughing, joking, and buying drinks. Bottles piled up on the table, voices rose in a warm, drunken buzz. He stayed for a while longer, playing his part. He was about to find an excuse to leave when his phone buzzed softly in his pocket. He checked it calmly. A short message. Alice was coming for him. The perfect excuse, right on time. He made a disappointed face as he tucked the phone away. Bad news, gentlemen. I gotta go. Nah, stay a little longer. Someone yelled, slurring. Yeah, you were just warming up, another added. Nate raised his hands in mock surrender. You've already cleaned me out. But I promise I'll come back another night. As he gathered his things, the bald man, now friendlier, patted him on the back. This weekend we're hitting another bar. A real one, big bets, serious players. You gotta come, kid. Nate raised an eyebrow in fake curiosity, but something sparked in his eyes. The name matched one of the other bars in the log. And the timing, lined up with the window when Alice's visions went dark. He smiled, this time, with real satisfaction. I'll definitely be there. More laughter followed as the men clapped him on the back and saw him off. Nate walked out calmly, a genuine smile on his lips. He stepped out into the night, leaving behind the hum of laughter, clinking glasses, and alcohol-slurred talk. The night air hit his face like a soft jolt. He crossed the street without looking back. A black car waited on the corner, discreet but unmistakably there. He got in the passenger seat and closed the door gently. In the driver's seat, Alice turned slightly to look at him. Her expression held concern, a slight crease between her brows, tension in her fingers still resting on the wheel. How did it go? She asked softly, not trying to hide the unease. Nate exhaled through his nose, resting his arm against the door. There's going to be a meeting at one of the bars listed in the log. Right during the time when your visions go dark, he replied in a neutral tone, like he was just stating a fact. Alice was quiet for a moment. His words hung in the car like heavy air before a storm. Do you think we'll find him there? She finally asked, her voice low, like she already knew the answer but needed him to say it. Everything points to it, Nate said, still not looking at her. She said nothing, just turned her gaze forward, her brow faintly furrowed. She started the engine, and the car slipped into the amber glow of the city. When they arrived at Nate's parents' house, the atmosphere was calm, untouched by the chaos they had left behind. The facade was the same, quiet, as if nothing outside could disturb it. Nate got out silently and headed straight for the bathroom. He let the hot water pour down his back, washing away fatigue and noise. After several minutes, he stepped out and dried his hair with a towel as he walked back to the bedroom. Alice was already under the covers, unmoving and awake. She lay on her side of the bed, eyes open, staring at the wall. She didn't need to close them to rest. She said nothing when he slipped under the sheets, only shifted slightly to curl against his back, wrapping him in that silent gesture that, in her cold and quiet way, meant she cared. The chill of her skin contrasted with the lingering warmth of the shower, but Nate didn't move. He closed his eyes, and within a minute, he was asleep. The following days passed with almost unreal calm. With the plan in motion, the tension that had followed them since the beginning slowly dissipated. There wasn't much left to debate or decide. Only to wait. They used the time with a borrowed sense of normalcy. They wandered aimlessly through DC's streets, shared comfortable silences in small cafes, and allowed themselves wordless moments of closeness. There was a lightness between them, as if they both understood, without saying it, that these were their last days in the city. And somehow, that brought peace. The weekend arrived without surprises. It was early morning, and soft sunlight filtered through the dining room windows. Nate ate breakfast slowly, stirring his food with absent motions, while Alice watched him from across the table. Sometimes I think the Romanians aren't even going to show, she said quietly, emotionless, like mentioning the weather. Nate raised an eyebrow with a lopsided smile. If they don't, we'll handle it ourselves. Just like we originally planned, he answered without drama or pride as if it was the obvious choice. Alice studied him for a few seconds, as if measuring his conviction, then nodded slowly, almost convincing herself. Just then, Alice's phone rang from another room. She stood without a rush. That's odd. I'll see who it is, she said, disappearing down the hall. Nate kept eating quietly, finishing his breakfast with almost meditative slowness. Minutes passed. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, but Alice didn't return. When she finally came back, her expression had changed. Her face was serious, her gaze distant. Nate looked up at once, sensing the shift. What is it? He asked, setting down his spoon. Alice met his gaze. It took her a moment to speak. Carlyle called, she said at last, as if those two words weighed more than anything else. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Chapter 104. If you want to support or read some advanced chapters +10, please follow me on patreon.com/jayjayempi. Nate looked at Alice, clearly confused by the somber expression on her face. The dim afternoon light filtered through the large window, casting elongated shadows across the worn wooden floor. What did Carlyle say? Nate asked softly, almost as if afraid to break the atmosphere. Alice seemed to consider it for a moment. Her golden eyes drifted briefly to the glass, as if searching for an omen. Then she turned her gaze back to Nate, her expression marked with seriousness. She stepped closer and sat in the chair across from him, folding her hands over her knees, as if trying to steady herself. Emmett and Jasper contacted him. As you know, they've been in Seattle this whole time. They were tracking Victoria, but until a few days ago, they hadn't been able to find her. Nate tilted his head, his furrowed brows reflecting the weight of the information. Nothing. Not a solid lead. Just scattered signs. But while they searched, they noticed something strange: disappearances. Several. At first, they thought it was normal. Vampires don't usually settle in one place for long to avoid drawing attention due to feeding deaths. But the numbers were unusual. Nate frowned deeper, not interrupting, feeling a knot form in his throat. They thought maybe Victoria was feeding more than usual. Maybe with help from the newborn I saw in my vision. Alice lowered her gaze for a second, as if still trying to process everything she had heard. But they were wrong. While following a trail that seemed to be hers, they ran into a newborn. He was young, feral, barely able to control himself. He attacked them without hesitation, but he didn't stand a chance against the two. And did they talk to him? Nate asked, voice laced with curiosity and concern. Yes. The boy was scared. He just wanted to get as far from Seattle as possible, so he told them everything. She paused briefly, her breathing growing heavier, as if the story weighed on her chest. Victoria's not alone. She's building a small army. According to the boy, there are between 20 and 30 newborns. All recently turned wild, unstable, dangerous. Nate remained silent. The mere idea of that many vampires loose in a city was unsettling. The newborn said Victoria was training them with help from another newborn. They were being taught to control themselves and kill other vampires. The boy, terrified, said there used to be even more of them, but they kept killing each other. Sometimes during training, sometimes in fits of rage. The only thing that's unclear is when they plan to move. How did he escape? Nate asked, genuinely curious. He took advantage of the trainer being gone. Said only Victoria was around, but she was distracted. Paranoid. As if she knew she was being hunted. She didn't trust anyone. Seemed constantly on edge, always looking over her shoulder. Like she might run at any moment. You think she already noticed Emmett and Jasper are after her? Nate asked. Definitely. Her instincts are sharp. She's by far the most elusive vampire we've ever seen, Alice answered with solemn eyes. Nate stayed silent, his gaze fixed on the table, trying to absorb the magnitude of the threat. The silence between them grew heavy, almost tangible, like a storm threatening to erupt at any moment. 30 newborns. Is it even possible to control that? Nate asked, a thread of worry betraying his voice. Alice held his gaze for a moment, her eyes shining with a calm intensity that left no room for doubt. Yes. Jasper has done it before, she said, her voice low but firm. During the years he was with Maria, his main task was to train newborns. He taught them to control their thirst, to move as a unit. He was efficient. Cold. His gift let him calm their emotions, even manipulate them if needed. That helped a lot to build a somewhat stable group. Nate tried to picture Jasper in that role, a strict, distant figure keeping a savage group under control. But something in the way Alice described it planted a shadow of doubt. But that sounds like a precise strategy. Victoria doesn't seem capable of handling a group that size if she's leaving so many traces. Alice grimaced, a shadow of frustration crossing her face. She isn't, she replied. The boy said Victoria barely showed up. Until recently, she just supervised. Everything was left in the hands of another newborn, a guy named Riley. He was the one trying to train them, but without method, without control. The newborns are out of their minds. Wild. Unstable. Nate ran a hand through his hair, a nervous gesture that revealed his growing unease. And what does Carlyle plan to do about it? Alice took a deep breath, as if bracing herself for something she didn't fully want to admit. A quick strike. Decisive. Victoria's army is still unstable. If we attack now, while they're disorganized, we have a better chance of wiping them out in one blow. Her eyes locked onto Nate's. Carlyle, Esme, and Rosalie are heading to Seattle right now. They're going alone. No. Carlyle spoke to our Denali cousins. They'll join the fight. With our combined strength, I'm sure we'll win without losing anyone. Nate raised his eyebrows, surprised by the confidence in her strategy. They agreed that easily. Alice gave a faint smile, a small gesture that didn't quite reach her face. Our covens are very close. There was even talk about uniting not too long ago. If they were in danger, we'd respond instantly. Now they're doing the same. Carlyle even said Laurent is going, too. When he heard about the army, he realized Victoria's out of control, so he believes it's best to end her now. Nate remained silent, his jaw tight and thoughts racing. Lawrence only helping because he already betrayed Victoria once. He knows that if the Cullens fall, he's next, he said at last, his voice tense. Alice nodded slowly, not arguing. Probably. But what matters is he's on our side now. He's with Irina, so I don't think he'll betray us. She paused a moment, as if searching for the right words. Her eyes locked onto Nate's, and her voice dropped just a bit, heavy with a weariness that seemed to carry the weight of the world. But Nate, the call wasn't just to inform me. Carlisle wants me to go too. Nate looked at her in silence, unsure of what to say. The air grew thick, as if every word had to push through an invisible wall. They already have everything planned, Alice continued, more resolute now. The Denalis are meeting up with them. Kate will be there. Her gift, it's powerful. She only has to touch Victoria once to incapacitate her. But for the plan to work, they need my visions. We need to follow every decision she makes in real time. We can't risk her disappearing again. Nate frowned, feeling the weight of that responsibility resting on Alice. While you're here, you can't help, he murmured, more to himself than to her. The wolf is blocking your visions. Alice nodded, her face darkening, eyes full of a sadness that seemed to come from far away. Exactly. I have to leave immediately. The plan is solid, Nate. It's our best chance to end this once and for all. But to do it, I need peace of mind. I need to know you'll be safe. Her eyes searched his with urgency, sincerity, and almost pleading. I want you to go to Forks. Edward will be there. He's staying behind to protect Bella. He can protect you too. We don't know if Victoria has another plan in motion. I can't leave you here alone. Nate looked down, his hands clenched into trembling fists at his sides, betraying his inner conflict. Alice, I know you're right. But if I leave now, I may never find him again. It was already too lucky that the wolf stayed in the city. If I leave now, I'll lose him. And all of this trip, everything we've done, will have been for nothing. He took a deep breath, trying to organize his thoughts. Finding out what happened to my parents was the reason I came to DC. And I'm too close. Alice stepped toward him, as if wanting to close the distance between him and that longed for truth. What's the point of knowing the truth if you die trying? Nate's tone rose, unintentionally, tinged with frustration. I'm not going to die. He exclaimed, then lowered his voice, firmer than before. I'm not going to die, Alice. I'm not helpless. And I won't be alone. I'm going to find him tonight. I'm sure I'll find him at the bar. Once I do, once I know the truth, I'll go to Forks right away. I swear. Alice shook her head, tension in her jaw, desperation in her eyes. I can't leave knowing something might happen to you. The wolf is dangerous. And if he attacks, if something goes wrong, I won't see it coming. I won't see anything. I'll be blind. Do you know what that means for me? Of course I do. It's the same thing I'll feel when you go to Seattle. There's no guarantee you won't get hurt either. But I'm not asking you to stay or not to go, he replied softly. You actually make a difference. If you're not there, the plan won't work. And if the plan fails, everyone is at risk. This isn't just about us. It's about everyone you love. She looked at him, her eyes trembling, lips pressed tightly together. Then I'm asking you to trust me, Nate said gently. Let me finish this. Let me close this chapter of my life. I'll never be at peace until I know the truth. Alice stepped back, shaking her head again, frustrated, hands clenched. I can't just leave you. We have to trust each other. Just one more day. One last day here, Nate interrupted, gaze steady. Alice shook her head harder, voice cracking. It's not the same, Nate. I'm going there to prevent more deaths. I understand that finding the truth matters to you. I do, but there's no real reason for you to stay. She paused, struggling to find her words. I'll be with my entire family, with the Denali. Vampires with centuries of experience, allies, people who'll protect me if anything goes wrong. I'll be safe. She looked at him, voice softer but just as firm. You, on the other hand, will be alone. Alone, Nate. Facing an enemy you don't know, one we know is dangerous. And even if you find the truth, what difference will it make if it hurts you in the process? Alice stepped closer, now just inches from him. Her hands reached up and clutched his shirt as if it could stop him from fading away. Please, she whispered, her eyes shining. For me, go back to Forks. I don't want something to happen to you when I can't protect you. I don't want to lose you. Nate clenched his fists tightly, his jaw tense. Alice's words pierced through him like needles, precise, painful, true. For a moment, the silence was almost unbearable. Nate was about to respond, finally ready to give in, when a sharp thump echoed from the floor above, reverberating through the old house like an unexpected warning. Alice tensed instantly, her fingers tightening around Nate's shirt, her eyes darting up to the ceiling. Her expression shifted, a mix of frustration and immediate alertness. Not now, she muttered through gritted teeth, her voice barely a whisper, laced with anxiety. The knocking ceased as suddenly as it had started, but soon footsteps echoed on the stairs, measured, graceful, with the feline ease of those who own the space they walk through. Vladimir and Stefan appeared moments later, their silhouettes outlined against the light from the upstairs hall. Both wore calm, almost confident smiles that sharply contrasted the tension in the room. Their cold, piercing eyes immediately locked onto Nate and Alice, still standing close together. Vladimir raised an eyebrow with slight amusement, though his smile never wavered. His voice, soft yet firm, filled the room with undeniable authority. I trust tonight we proceed with the plan. Alice stepped slightly away from Nate, straightening and turning toward them with a determined and unflinching gaze. There's been a change of plans, she announced, her voice like steel wrapped in silk. We're leaving immediately. Stefan, who had stopped a few steps higher, showed no surprise. His face remained unshaken, like the statue of an ancient warrior who had seen too many battles. What has happened? He asked calmly, without raising his voice. It was Nate who answered this time, with a firmness that even surprised himself. We have a conflict with a vampire. She's been building an army of newborns. Her goal is Alice's family. She wants to destroy them. The Romanians listened in silence. For a moment, their expressions remained unreadable, as if calculating every word, every possible consequence. Then, Vladimir let out a quiet, almost amused chuckle. Stefan followed with a rough murmur, tinged with disdain. And what will you do against a newborn army, Nathaniel? Vladimir asked with slight mockery, though not cruelly. It was more a challenge than a threat. Alice was the one to respond, her voice firm, laced with restrained anger. He won't face anyone. He's leaving. To a place where he'll be safe. Vladimir and Stefan exchanged a brief glance. Then Stefan raised an eyebrow, clearly curious. And you agree with that, Nathaniel? Leaving things like this? Nate clenched his fists again, the inner turmoil plainly written in his eyes. The tension in his body was nearly tangible. Alice noticed it instantly and stepped toward him, her tone urgent. No, please. You have to go. Edward will keep you safe, Nate. The Romanians turned their calm eyes toward her, their voices soft but charged with a strange intensity. Can he protect him better than we can? Vladimir asked, tilting his head slightly. Stefan added, with an ambiguous smirk. I highly doubt that. Nate and Alice stared at them in silence for several seconds, processing the weight of the unspoken meaning behind those words. Vladimir was the first to break the silence, brushing aside the tension with a smile that seemed to hide more than it revealed. Have you found the wolf, Nathaniel? Nate nodded slowly. The Romanians exchanged a satisfied look. Vladimir smiled with clear delight, and Stefan let out a nearly theatrical sigh. Then let the girl leave, Vladimir said, his voice soft but cutting. You stay. We'll keep you safe. And you can face the wolf with us. Alice immediately stepped in front of Nate, her eyes burning with restrained anger. You don't care about his safety. You just want him to lead you to the wolf. Vladimir rolled his eyes, and Stefan made a vague gesture with his hand, as if swatting away an old, tired accusation. We're not saints, Vladimir admitted with a sardonic smile. But our word means something. If we say we'll keep him safe, you can take it as fact. Nate observed them silently, without blinking. He saw no kindness in them, but also no lies. There was something in the firmness of their voices, in the solemn way they spoke, that left no room for doubt. They were telling the truth. Alice saw it in his expression, and her frustration swelled, nearly becoming palpable. The air between them seemed denser now, charged with restrained electricity. I don't think they're lying, Nate finally said. They want to find the wolf as much as I do. Maybe I won't be completely safe here, but I wouldn't be in Forks either. We don't know if Victoria has another plan, but at least here I can do something. I just need to guide them, they'll handle the rest. It's not the same, Alice exclaimed, her voice rising. In Forks, I could see you in my visions, warn you if anything happened. Here in DC, you'd have to rely on them. The Romanians flinched slightly. Vladimir's brow furrowed faintly, and Stefan tilted his head, as if a new piece of the puzzle had just revealed itself. Visions. Vladimir repeated, looking to Stefan with renewed interest. Stefan returned the look, and for a brief moment, something unspoken passed between them. Nate paid them no mind. He looked at Alice with calm firmness in his eyes. Don't trust them. Trust me. You know what I'm capable of. Just one more night. I'll leave tomorrow morning, no matter what happens, whether I find the wolf or not. The Romanians want me alive. They've even hinted at wanting me to join their coven. They won't let me die. Once they have the wolf, and I have the truth, I'll leave without looking back. Alice seemed to think about it for several long minutes. The silence was tense, almost reverent, as if the world itself held its breath around them. Finally, she let out a long, resigned sigh and spoke in a low but firm voice. I really don't want this, but I know you'd come back here the moment I left, just to uncover the truth. Then she looked him in the eyes, her expression intense, almost pleading. Just promise me you'll come back safe. Nate pulled her into his arms with a slow, protective gesture. Only if you promise me the same, he said in a low voice. If things go south over there, run. Don't try to face anything alone. Come back with me. Alice held his gaze for a few seconds that felt like forever. Then, with regret, she nodded. She pulled away gently and turned on her heel. She approached the Romanians, who watched her in silence. She stopped a few steps away, and when she spoke, her voice was steel-wrapped in silk. If anything happens to Nate, I'll tell the Volturi everything that's happened here. And this time, their hunt won't be so merciful. The Romanians didn't respond immediately. They merely stared at her with those ancient, unshakable eyes, though for a moment, a flicker of anger crossed their faces. Finally, Vladimir broke the silence, his voice low but cutting. We'll give you a moment to say goodbye. But don't take too long. Stefan cast one last look at them, loaded with something indecipherable, and then the two of them ascended the stairs without another word. Author's notes. Hi. I was expecting the difference between Patreon and webnovel to be bigger, but since the recent chapters are so long, I think it's fine this way. At least I feel like the difference is noticeable. I hope you keep reading. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Jayjayempi creators' thoughts. 24 comments 0 vote. Chapter 105. If you want to support or read some advanced chapters +10, please follow me on patreon.com/jjmp. The Romanians climbed the stairs in silence, their heavy steps fading into the distance as the echo vanished into the old wood. Alice and Nate stood still, face to face, as if something invisible held them in place. The world seemed to have stopped around them. Neither wanted to take that final step that would mean separation. What they had lived through in DC hadn't just been a pause in the storm. It had been a breath of calm, a space where a deep, wordless intimacy grew. They hadn't just shared a bed, they had held each other up without needing to speak. Alice stepped forward, intending to speak, but Nate was faster. He pulled her into his arms with strength, but without urgency. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, letting Alice's scent wrap around him. I want you to come back safe from Seattle, he murmured, voice heavy with restrained emotion. Don't take your time. She wrapped her arms around him and held on as tightly as he did, as if that might stop the world from dragging them in different directions. Just promise me something, Nate, when you know the truth, come back. To Forks. To home. I'll make sure Victoria is no longer a threat. My family will help. You just need to settle this, and then we can have something quiet. Real. For us. Nate lowered his head, resting his chin on her hair. I like the sound of that. Yeah, Alice replied, nestling deeper into his chest. It scares me how easy it is to imagine, Nate admitted, then pulled back enough to look into her eyes with a smile. We could find a place just for us in Forks. Because honestly, I don't think I can sleep alone anymore. Alice gave a smile that was part tender, part amused. Really? I got used to having you beside me every night. Hearing you move, feeling you there. Even when everything was falling apart, I slept soundly, because you were with me. Alice looked down, touched by his words. That sounds really nice. Though, living together in Forks would be quite the scandal. Nate shrugged with a half smile. I don't think the Cullens would mind. And my grandmother, she'd be happy, as long as we visit often. Alice laughed softly. That would be sweet. They looked at each other in silence for a few seconds, holding each other's gaze as if they wished to stay in that moment forever. Nate leaned down a little more, just enough for his face to meet hers. She closed the distance. They kissed without haste, slowly, as if they both knew that the kiss needed to last beyond the moment that it had to be kept as a promise. When they pulled apart, Alice looked at him with a mix of firmness and tenderness. I know everything will be fine, that we'll see each other soon. I'll make sure of it, he said softly. Alice watched him a moment longer. There was nothing left to say. She stepped back, letting the embrace end. She walked away, taking one last breath of his scent before putting on a reluctant expression and disappearing like a breath of wind through the door. Nate remained there, staring at the doorway where Alice had exited, taking a deep breath before climbing the stairs to end all of this. He climbed in silence, the echo of his own breathing marking the rhythm of his steps. The room was dimly lit by the light filtering through the half-open blinds. Vladimir stood next to a shelf, flipping through one of Nate's books with apparent disinterest. Stefan was seated, one leg crossed over the other, reading his father's journal as if it were a forgotten novel. It was Stefan who broke the silence, without lifting his gaze from the notebook. Now that your companion is gone, do you truly feel ready for what comes next? His tone wasn't inquisitive, almost casual, like someone asking out of politeness, already knowing the answer. Nate took a couple of seconds to respond. Yes, he said finally, without much conviction. I am. Vladimir, without turning, spoke in his usual soft and slightly mocking voice. Curious. Even among our kind, those who have survived wars and centuries, facing a newborn directly is considered unwise. He dropped the book and turned slowly, one eyebrow barely raised. And yet you, so attached and full of promises, decide to let her go. Just like that. Calmly. Nate raised his eyes, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. She's not alone. She'll be with her family. I trust them. He said, trust, as if he were trying to convince himself more than them. Stefan closed the journal with a soft snap and looked at him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Such a dangerous word, that. Trust. He stood slowly, as if every movement was calculated to impose presence. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice, Nathaniel. Inaction, that sweet temptation not to interfere, is almost always the first step toward defeat. And trusting others to give their all, added Vladimir, crossing his arms, is a polite way to gamble your fate on chance. His tone was courteous, even polite, but the intent was as sharp as a hidden blade. Stefan walked slowly to the window, gazing outside without really seeing. You'll understand with time. Only the power that resides within you can be trusted, especially when wielded with determination. The power you delegate fades when you need it most. The silence that followed wasn't comfortable. It was the kind of pause extended on purpose, to let discomfort do its work. Then Vladimir smiled slowly, like someone recalling a private memory that no longer hurt, but hadn't been forgiven either. Of course, it took us a millennium to learn that. 1,000 years of losses, added Stefan, without turning. Of mistakes. Of paying the price for trusting. Vladimir tilted his head toward Nate, almost gently. With luck, you won't need that long. Nate didn't reply. He couldn't. He shook his head with a sharp gesture, lips tight, jaw clenched. There was something in their words, the way they wrapped each phrase in half-truths and courtesy that only served to hide the blade. The most irritating part was that, despite everything, he couldn't help but admit they had a point. This isn't your concern, he said finally, his voice barely containing its edge. Vladimir raised his eyebrows, his mocking smile unwavering. Stefan placed a hand on his chest, as if Nate's words had wounded him. Not our concern. And here we were, simply worried about you, Stefan said with false sweetness. It's true, murmured Vladimir, slowly pacing the room. We're only concerned for your companion. Anyone willing to threaten us on your behalf, well, they must be worth something. And that ability to have visions, added Stefan in a lower voice, casting a fleeting glance at his companion, sounds interesting. Very interesting. Nate didn't bite. He wouldn't give them more than they already knew. Tonight there will be people gathering at a bar, a few minutes from here, he said coldly, changing the subject. I have reasons to believe the wolf will be there. That was all it took for the Romanians to turn to him with new smiles, sharp and satisfied. Perfect, Vladimir said. Then all you have to do is make sure he's there, and get him out, even just a little, from the bar. To a nearby alley, away from interruptions, Stefan added with a calm that bordered on pleasure. Nate nodded slowly. I can do that. But you'll keep your distance. If he senses you too soon, he'll leave. Of course, Vladimir replied with a slight tilt of his head. We're not amateurs. We'll only approach when we think you've had enough time. Don't disappoint us, Stefan added. With that, they moved toward the window, almost soundlessly, as if the house had already grown used to their presence. But before disappearing, Vladimir turned one last time, his mocking gaze and voice wrapped in a venomous lightness. We suggest you get different clothes. Everything about you, Stefan added, smiling like someone sharing a secret, smells like that vampire. Nate didn't respond. He just watched them leave, mentally noting the advice as his hand slowly curled into a fist. Dot 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 dot. The following hours before nightfall, Nate spent tying up loose ends. He returned the black car he had rented with the same impersonal air with which he had picked it up. Then he walked through several streets until he found a discreet shop, far enough from the bustle to avoid drawing questions. He chose new clothes, simple, dark garments, nothing that would attract attention. He also bought a different shampoo, a neutral-scented soap, and a small bottle of barely noticeable cologne. He knew it wouldn't be enough to just dress differently, he had to rid himself of anything that could give him away. Anything that might smell like her. When he returned to the house, Alice's absence became more tangible. The place, which had once shared moments of calm, now felt incomplete. Silent in a disturbing way. As if even the walls were holding their breath. Nate forced himself not to dwell on it. He showered, letting the hot water run down his body while his thoughts arranged themselves in silence. He had a task ahead, and there was no room for distractions. Still, the discomfort lingered, a dull throb beneath his skin. He wondered, just for a second, how Alice might be doing. But he didn't allow himself to follow that path. When he stepped out, he dressed in the new clothes. Dark jeans, a plain shirt, and a jacket with no logos or brands. Nothing recognizable. He applied a bit of the newly purchased cologne, adjusted the jacket collar in the mirror, and checked his face. He didn't expect to see anything different. He just wanted to make sure his anxiety didn't show. He called a cab. The driver said nothing, and Nate was grateful. During the ride, he watched the streets of DC cast in the shadows of night. The artificial lights flickered like coded signals, the sidewalks gradually emptied, and the air grew heavier, as if the city itself was preparing for something. Finally, the car stopped in front of a discreet bar, with a nondescript facade and no flashy signs. Just a wooden door, a dim light, unpopular music, and the muffled murmur of conversations inside. Nate paid, stepped out without looking back, and walked toward the bar. As he approached the entrance, he paused for a moment at the curb. He looked up. The moon hung high, but it looked small that night, distant, almost indifferent. As if it too were watching from afar, with no intention of intervening. Nate took a deep breath and swallowed the last trace of doubt lingering inside him. He couldn't afford to waver. Not now. He straightened his shoulders and walked with confidence toward the entrance. A man waited at the door, leaning against the frame with his arms crossed. When he saw Nate approach, he watched him for a few seconds with a curious expression, until a wide grin spread across his face. "Hey, kid. Looks like you made it after all," he said with a hint of mockery in his voice. Nate recognized him instantly. One of the bald man's companions from the other night. Nate's smile was faint but convincing enough. "Of course. Tonight's my revenge," he replied with a spark of controlled humor. The man let out a short laugh and shook his head. "I doubt it, kid. Tonight, a lot of people are playing, and not all of them are as friendly as we are. Hope you brought enough money to lose," he added as he stepped aside, making way. Nate didn't respond. He just gave a dry chuckle and stepped through the door. The bar was full. Not to the point of suffocation, but enough that each table had a life of its own. The music was low, a faint rasp of rock that allowed conversations to float in the air like threads of smoke. The scent of alcohol, old leather, tobacco, and sweat. A place where the night felt heavy and time seemed to slow down. Nate moved slowly, hands in his pockets, scanning the place with his eyes. He was looking for something. Or someone. A face that stood out. A gaze too sharp. A reaction to his presence. And then he saw him. The bald man was there, exactly where he imagined he'd be, at a table near the back, drinking beer and chatting with two of the same men from the other night. They were laughing, relaxed, as if in no hurry. Until the bald man saw him. For a second, the conversation seemed to pause. The man lifted his gaze and locked eyes with Nate. A slow smile formed on his lips, crooked, as if celebrating the punctuality of an old friend. He raised a hand, signaling him over with a slight gesture. Nate didn't hesitate. He walked toward them without altering his pace. If he felt anything, he left it outside his body. That night, every word, every gesture, was part of the game. The bald man greeted him enthusiastically as he approached, his smile wide, almost exaggerated, as if genuinely glad to see him. Nate wasn't sure if it was sincere or part of the theatrics that always seemed to surround men like him, but he smiled too and shook his hand with matching energy. "Well, Well, look who decided to show up. The bald man exclaimed, giving him a loud slap on the shoulder. This place'll be packed soon. You'll see, the bets get real tonight. Without missing a beat, he gestured to the bar. The bartender, who had apparently been waiting for the cue, nodded silently and quickly began pouring a cold beer. In seconds, he handed it to Nate with almost choreographed efficiency. For you. On the house, said the bald man with a lopsided grin, as if he knew nothing in this place was ever truly free. Nate accepted the beer and offered a discreet toast, masking his constant tension under a veil of fake cheer. He slipped into the conversation with the three men, laughing at the right moments, throwing sharp remarks when appropriate, watching every word as if walking a tightrope. The place began to fill little by little. There wasn't a clear shift, just a gradual rise in voices, cigarette smoke, the smell of alcohol, and sweat. New people trickled in, some alone, others in groups. Nate watched them out of the corner of his eye while pretending to listen to one of the bald man's companions tell a story. He was meticulous, trying to spot any sign, any face that didn't quite belong. But he found none. All the newcomers shared the same aura. Rough men, some with visible tattoos and clenched jaws, others with glassy eyes and the sluggishness of heavy drinkers. Some laughed like hyenas, others slipped into dark corners and melted into silence. Nate felt a twinge of disappointment. He forced himself to maintain the smile as time passed and drinks changed hands. The stories grew louder, the tones more intense. That was when he felt the buzz in his pocket. With practiced discretion, he pulled out his phone and glanced down. It was a message from Alice. Just reading her name loosened something inside him. I'm in Seattle. Met with my family. All good. Keep me updated. I miss you. Nate couldn't help but smile. There was something warm and reassuring in those few words, like an anchor tossed into a sea just beginning to stir. He began typing a quick reply, but just then, the bald man's voice rose above the general murmur. Well, he said in a tone that wasn't exactly festive but enough to grab everyone's attention. Even the bartender turned down the music with a quick twist of a knob, letting a brief, expectant silence settle over the place. The bald man stood up, lifting his half-empty glass. His smile widened, though now his eyes held something colder, as if the mask of camaraderie was slipping. Time for what we really came here to do tonight, he announced, his voice somewhere between celebration and warning. Cards, cash, and luck. Let the first bet roll, gentlemen. A wave of excitement rippled through the bar. People began gathering, forming a semicircle around the main table, where a couple of chairs were already waiting. The air shifted, as if every particle knew something important was about to start. Nate slid the phone back into his pocket without replying to the message, focusing instead on what was about to happen. The games began with a subdued enthusiasm. At first, they played cards, gathering around the main table as if it were some sort of ritual. Laughter was scarce, replaced by grunts, tongue clicks, and the occasional sharp thump on the table when someone lost badly. Nate stayed on the sidelines, watching the game and sharing the occasional laugh. Then came the darts. Two players stood in front of a dartboard hanging on the wall, and the bartender brought out a scoreboard with metal hooks to jot down names and allow the others to bet quickly. Coins and bills exchanged hands without order or decorum. The air had grown thicker, filled with smoke and harsh murmurs. Nate used the breaks between games to observe and identify everyone who approached. At some point, someone dragged a table into the center of the room, pushing chairs aside on either side. Arm wrestling had begun. The first ones to step up did so with rough enthusiasm, rolling up their sleeves, rubbing their hands together, as if simply pushing with their arms could release weeks of pent-up frustration. Nate watched from a corner with his half-empty glass between his fingers. One man, in particular, caught his attention. He was short, lean, with dark skin and black curly hair that fell in messy little spirals. At first glance, he wasn't impressive. He didn't have muscular arms like some of the others, nor the body of someone used to lifting weights. But he was one of the first to approach the table and, without fanfare, bet a significant amount of money on himself. Nate narrowed his eyes. It wasn't common for someone like that to bet big on a brute strength game. Even less so to seem so confident about it. When it was his turn, the man dispatched his opponents one after the other with disconcerting speed. He didn't look excited or annoyed, just rushed, as if he had more important things to do. Each victory of his was clean, without celebration or mockery, and as soon as he stood up from his seat, he was ready for the next one. Nate decided to join in. He sat across from him when his turn came, and the two exchanged a brief glance in greeting. Their hands met in the center of the table, Nate's, firm and rough, the others, smaller but strangely solid. The match began. Nate pressed. He felt the tension in his arm, neck, and jaw. The other man closed his eyes and furrowed his brow as if he were on the brink of collapse. He panted slightly, as if his body were resisting with everything it had. But his arm didn't move. Not a millimeter. That's what alerted Nate. The expression of strain was convincing, but it didn't match what his arm showed. There were no tremors, no pushback, not a hint of weakness. It was as if all that exhaustion was just a mask. The struggle lasted longer than usual. For a moment, it seemed like the other would give in, that his wrist would buckle. But it didn't. On the contrary, with calculated pressure, he slowly pushed Nate's arm down to the table, winning the match as if he had given it everything he had. Nate pulled his hand back silently, his breathing a bit quicker. The dark-skinned man stood without a word. He headed to the bar and, with a quick gesture to the bartender, ordered another beer. He received it with the same neutral expression he'd had while playing. He sat at the counter without much interest, watching as the other competitions unfolded. Nate watched him for a few minutes. After witnessing the man's strength, he had no doubt. That was him. Now he just needed to confirm it. While some men continued with the arm wrestling matches, placing bets, laughing, and slamming fists on the table, Nate made his way through the crowd, pretending to be more drunk than he really was. He approached the bald man, one of the loudest in the group, and, with a crooked smile, placed a hand on his shoulder. Ooh, come on, really. I thought the games would be more exciting. The bald man glanced at him, thinking he was just another drunk making noise. He shook his head and raised his voice, trying to get the rest to join in. Ha ha. What do you say, guys? Look at the kid. He shouted toward the whole bar. Laughter erupted from the corners, some raising their glasses, others slapping the tables in approval. The bald man turned to Nate, raising an eyebrow and giving him a crooked half smile. So tell me, what's exciting to you? Nate pretended to think, tilting his head with an exaggerated expression. Then, as if he'd just had a brilliant revelation, he grinned from ear to ear and raised his voice. I know. How about five-finger fillet? That's a bar game, right? There was a brief silence, like a collective held breath. The bald man's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Then a fierce smile, almost childlike in his excitement, spread across his weathered face. You wanna see blood, huh? Perfect. He turned to the bar and shouted. Hey, bring out some knives to play. The bartender, already used to these things, nodded without saying a word and crouched down behind the counter. Some men clapped, others whistled in excitement. The air grew heavier. But before the bartender could pull anything out, Nate raised his voice again, still swaying, a smile still on his face. What do you need more for? I've got one right here. With a quick motion, he reached into his jacket and raised his father's knife high, letting the metallic gleam catch the artificial light of the room and draw everyone's attention. 11 comments 0 vote. Chapter 106. If you want to support or read some advanced chapters +10, please follow me on patreon.com/jayjayempi. The bar's dim lighting caught the edge of the blade just for a second, enough to spark a sharp glint in the eyes of the dark-skinned man drinking alone at the counter. He feigned disinterest, as if the murmurs of the bar were just white noise, but the moment the metallic flash crossed his line of sight, something shifted in his face. His jaw tightened. His eyelids lowered ever so slightly. It wasn't a dramatic or clumsy reaction. It was the kind of subtle shift no ordinary person would notice, but for Nate, it was more than enough. There he was. He'd recognized it. The bald man, to whom Nate had shown the blade with the drunken flair of someone enchanted by a new toy, burst into raucous laughter. He clutched his stomach, throwing his head back with the dry, cracked laugh of someone who's drunk too much and slept too little. That, he shouted, pointing at the knife like it was a bad joke. Nah, we need something bigger if we wanna see fingers fly. The table trembled slightly when the bartender arrived with 2 long kitchen knives. He laid them down with a deep, heavy clack. These weren't ordinary knives, their edges were chipped, their blades weathered by use. They could cut, sure, but they also carried stories. 2 men stepped into the center of the bar amid cheers, shoves, and applause, like boxers approaching the ring. They picked up the blades with ease, spinning them in their hands like natural extensions of their wrists. They sat across from each other, elbows planted firmly, eyes sharp. Their fingers drummed against the table's edge. The air thickened with that filthy, feral electricity that always precedes violence. The game was about to begin. Nate stepped back a few paces, still swaying, watching with apparent fascination. His eyes widened as if it were a circus act, not a test of courage that might end with a scream and a bloodied hand. Ooh, now that's scary, he slurred, dragging out the words like his tongue weighed a ton. It was the voice of a child watching his first boxing match, excited and scared all at once. He lingered there for several minutes, at a safe distance, commenting along with the other drunks. He laughed too much, his cackles clattering like shattered plates. He exaggerated his reactions and clapped when there was nothing to celebrate. Every move was calculated. Every stumble, carefully rehearsed. Once he felt he'd fulfilled his quota of performance, he peeled away from the group with a clumsy spin, tripping slightly over a table. He zigzagged toward the bar with a dumb grin plastered on his face. The dark-skinned man was still watching him. Not obviously, but with surgical precision. From his corner, his posture remained contained, but the tension in his fingers around the glass gave him away. Nate noticed he hadn't dropped his guard for a second since seeing the blade, but he hadn't moved either. He wasn't going to bite the bait so easily. At the bar, Nate ordered another drink. And another. And another. Some he barely touched, leaving them on random tables. Others he spilled with perfectly orchestrated carelessness, soaking his clothes in the unmistakable stink of cheap, sweet, corrosive liquor. At times, he wrapped an arm around some loud guy, shouting random names, mimicking the rowdy euphoria of those betting on the knife duel. He sang badly, or shouted, that one's losing a hand. Between guffaws. He fit right in. Just another drunk with too many drinks and nowhere to go. Time dragged with artificial slowness, as if the bar were suspended in a swamp of cigarette smoke, sweat, and flickering lights. Outside, the night had thickened with the damp weight only found in the early hours. Inside, the laughter was rougher, the voices more broken, the bodies looser. Nate watched without seeming to, counting seconds, measuring silences. The dark-skinned man was growing impatient. His leg bounced unevenly, as if every minute that passed was a miscalculation. It was time to leave. Nate stood, swaying, and stumbled toward the center of the room, bumping into a chair. He let out a stupid laugh, the kind that only makes sense inside a drunk's head. It's very late, he said, each word warped like a crooked brushstroke. He addressed the bald man with slurred speech and the expression of a child lost to sleep. Boot, you gotta promise we'll play again next week, yeah. The bald man, red as an overripe tomato and about to pass out at the bar, lifted a limp arm in approval. Of course, kid. Just bring more knives next time. Nate laughed, rubbing his forehead theatrically. Then he frowned, as if remembering something important. Hey, where can I pee? I'm about to explode. The bald man scoffed, rolling his eyes. The bathroom here's a dump, but there's a door in the back. Leads to an alley. No one'll bother you. Griot, Nate muttered, clutching his stomach like he might burst. He turned and stumbled toward the back of the place, pushing aside a threadbare curtain with his shoulder. His steps were erratic, like the floor tilted beneath him. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He knew, with the kind of sharpened instinct that needs no proof, that the man was watching him. And that was exactly what he wanted. Nate exited through the back door, which slammed shut behind him with a metallic thud that echoed off the damp alley walls. The night air reeked of humidity and trash, a sour stench rising from overflowing dumpsters. There were no streetlights, only moonlight filtering between buildings, casting long shadows that stretched like twisted limbs. He moved quickly and leaned against a cold, worn brick wall. Bent forward, as if ready to vomit, his forehead beaded with sweat that had nothing to do with alcohol. He waited. Just a few seconds that felt like minutes. Then he heard it. The door creaking open again, followed by heavy footsteps scraping over the gravel. It was him. The dark-skinned man appeared in the doorway, his silhouette framed by the bar's weak interior light. His face was half-shadowed, but his expression was clear, annoyance, and something else. Suspicion. Nate glanced over his shoulder and, still feigning drunkenness, shouted with a slurred voice. Hey, it's taken. He let out a short, shaky laugh, as if he didn't even know what he was laughing at. The man didn't answer right away. He just stood there, eyes fixed on him. Then his voice rang out, clear, almost accusatory. Where'd you get that knife? Nate barely managed to straighten up before he saw the man walking toward him, not waiting for an answer. There was tension in his shoulders, tightness in his jaw. Every step sounded like a threat. Hey, what's your problem? Nate cried, stumbling back, pretending to be scared, letting his voice tremble. His words echoed down the narrow corridor of concrete. The man didn't respond. He just picked up the pace, his hardened face and dark eyes gleaming with fury, ancient fury. Nate turned on his heels and started to run. Or more accurately, staggered forward in a disjointed jog, as if he couldn't coordinate properly. His steps were uneven, his shoulder slammed into a rusted crate, and he tripped on a broken bottle. Behind him, the man cursed under his breath and broke into a full sprint. His footsteps sounded firmer, faster. Nate dove deeper into the alley's labyrinth, weaving between passages, dodging trash bags, and leaping over puddles of stagnant water, until he found a particularly dark corner. Without slowing, he veered sharply and disappeared around the bend. The man, seeing him vanish, sped up and turned into the same alley. But as he entered, he stopped dead in his tracks. There, standing in the middle of the alley, was Nate. Beneath the shadow of an old metal sign, the knife glinted in his hand like a sharp fang under the pale moonlight. His stance was firm, feet planted, torso upright. There was no sign of drunkenness in his eyes now, only a quiet mix of anger and anticipation. The man studied him carefully. His dark, beastly eyes locked onto Nate's. He frowned, as if sniffing the air, searching for something beyond the surface smell of cheap perfume and spilled booze. He inhaled, then shook his head. As if he couldn't quite place the scent. But that didn't stop him. Now visibly irritated, the man raised his voice from across the alley. "Where did you get that knife?" Nate didn't answer. He spun the blade slowly between his fingers, as if distracted, but never took his eyes off the wolf. Every twitch, every shift of muscle, every breath was registered by his calculating stare. The blade caught the faint glow of a distant street lamp, and though his posture seemed relaxed, his entire body was ready. The man growled, a deep, rage-filled sound. "Then I guess I'll make you talk," he snapped, lunging forward. Nate stepped back, then again, raising the knife with firm hands and planting his heels. The first punch came straight for his chest, but Nate slipped aside with a dry sidestep. He knew he couldn't afford to get hit. Any blow that landed would shatter his bones. But he had learned something crucial during the chase. The wolf wasn't that much faster than he was. He was quick, quicker than a normal human, but to someone who'd seen a vampire move, it was manageable. He wouldn't underestimate him, of course. That strength was dangerous. But Nate believed he could buy time. The wolf unleashed a flurry of wild blows, each one laced with raw fury. His arms moved like hammers, cutting arcs through the air, trying to crush. Nate breathed through his nose, keeping every heartbeat and muscle under control, dodging by mere inches. Sometimes ducking, sometimes spinning, sometimes just retreating. But always watching. Always analyzing. Then, while sidestepping, he got pinned against the wall. The man seized the moment and punched straight at him. His fist shattered the stone with brutal force, sending shards and dust flying. Nate instinctively shielded himself, shocked by the impact, but didn't waste a second. With a quick, precise move, he stabbed the blade into the man's shoulder, the one still embedded in the wall. The man's scream was guttural, a mix between a howl and a roar. Nate yanked the blade back and stepped away. He saw dark blood trickle through the torn fabric of the jacket. He was bleeding, not just wounded, but bleeding like anyone else. And that surprised him. But the wolf wasn't done. Now angrier, more feral, he attacked again. His strikes were less precise, more violent, pure instinct. Pure rage. Nate couldn't block, so he kept dodging, shorter, quicker steps now, ducking low, twisting his torso, using the walls to his advantage. He took every chance to strike. A cut to the side, another to the forearm, a graze across the cheek. Wounds opened easily. Then, during a lapse, the wolf dropped his arms for just a second. Nate seized the moment, slid to his side and drove the blade between his ribs with all the strength his muscles could summon. The scream was louder than before. Nate tried to retrieve the knife, but didn't make it in time. The wolf had staggered back, retreating as fast as he could. Then he looked at Nate. No longer with rage. Now there was caution, maybe even fear. He stumbled a few steps backward, clutching his side. Then, without a word, he turned around and bolted from the alley with long strides, like he was running from a demon. Nate didn't move. He stood there, breathing hard, sweat rolling down his temple. The wolf, for his part, kept glancing over his shoulder, making sure Nate wasn't following. But on one of those looks, just as he was about to exit the alley, he slammed into something. Something that didn't budge an inch. The impact was dull. His body bounced back and crashed to the ground with a thud. Dazed, he looked up. The first thing he saw were red eyes glowing like burning coals beneath blonde hair. Then a smile, not one of joy, but of patient triumph. Behind that expression lay restrained pleasure, a completed calculation. Vladimir was fascinated. The man didn't even need to sniff him. That chill running up his neck, that visceral sense of danger, it was pure instinct. He was facing a vampire. A real one. With panic etched into every muscle, he scrambled to his feet and ran toward the other end of the alley. His steps were fast, but no longer confident, they were the steps of someone fleeing with their soul on the line. He ran past Nate, but Nate made no move to stop him. He only watched, arms hanging at his sides, breath still heavy, blood from the fight thundering in his ears. And just as the wolf was about to reach the exit, a shadow dropped from the rooftop above. The silhouette fell like a predator, landing in front of him with the dry thud of boots on asphalt. It was Stefan. The curious glint in his eyes betrayed amusement. He didn't look angry or threatening, just entertained, like someone watching the unexpected twist of a chess match. His gaze slid lazily over the cornered man, assessing him like a clumsy, insignificant creature. The man stopped cold. His chest heaved. He turned, looking for escape, but behind him were the human who had wounded him, and another vampire. 3 figures. 3 presences weighing on him like a sentence. He turned his head, gasping, cornered by something far older and more terrible than brute strength. Then Nate stepped forward. His voice, loaded with exhaustion and resolve, sliced through the silence like a blade. I think now that we're all here, we can finally have a talk. 21 comments 0 vote. Chapter 107. If you want to support or read some advanced chapters +10 please follow me on patreon.com/jayjayempi. LA Push Forks Road. The soft roar of the engine filled the air with a hypnotic constancy. Jacob had his left arm hanging out the window, feeling the cool wind crash against his skin. His hair fluttered messily, and for the first time in days, a smile curled his lips. One of those genuine smiles that show teeth and reach the eyes. He was driving down the road connecting La Push to Forks, the forested landscape sliding past on both sides like a living postcard. He was alone, the windows rolled down, his fingers firm on the wheel of Nate's car. And even if it wasn't his, it felt like it was. That car had something hard to explain. Every time he drove it, his body relaxed. The anger that had been clenching his chest in recent weeks simply vanished. As if the metal, the leather, the roar of the engine knew how to calm him. Maybe that's why Nate liked it so much, Jacob thought. Maybe that was what kept him serene. He sighed. It had been a while since Nate left, although only recently he'd learned, thanks to Nate's grandmother, that Alice had gone with him to DC. That had been a surprise. He'd seen them together while Nate recovered from his accident. Though his father didn't care much for the Cullens, Jacob was happy to see his friend doing well. But when he mentioned it to his father, Billy had grown tense. He didn't say much, as always, but each word landed with the weight of a stone. It'd be best if you distanced yourself from Nate. There are plenty of other kids your age on the reservation. You haven't seen Sam and the others in a while. Jacob had clenched his fists when he heard that. The phrase didn't just annoy him, it hurt. Sam had started treating him differently in recent months, almost like he was being watched, as if he were about to get into trouble. But Nate had been like an older brother. Someone who treated him as an equal, who gave advice, who cared about what he cared about. And now he had to stay away. Why? Billy didn't explain much, he only hinted that Nate had made a decision about his life. That he might not come back. That his path no longer matched theirs. That talk ended in an argument. The worst they'd had in a long time. Jacob tried to shake those thoughts from his head. The forest air poured into the car, pushing his hair back. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the wind clean out the rage. No point in dwelling. He decided to think of something else. Bella. It was automatic. His mind returned to her like an arrow always finding its target. He hadn't seen her in days. Lately, she has always been with her boyfriend, that Edward. Just thinking of him made Jacob's stomach tighten. He'd never liked him. Not because he was handsome or mysterious or whatever. But because he'd taken her away. Jacob had always thought he'd have a shot with Bella. Since she moved to Forks, he'd felt they shared something that, with time and effort, could become more. But then that guy showed up, and everything changed. Jacob swallowed hard, his knuckles tightening on the steering wheel. The sunset began to paint the sky in orange strokes. And as he drove in silence, memories arrived uninvited. Rainy days, aimless walks, shared laughs in a cheap diner. Bella, Nate, and he. 3 pieces that fit together effortlessly. Friends. Companions. He missed those days more than he cared to admit. And it wasn't just Bella. It was Nate, too. When he was around, things seemed easier. More balanced. Now, everything was changing. Jacob swallowed that discomfort, but the memory of his friends made him more nostalgic than he would have liked. He figured the best thing to do was to fulfill his promise and visit Nate's grandmother. Mrs. Winter, with her sharp tongue and even sharper humor, was always a peculiar but welcome presence. Whenever he visited, she'd feed him like he might disappear at any moment. She used to joke that Jacob reminded her of a stray puppy, which was why she fed him like she needed to fatten him up before winter. Her words only ever made him laugh. It was hard to take offense at Mrs. Winter. She had a way of speaking so bluntly that you just accepted her words as truth. He kept driving until the scattered houses along the road gave way to the familiar, damp silhouette of Forks. The sky was already darkening. Night would fall soon. He decided to make a quick visit, just to check if she needed anything. It took a few minutes to reach Nate's house. Seeing it filled Jacob with a warm feeling. The Porsche was still in the driveway. That made him smile. The car looked like it belonged there, like it had always been part of that house. He parked carefully and stepped out calmly. He knocked on the door. From inside, he heard hurried footsteps and then the creak of the lock. The door swung open with unexpected energy. Mrs. Winter appeared, her white hair pulled into a messy bun and her expression anxious, but it vanished the moment she saw him. Well, seems you can smell when I'm about to eat, boy, she said with fake disdain, clicking her tongue. She turned without waiting for a reply, certain he'd follow. Jacob smirked as he stepped inside, closing the door behind him. Good evening, Mrs. Winter. Just came to see if you needed anything. She let out a dry chuckle. Strays are all the same. Play cute so someone'll adopt them. She nodded toward the old cat sleeping atop the armrest of the couch. Get in line, Jake. The cat got here first. Jacob laughed, a real laugh that shook him inside. There was something about that house, about that irreverent old woman, that made him feel like things might still be okay. He stayed for dinner, more at her insistence than his own idea. It had started to drizzle outside, and the soft tapping of the drops on the windows created a hypnotic rhythm that contrasted with the silent atmosphere of the dining room. The antique hallway clock marked the hours with a serene, almost ritualistic tick-tock. Mrs. Winter looked distracted, almost absent. She hadn't eaten much and just stared out the window, her chin barely resting on her hand, her gaze fixed on some lost point in the past. Her expression was neutral, but her eyes held years of silent memories. Uncomfortable with the melancholic air that had settled at the table, Jacob tried to lighten the mood. With a somewhat forced smile, he asked while cutting a piece of bread. You know, every time I visit lately, you open the door like you're rushing. Is everything all right? Mrs. Winter didn't take her eyes off the window. Her voice came out serene, almost a sigh. Years ago, when I saw that car out front, I knew my son was home. It was a comfort. Now, when I see it, my mind no longer expects my son, but the shadow of my grandson. Jacob looked down, feeling like he was intruding on something too intimate, too fragile. Nate had said he was traveling to handle inheritance matters, but he hadn't mentioned how his absence would leave Mrs. Winter so hollow. A knot of guilt formed in Jacob's stomach. When Nate returned, he thought he'd tell him exactly what he'd left behind. Trying to shift the mood, Jacob started talking about his everyday life. He told her about school, the latest engine he'd helped fix at the local garage, even asked for advice on how to approach a girl he liked, just to make her smile. And it worked. In that sense, Mrs. Winter was like Nate. She listened with noble patience, and when she answered, she did so with a mix of wisdom and dry humor that broke any tension. For a while, the house felt warm again. But then the doorbell rang. The sound sliced the air like an unexpected chime. Mrs. Winter blinked, snapped out of her trance, and then gestured calmly toward the door. You can get it, Jacob. Jacob stood, frowning slightly with a mix of curiosity and distrust. As he walked toward the entrance, he turned and asked, Are you expecting anyone? Mrs. Winter closed her eyes slowly and tapped her temple with a knowing smile. The aura I sense behind that door is the unmistakable awkward aura of Charlie. Jacob let out a disbelieving laugh. Come on. No way. He opened the door. And it was Charlie. Soaked from the drizzle, in his slightly disheveled uniform and holding a bag, the older man blinked at Jacob and muttered a greeting as he shook water off his shoulder. Jacob stood frozen for a second, then slowly turned toward the dining room, where Mrs. Winter looked at him with a raised eyebrow and an amused expression. How did you know? Jacob asked quietly, almost afraid of a supernatural answer. Mrs. Winter tilted her head calmly, wearing a smile that was half tenderness, half mischief. I saw his patrol car through the window, dear. Jacob snorted, a bit embarrassed, shaking his head as he waved Charlie in. Charlie stepped inside with slow steps, brushing off his uniform shirt as a gust of cool air briefly entered the room. He adjusted his belt with a sigh and looked up, meeting Mrs. Winter's mischievous smile from her usual seat by the window. The sheriff of Forks should know better than to go out without a jacket, she teased, her eyes sparkling with warmth that belied her age. Charlie chuckled, closing the door behind him as he crossed the room with measured steps. The creak of his boots echoed lightly on the polished wood, a soft but steady sound. In my defense, the weather wasn't like this when I left work. At the table, he pulled a small paper bag from his coat and placed it in front of the old woman. Inside glistened some fresh apples and a handful of perfectly ripe pears, still beaded with dew. You're spoiling me, Charlie, Mrs. Winter said gratefully, taking the fruit. You're saving me all those trips to the market. My knees are celebrating your visit. Charlie smiled as he settled into a chair with the ease of someone who'd been there many times before. It's the least I can do. From the doorway, Jacob watched the scene with a faint smile. He'd stayed silent since Charlie arrived, feeling part of the room without needing to speak. He checked the time on his phone, hesitating. It was getting late, and his dad didn't like it when he was late, but after another second, he decided to stay. After all, if he told Billy he'd been with Sheriff Swan, he couldn't complain too much. He approached the table just as Charlie gestured toward the empty seat beside him. Jacob sat down, stretching his legs and letting out a relaxed sigh. And how are you today, Mrs. Winter? Charlie asked warmly, taking a cup of coffee that the woman offered with a smile. The old woman sighed dramatically, though her expression remained bright. Amazing, as always. Lately, I'm drowning in attention, she said just as her old cat stirred atop the couch's backrest and gracefully jumped down to approach her. She pulled it into her lap with a soft, familiar stroke. I feel like a teenager, she added playfully. With so many handsome young men visiting me. Charlie laughed. You're talking about me, of course. Jacob snorted, rolling his eyes as he picked up an apple from the bag, spinning it in his hands without biting it. Mrs. Winter looked at them with affection before changing the subject. And how's Bella, Charlie? The name caused a subtle reaction in Jacob. He looked up discreetly, waiting for the answer. Out with her boyfriend, the sheriff replied, rubbing his neck with a resigned air. They're always together, like magnets, but today they left early. Think he took her shopping or something. She said she'd be back late. Jacob pressed his lips into a thin line, lowering his gaze to the fruit, still untouched. Edward's a good kid, said Mrs. Winter, trying to ease the atmosphere. Polite, though frankly, my Nathaniel got the best Cullen. Jacob raised an eyebrow, curious. Though he'd seen them together, something about her tone intrigued him. What's Nate like with Alice? He asked with a mischievous smile, leaning back in his chair. The old woman laughed genuinely, stroking the cat's back with affection. My grandson likes to act tough, you know. Always with that serious, aloof air, but every time Alice isn't looking, he stares at her like she's the last good thing in the world. Laughter spread across the table, light, breaking the tension in the air. And the girl's no different, she added, with a softer, almost melancholy gaze. When Nate was recovering, she never left his side. Like a machine, tireless. I haven't seen that kind of devotion since my husband died. She paused, her eyes lost in a memory that seemed to wrap around her. That girl is a blessing, Mrs. Winter said with a gentle smile. She did what I couldn't. Made Nathaniel smile like a normal boy again. I'll always be grateful to her for that. Charlie, visibly moved by her words, lowered his voice while sipping his coffee. And you're okay with those two alone in D.C.? Mrs. Winter shrugged with an amused, almost mocking smile. If Dr. Cullen's fine with his daughter going, I don't see why I should worry about my grandson. Charlie slowly nodded, acknowledging she had a point. He took a long sip, as if trying to digest more than just the warm drink. Besides, Mrs. Winter added quickly, her eyes gleaming with mischief, if they come back with a surprise and I end up with a great-grandchild, nothing would make me happier. Charlie choked, coughing sharply as he jerked forward. Jacob burst out laughing, leaning over the table. Don't you think they're a bit young for that? Charlie asked between coughs, wiping his lips with the back of his hand. Mrs. Winter laughed softly, gently stroking the cat. You'd better get used to the idea, Charlie. Both my Nathaniel and Bella are nearly adults. And though it's sad to see kids grow up, there's no greater joy than watching them build their own lives. Jacob stayed silent, staring at the table's surface without really seeing it. The old woman's words sank into him like stones in water. Bella. Nate. They'd leave. Study. Live. Change. And he'd stay in La Push. The thought wrapped around him like a heavy, damp blanket. It wasn't just the age gap that set them apart. It was fate itself. His dad grew up here. So did his grandfather. And while Jacob didn't complain about life on the reservation, a deep, almost shameful part of him wanted more. Something he might never reach if he stayed. Charlie seemed lost in similar thoughts. He made a small face, a gesture of resignation masked as humor. Wouldn't mind if Bella waited a few more years before leaving, but I guess college makes it inevitable. Jacob nodded slowly, not daring to look at him. The room fell silent for a moment, suspended under the weight of unspoken words. The only sound was the faint hum of the fridge in the kitchen. Then, without warning, the cat on Mrs. Winter's lap sprang up with tension, as if it sensed something in the air. A second later, it leapt nimbly up the stairs, its fur bristling. All three followed the movement with their eyes. Then the doorbell rang. Jacob raised an eyebrow, still staring at the stairs. More visitors. Mrs. Winter stood calmly, though her steps were slower than usual. He probably just dropped Bella off at your place, Charlie. It's probably Edward. Charlie frowned, puzzled. What would Edward be doing here? Mrs. Winter walked toward the front door, speaking with the careless tone of someone recalling an unimportant anecdote. I don't know what Nate told him, but I've seen him around now and then, she said without looking back. So I told him he might as well come in directly. He just stops by, chats a bit, then leaves. Charlie furrowed his brow slightly, turning his coffee cup between his hands. Like a cat, he murmured with half a smile, though there was a slight tone of disapproval in his voice. Mrs. Winter chuckled softly and winked at Jacob, a complicity that didn't go unnoticed. Lately, I think I prefer dogs, she added playfully. Jacob couldn't help but smile. He caught the hint immediately and felt a flicker of relief, like he suddenly felt a little more welcome in that home. Mrs. Winter turned the knob and opened the door. But it wasn't Edward standing there. It was a tall young man, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and large sunglasses that almost completely hid his eyes. The cool night air seemed to slip in with him the moment the door opened. Jacob felt his chest tighten. He didn't know why, but something about the guy rubbed him the wrong way. The guy had an athletic build, solid. In some ways, he reminded Jacob of Nate, the confident posture, the strong presence. But there were subtle differences. Blonde hair peeked from beneath the hood, and something about how he stood, too upright, too comfortable, made it seem like he believed he had a right to be there. Like the house belonged to him. Jacob clenched his jaw, uncomfortable. The young man spoke, his voice low and velvety, but with a quiet confidence that didn't quite match his casual appearance. Good evening, ma'am, he said with a brief gesture of courtesy, though his eyes flicked rapidly behind the glasses, searching for someone beyond the threshold. I'm looking for Charlie Swan. Mrs. Winter narrowed her eyes and, without opening the door further, kept her body firm, an unmoving, calm barrier. This is the Winter house, young man. Why would you be looking for the sheriff here? The stranger's smile curved slightly, like someone who'd just been told an inside joke. It was so subtle that only Jacob seemed to catch the arrogant undertone behind it. Could it be, he asked, a note of restrained joy in his voice, that this is Nate Winter's house? Mrs. Winter's expression shifted, just barely, softening with a hint of genuine curiosity. Are you a friend of my grandson? She asked, tilting her head ever so slightly. The young man smiled, a quiet, confident curve of his lips. I wouldn't say friend, exactly, he replied in a relaxed, almost easygoing tone. He did my girlfriend a favor, and I figured it was time to return the courtesy. From the dining room, Charlie looked up and rose from the table, suddenly alert. Everything all right, Mrs. Winter? He asked loudly, tuning into the tone at the entrance. Mrs. Winter turned her back to the young man and looked at Charlie with a soft smile meant to dispel any worry. I think he's a friend of mine, Nathan. She didn't get to finish the sentence. The blow was brutal, fast and unforgiving. A single sideways strike from the young man sent her flying like a ragdoll. Her body twisted unnaturally in the air, feet leaving the floor, until she crashed against a wooden bookshelf that shattered with a loud crack. Charlie froze for a split second, his face shifting from shock to sheer panic. His hands moved instinctively to the gun at his belt. He drew it and aimed. Don't move. But he didn't stand a chance. The young man was already in front of him. Charlie hadn't even heard the steps, just a blur of motion, a whoosh through the air. In a blink, the stranger had him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly with one hand as if he weighed nothing at all. The gun slipped from his fingers. The dark glasses hit the floor next to the weapon, revealing eyes that blazed, intense, glowing red like burning coals. Charlie kicked and thrashed, trying to break free, his fingers clawing at the other's arm, uselessly. His face began to change color. His eyes bulged. Every second dragged out like visible torture. Jacob stood frozen, watching everything. The world had turned distant, muffled, like he was witnessing it all from underwater. He turned, slowly, toward Mrs. Winter. She was on the floor, semi-conscious. Her eyes were wide open, staring at nothing. A thin thread of blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. She was breathing, but it was labored, wet, broken. The sight of her broken body hit Jacob like a bullet straight to the heart. Something ignited inside him. Jacob felt a click deep within. Not a thought. Not a clear emotion. Something more primal. First came the heat, a searing wave rising from his gut to his chest, to his skull. Like he was burning from the inside out. Like his blood had turned to molten lava. Then came the pain. He doubled over, hands on his knees, gasping. His back tensed, his ribs cracked. Everything hurt. Like something inside him was pushing to break free. And he was afraid. A kind of fear he didn't recognize. Primal terror, unnameable and ancient. He thought he was going to die. That he was going to split open. That he'd melt like butter in a hot pan. But then he saw him. That guy. That damn bastard with the red eyes, still holding Charlie in the air with a look of amusement, almost boredom. Rage tore through Jacob like lightning. It wasn't human. It wasn't logical. It was something else. Wild. Absolute. A fury so pure it made him scream silently. His body snapped. His ribs stretched with the wet sound of tearing flesh. His hands lengthened, fingers twisting into black claws. His skin split in strips like soaked paper, giving way to something larger, darker. His face contorted with a sickening crunch, jaw broken, eyes displaced, fangs emerging. His senses exploded. The smell of sweat, of fear, of blood soaked into the wood. Everything was sharper. More real. With a deafening growl, he lunged at the intruder with all the fury of thunder-made flesh. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Jayjayempi Creators Thoughts. 24 comments 0 vote. Chapter 108. If you want to support or read some advanced chapters +10 please follow me on patreon.com/jjmp. Alley near the bar, Washington, D.C. Nate stared coldly at the man in front of him. The man, panicked, had backed up against the wall, his nails scraping the concrete, leaving behind dark, wet trails. He was gasping violently, his chest heaving as if the air itself were fire in his lungs. His eyes were wide, glistening like those of a trapped animal. His dilated pupils struggled to focus, seized by pain and adrenaline. Stefan watched him with arms crossed, one eyebrow slightly raised. There was a trace of disappointment and annoyance in his gaze, as if the display of desperation were some tasteless joke. This was supposed to be our champion? He asked, his voice low but sharp enough to wound. Vladimir appeared in a blink, his boots brushing the ground with a soft whisper. He let out a short, harsh laugh that sounded more like disdain than amusement. He took a few steps toward the bloodied man, crouched without ceremony, and with a swift, precise motion, yanked out the knife lodged in the man's side. The blade came out with a wet, viscous sound. The man howled in pain, convulsing like a wounded animal. His fingers clawed at the floor. Vladimir didn't flinch. He raised the still bloodied knife and handed it to Nate like he was offering a forgotten cigarette, a useless thing. Looks more like a scared dog. The wolf blinked, his eyes foggy with pain, but also something deeper. Something that reeked of humiliation. He curled in on himself, swallowing hard, his jaw trembling with helplessness. You only say that because there's no full moon, he growled, voice ragged, glaring at the three of them with glassy eyes burning with restrained fury. If I had my full power, I'd tear you all apart. That didn't inspire fear, just something else entirely. Vladimir smiled, flashing his fangs with almost childlike glee. Stefan tilted his head, intrigued, as if the statement wasn't a threat but a fascinating revelation pulled from some ancient museum. Nate didn't smile. He held the bloodied knife steady, eyes locked on the wolf. He stepped forward, the blade trembling slightly in his fingers, and calmly brought it close to the man's face. The edge gleamed under the sparse light reaching into the alley. We're not here to talk about what you could do, he said, voice ice cold. We want to know what happened to Richard Winter. The name sliced through the air harder than the knife ever could. The wolf's eyes widened. Something cracked in his expression. The rage crumbled for a moment, making room for a shadow of guilt, a barely visible fracture that left him exposed. Why do you care about him? He asked, less defiant now, more cautious. Almost inquisitive. Stefan snorted, amused. Vladimir stepped beside Nate and looked down at the wolf like he was the punchline of a bad joke. Look at him closely, he said, mockingly. You're talking to his son. The wolf went quiet. His breathing slowed, heavy. He squinted slightly, lifted his head, and sniffed the air awkwardly, like his senses were no longer what they used to be. He sniffed again, deeper. You don't smell like him, he muttered. Then looked up at Nate, voice reduced to a tense whisper. But you do look like him. Nate took another step, tension climbing his shoulders like the very air was pushing down on him. His voice came out sharper, barely concealing his impatience. Tell me everything you know about Richard Winter. The wolf, still slumped against the wall, hesitated for just a second. A blink. A tiny flicker of doubt, but it was enough. Nate raised the knife again, its glint betraying a brutal intent. Before he could act, Stefan lifted a hand. He hadn't moved from his spot. Easy, Nathaniel. I'm sure our new friend will tell you everything you want to know. Vladimir moved forward without hurry, like the threat was just a rehearsed part of some ancient dance. He crouched, grabbed the man by the throat, and lifted him effortlessly off the ground. The wolf's body dangled limp, his legs swaying in the air. Or at least he will if he doesn't want us losing our patience. The man flailed, kicking, clawing at the air like a butchered beast on a hook. Vladimir held him there for a few more seconds, his expression neutral and cruel, then let him drop as if discarding a bag of meat. The body hit the ground with a dull thud. The man coughed, choking, and curled in on himself until he could prop against the wall. He was gasping, his sweat mixing with the blood soaking his shirt. Nate took a deep breath. Once. Twice. He lowered the knife slightly, never taking his eyes off him. Start with the basics. How did you meet my father? The man met his gaze. His face was worn down by fatigue, but there was also something else. A shadow of something older. Something broken. He nodded heavily, like he already knew there was no way out. I've been in this city for a few years. Until recently, I lived with my partner, another of my kind. He spoke slowly, not from weakness, but from the weight of memory. After a fight, she decided to return to the nomadic life. I wanted to stay. I wanted something stable. A roof. A routine. We spent too many years running from their kind. He cast a quick, furtive glance at Stefan and Vladimir, as if their mere presence awakened buried scars. Can you blame me for wanting a home? Nate frowned. He realized, almost instantly, what the man was doing. This wasn't a confession. It was a plea in disguise. An appeal to his empathy. His humanity. And it made his blood boil. He tightened his grip on the knife, spitting the words with restrained fury. I'll repeat the question. How did you know my father? The man lowered his gaze, visibly disappointed that his attempt to stir compassion had failed. He drew in a deep breath, as if carrying centuries of exhaustion, and spoke in a tone that was almost resigned. He was my friend. One of the few men in my long life who accepted me as I was. Even despite my nature. Nate frowned. For a second, that confession seemed to hit him. He hadn't expected that kind of answer. But before he could say anything, the Romanians reacted with distrust, almost as if they could smell the lie in the air. Don't take us for fools, Stefan murmured, and Vladimir finished the sentence as if they shared a single mind. We gave Richard the task of finding you only a few months before he died. The wolf raised his head sharply. His eyes widened, not in surprise, but in indignation. Then he found me very quickly. He exclaimed. Richard had been speaking to me long before he died. The Romanians exchanged a brief look, a flicker of doubt flashing across their otherwise impassive faces. They hadn't expected that. Nate hesitated, but his voice came out laced with skepticism and a restrained tension. What's your name? If what you're saying is true, my father must have let your name slip at some point. The man stayed silent for a moment. His gaze shifted towards Stefan and Vladimir, as if seeking permission. Finally, he lowered his eyes and sighed in resignation. In recent decades, I've been called Ymir. That's the name Richard knew me by. Nate narrowed his eyes, searching the tide of memories, notes, conversations with his father, fragments of the journal. But nothing came up. The name didn't spark even the faintest hint of recognition. That can't be. If it were true, your entry in the journal would be longer. It said nothing, not even a description. It was brief, written in haste. I don't believe he found you that quickly. Stefan frowned. Vladimir clicked his fingers with impatience. Their gazes darkened like gathering storm clouds. Every lie will cost a finger, Vladimir growled, stepping forward with a crunch of boots and clenched knuckles. Stefan already had his hand outstretched, ready to grab the man, when Ymir shrank back against the wall and raised his hands in desperation. Wait, I know about the journal. He kept me secret because I asked him to. His voice was a trembling roar, smothered by fear. The Romanians paused for a second, not out of compassion, but curiosity. Nate, eyes fixed on the man who claimed to have been his father's friend, said nothing. A muscle tightened in his jaw as he weighed every word. Explain yourself, he finally said, his voice as sharp as the blade still in his hand. Ymir swallowed hard, knowing that every second of hesitation could cost him more than just a finger. He took a deep breath, as if the weight of the years were crushing his chest. His voice came out lower, rougher, almost like an echo too painful to repeat. Your father found me after a full moon. He never told me how. Werewolves aren't as easy to track as vampires, we don't leave as many traces, but I suppose he saw me transformed. Or at least learned of one of my nights. He paused, lowering his gaze, as if reliving that moment. The next day, he showed up at the house where I was hiding. I could barely stand. After the transformation, we're left weak, dehydrated, our bodies wrecked from the inside. But I had enough strength to kill him. I could have killed him. And honestly, I was going to. I couldn't take the risk. I couldn't leave a witness. His eyes searched the floor, as if hoping to find the courage there. But then he spoke. He said he could offer me a life without fear that I didn't have to keep running, hiding. That threw me off. Most humans, they don't know anything. They shouldn't know. But he started talking about things only our kind would understand. He spoke to me about the Volturi. About how they hunt us. Nate's brow furrowed, hanging on every word. Ymir raised his voice just slightly. I believed him. I had no choice. There's no way an ordinary human would know about the Volturi. But I also thought maybe, he was one of those humans the Italians sometimes use as servants. Maybe they had sent him to lure me out of hiding. The Romanians nodded slowly, as if they already knew where the story was headed. So I thought about ending him right then and there, but your father pulled out that knife, Ymir said, pointing at the blade Nate still held. And he cut me with it while I was weak. That terrified me. Nothing can cut through our skin, at least, nothing made by humans. In that moment, I backed off. I thought he was going to kill me. But instead, he said he came in the name of others, hoping to end the Volturi nightmare. Stefan and Vladimir straightened when they heard him. Without needing to look at each other, they spoke in unison, their voices carrying a solemn conviction that filled the alley. Of course. We did. Ymir nodded quickly, for the first time since the Romanians had arrived. Yes. He said he knew you. My creator once spoke of you, said you were the only ones who had ever opposed the Volturi. Richard said that with you, we could fight back. That he was sent specifically to find me. Ymir continued, his voice dampened by memory. But I told him I couldn't, I'd been running for years. I just wanted to live in peace. Richard was a good man, he spent months visiting me. We met at bars where I used to make some money. He was always understanding, even when he could smell the fear in me. It wasn't fear of me, he knew someone was pressuring him to convince me. Nate felt a bitter stab of anger grow in his gut. He turned his head toward the Romanians, who were still watching Ymir with arms crossed. Their faces were tense. Their eyes are dark. And why would you refuse? One of them spat, stepping forward. The Volturi have hunted your kind for centuries. You should feel the same hatred we do. Ymir lowered his head. His voice came out cracked, barely a whisper. I can't face them. Wolves, we don't usually stick together. After a while, we start fighting among ourselves. We weren't born to live in packs. But when my creator bit me, he spent some time teaching me. Showed me everything we could do. To me, he was the most powerful being I had ever known. After a while, we drifted apart. It's in our nature. He paused, closing his eyes for a moment. His chest rose and fell unevenly. A few decades later, I wanted to find him again. Even if things weren't great between us, he had been kind to me. But when I looked for him, I learned the truth. Ymir's eyes darkened. The Volturi had hunted him down. A thick silence spread like a blanket over the alley. The Romanians said nothing at first. But the mockery had vanished from their faces. No trace of a smile remained, only a raw, ancient rage simmering beneath their skin like lava. One of them growled, fangs barely visible under tense lips. And still you don't want to see them die. Roared the other, stepping forward. Are you just a coward? We wasted so much time looking for you. We thought you might be the monster to end your kind, but you're nothing but a damned disappointment. Ymir looked up. Tears streamed down his cheeks without shame, carving through the face of someone who had no masks left to hold. You don't know what I had to go through. He shouted. His voice trembled, cracked, but held firm. My creator was far more powerful than I ever was, and even he couldn't stand against them. What could I do? What the hell do you want from me? I just want to live in peace. I have nothing to throw against the Volturi. His chest heaved, unsteady. His hands trembled. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The alley fell into a silence thick with blades. It was Nate who broke it. So, my father failed to convince you. He said it with a hint of sorrow, barely audible, but dense enough for everyone to feel it. His gaze shifted to the Romanians with a mix of doubt and unease. He gripped the knife tighter, still wet with the wolf's blood. In his mind, possibilities collided like a stampede. What if they had lied to him from the start? What if the Romanians had killed his father for failing, for doubting, for feeling compassion? The thought twisted his gut. The wolf said nothing. His eyes were no longer defiant, they were empty. Dead. But the Romanians moved. As if they too had smelled the venom of doubt in the air. One on each side, they seized the wolf by the arms. Vladimir didn't hesitate to dig 3 fingers deep into the muscle of Ymir's shoulder, making him scream, an agonized cry that sucked the air from the alley. There's more, Vladimir muttered in a low, dry, dangerous tone. You're hiding something. Ymir screamed, doubled over, teeth clenched in pain, unable to form words. Stefan, jaw tight, grabbed his face and forced him to look him in the eyes. Speak the rest of the truth. The wolf writhed between them. Sweat streamed down his face. The pain wouldn't let him think. In the midst of the torment, he looked at Nate. His gaze pleaded, as if Nate could stop it all, as if his word carried weight in this place. But Nate didn't move, didn't respond. He simply watched. And in that silence, his mind replayed every moment. The vague answers. The awkward pauses. Ymir's reaction when he learned Nate was Richard's son. Guilt. It had always been guilt, not surprise. So far, Nate hadn't seen a single sign that the Romanians had lied to him. Their methods were brutal, yes, but consistent. And something in their nature made them seem beyond deception, like they didn't need to lie to get what they wanted. Ymir, on the other hand, seemed rotten inside. The moment he felt cornered, every pretense crumbled, leaving only desperation. Nate spoke with a cold voice. The kind that expected no compassion and gave no shelter. Finish the story. Stefan let him go. Not out of mercy, but because he knew there was no longer any need to force it. Ymir panted like an old dog, trembling, head bowed. Your father didn't fail, he managed through clenched teeth. He convinced me. The words pierced the air like a blade. The wolf inhaled, speaking low but clearly. He was kind to me, he only asked that I meet with you. He looked toward the Romanians standing on either side. That's all he wanted. For me to listen to what you had to say, and if I didn't agree, you'd leave me alone. I thought about it for a long time, and I agreed. Not because I thought you could convince me, I did it for Richard. He was a good man, and he said with that favor, you'd let him live in peace. I felt a kinship with him. He said he'd let you know in a few days, and that you would come to me, but he had no way of knowing that it wasn't just you who were looking for me. The wolf's voice cracked as Vladimir's fingers remained buried in his shoulder. Vladimir pulled his hand out with a dull, wet sound and stepped back to listen more clearly. Ymir slumped down against the wall, his eyes staring blankly at the ground. And he continued his story. A few days had passed since I agreed. I knew Richard would travel soon to inform them, so I stayed home, gathering the courage to reject them face to face. There were only a few days left until the full moon, so I thought I wouldn't see them again until after it had passed. I didn't believe they'd dare speak to me until I was at my weakest. But something happened that day. I was alone in my shelter. It was nighttime when I felt it, the scent of a group of vampires. I panicked, but I thought, maybe you had decided to meet with Richard earlier than planned, and you wanted to see me as soon as possible, so I didn't hide. I waited for you. Even when I felt it was a large group, I thought you had already recruited more of your kind to take down the Volturi. I thought you'd use your numbers to convince me there was a chance. But I found out the truth the moment they arrived. It was a group of vampires with those unmistakable red cloaks. Among our kind, we all know that if you see vampires wearing those cloaks, your minutes are numbered. It was a large group, Ymir continued, his voice tense, breaking now and then. They cornered me in my own home and tortured me. They seemed pleased with it. One of them, a huge man, by far the strongest in the group, laughed as I screamed and said it had been way too easy. Vladimir scowled at that. With disgust, he muttered under his breath. Felix. Ymir nodded weakly and kept speaking. They all agreed with him. They laughed. Only one girl, one who looked delighted to see me shaking, stared me straight in the eyes and asked why I didn't run. The Romanians stiffened. A shiver swept through the air. Stefan muttered, his face hardened. Jane. Nate turned his head toward Ymir, finally recognizing the names that had until now floated like ghosts in whispered rumors. His gaze sharpened, focused. Ymir, drowning in shame and guilt, lowered his head as he spoke, his voice shattered. I told them everything. I said I was expecting others of their kind. The Romanians instantly tensed, grasping the weight of his words. Ymir swallowed hard and went on. That put them on high alert. They tortured me for hours, without rest, until I spilled it all. I told them a human had contacted me, on behalf of other vampires. I told them they approached me with the intent to overthrow them. The muscles in Vladimir's face tightened. His rage became palpable. He raised a hand, ready to strike him down in a single move. The air turned electric, like a storm was about to explode. But I didn't give them a name. Ymir shouted desperately, tears streaking down his face. I told them the human never gave me any names. Even when they tortured me harder, I never said a name. Vladimir's arm hung in the air for one more second, then he lowered it. His eyes locked onto the wolf's, waiting to hear the rest. Ymir gasped for air like it was water, and with a trembling voice, continued. Then, they started talking among themselves. They said that if there was a group recruiting werewolves, they would have to find a way to defend themselves. They made a deal with me. They said they'd let me live, under one condition. He looked up, almost begging. They said I had to respond if they called me. That was when it happened, I would know what to do. They warned me that no one could find out about this. No one. Not even others from their group. And if the vampires recruiting others showed up, I was to alert them immediately. But I couldn't leave the city. One of them told me that, even if I tried, he would know. That he already had my scent. Nate clenched his teeth. A name echoed in his mind. He knew it. Dimitri. The same one who hunted the Romanians every few years without fail. His method was flawless. If he said he could find you, he would. Ymir was still speaking, his eyes lost on a point on the ground, as if mentally returning to that night. In the end, just as they were about to leave, the girl spoke again. She said she wanted to see with her own eyes if I was useful. And then she added that, there was still one loose end. Nate felt the world crash down on him. His mind was already stitching together the rest of the story before hearing it. His legs were trembling. The images he had seen so often in his dreams, the nightmares of his parents' death, were becoming sharper now, more vivid, more real, with a level of detail that chilled his blood. The pieces clicked into place with terrifying precision. Stefan, unaware of Nate's internal collapse, pressed the wolf with a cold voice. Continue. Ymir, tears rolling down his face, finished his confession. They originally wanted me to do it right away, but I knew Richard would travel during the full moon, so I convinced them to wait, so they could see my ability. I thought Richard would travel alone, so at least his wife and son would be safe. Nate went pale. His mouth felt dry, as if his tongue were made of stone. He wanted to stand up and leave. He didn't want to hear any more. But something dark, something buried deep within him, forced him to stay. Something had its grip around his neck and whispered, listen to all of it. When the full moon came, we followed him until he was far enough from the city, out on a road where barely anyone passes. When he was alone, enough that no one could help him, we got ready. Ymir swallowed, closing his eyes tightly. Even transformed, I kept some reason. I didn't want to do it. I swear on everything I didn't want to. I kept stalling, waiting for an excuse, a counterorder, something. But one of the vampires got impatient. He slashed one of the tires while the car was still moving. Richard nearly lost control, but unfortunately managed to stop and pull over. Nate clenched his fists. His throat burned. A growl was rising in his chest, but it hadn't yet escaped. When he got out of the car, the Volturi urged me to do it. I got closer. I really didn't want to do it. I had to summon all my courage. I thought, at least I'll make it quick. I won't make him suffer. Ymir was panting. But then I smelled it. The scent of his wife. She was with him, in the car. Everything fell apart. I thought, maybe I could at least save her. Nate stared at him, frozen, his face white as a sheet. I attacked him while he was changing the tire. Richard, he recognized me. He looked me in the eyes. I didn't want to hear him speak. I couldn't. So I tore him apart right then and there. Like a beast. Visceral enough that anyone who saw it wouldn't be able to bear the impact. The werewolf's voice broke. He clenched his teeth. I thought maybe, the shock would make the woman faint. I've seen it before. They shut down, unable to process it. He went silent for a few seconds, barely breathing. But this time, it wasn't like that. She got out of the car. Screaming. Crying. And the Volturi, they saw her. It was the girl who saw her first, Ymir murmured, his voice reduced to ashes. I don't know what she did, she just looked at her. That was enough. Richard's wife clutched her belly and started screaming, howling like a wounded animal. She had no visible wounds, but she screamed like she was burning from the inside. No one moved. No one did anything. She endured several minutes of that invisible pain until her heart just couldn't take it anymore. She dropped dead, very close to where I was. Ymir finished the story with his eyes downcast, letting a sepulchral silence fall over the alley. The air grew heavy. No one breathed. Nate stood still, unmoving, as if his soul had abandoned his body for a few seconds. Tiny tears began to roll down his cheeks, hot and silent. In his mind, the scene unfolded with brutal clarity. He saw his father torn to pieces, reduced to fragments, and his mother collapsing with wide, wild eyes, falling like a broken, nameless ragdoll. He hadn't been there, but he felt it as if he had lived every second. The pain shot through his chest like a dull gunshot. The Romanians didn't give him a single moment to grieve. If you were transformed, Stefan said in a low voice, almost a whisper laced with ice. Why didn't you kill the Volturi right then? Vladimir continued, each word soaked in contempt. Ymir raised his gaze, no longer crying, no longer desperate. His empty eyes held only the resigned calm of someone who has lost too much to feel anything else. There were too many, he replied. Even if I'd managed to defeat them, which I doubt, because of that Felix, if even one escaped, more would come, and then more, and more. They would have never stopped. I was afraid. I just wanted to live in peace. I didn't want to end up like my maker. The Romanians said nothing. Their faces were masks without expression, like statues carved from ancient rage. They looked at each other slowly and, without another word, nodded in silent agreement. Then, Stefan spoke, his voice cutting through the air. Richard was worth 20 times more than this waste. Without urgency, but with a force that froze the blood, the two stepped forward toward Ymir. Their movements were slow, ceremonial, as if performing an ancestral rite. Each one grabbed one of his arms, holding him firmly. Ymir looked at them, confused at first, not understanding what was happening, but when he felt one of them step on his leg, and then the other, rendering him completely immobilized, his face twisted into pure panic. No, wait, he screamed. The dull crunch of tense bones was followed by a guttural scream. Ymir howled in pain, his voice shattering the alley's stillness. The Romanians ignored him as if he were nothing more than a wounded, insignificant animal. Instead, they turned their gaze toward Nate, who stood with his head bowed and fists clenched, as tears fell onto the stone floor in slow, steady drops. That's when Vladimir spoke, in an inquisitive tone, as if stating an undeniable truth. It's time you finish what you started, Nathaniel. Stefan followed, his voice as sharp as a blade. End the life of the coward who took your father from you. Ymir, upon hearing the Romanians' words, broke into desperate pleas. His voice trembled with feverish urgency. Wait, I was alone back then. But with you, we could ambush them. He shouted, eyes wide, locked onto the impassive faces of Stefan and Vladimir. They didn't even look at him. They stood firm, as unmoving as ancient statues. Ymir struggled harder, yanking uselessly against the unbreakable grip that held him. Listen to me. He screamed, voice cracking. There's a chance. I didn't stay in the city the whole time. I went out a few times, on full moons. I bit several people near DC. If you gather them and bring them to the Volturi during the full moon, even if they can't be controlled, I'm sure they'll attack every vampire they see. For a moment, a glimmer of malice appeared in the Romanians' smiles. It was a twisted idea, but a tempting one. However, Vladimir was the first to speak, his tone dropping like ice. That's almost tempting, Stefan added, with cruel calm. But we don't need a cowardly dog to find them. Ymir's eyes widened in horror. He realized, with a knot of cold climbing his spine, that he would not convince them. The judgment had already been passed. His head snapped toward Nate, who remained still, head bowed, the knife still in his hand. Please, wait, Nathaniel. He begged, his voice soaked in anguish. Your father wouldn't have wanted this. I only did it because I wanted to live. Richard would have forgiven me. He was a good man. Nate looked up. His eyes were glowing embers, damp with rage. His clenched jaw, his hands trembling slightly. The Romanian smiled, satisfied to see the fire in his gaze. Stefan spoke, guiding the ritual. Straight to the heart, Nathaniel. Vladimir murmured, almost with ceremonial gravity. No mercy. Nate began to move forward. Each step was a drumbeat in the silence of the alley. The knife flickered in his hand, briefly catching the dim light, as if it were part of an ancient sacrifice. Ymir struggled, but he was trapped, his legs pinned down with precision, his arms locked tight with no chance of defense. He looked like an animal in the slaughterhouse's waiting room, eyes pleading, wet with terror. Nate stopped in front of him. Slowly, he raised the knife, placing it right at Ymir's chest. His hands were shaking, but not from fear. It was something more complex. There was doubt. In his mind, something cracked. A tiny fracture. A voice whispered that killing him wouldn't bring his father back. That his mother would still be dead. That the guilt would stay, and the absence would never be filled. The knife lowered slightly, hesitant, uncertain. The Romanians noticed it instantly. And without speaking, they each placed a free hand over Nate's. The touch was firm, cold as marble. And together, with a swift thrust, they drove the knife deep into Ymir's heart. Author's notes: if I see a lot of support with Power Stones, I'll advance a chapter. Creation is hard, cheer me up.